Chapter 276. There were no stars or moon outside the window, only the gurgling of a clear spring and the occasional chirping of birds. Inside the room, candlelight flickered as a different kind of battle was taking place. "Let go. Why did you bite me?" Yi Fan shouted. A row of teeth marks appeared on his arm, almost causing him to fall off the bed from the pain. Qin Yao's hair was disheveled. Her sparkling teeth shone brightly as she said, "I was biting you." At this moment, the candlelight flickered as the two exchanged blows on the red sandalwood bed. Grappling techniques and reverse grappling techniques were used repeatedly. Their palms and fingers collided, creating loud banging sounds. However, their states were too enchanting. The two were completely naked, their postures bewitching. Their bodies were glowing as they fought at close range. There were many deep teeth marks on Yi Fan's arm, forming a row. He retreated slightly to put some distance between himself and Qin Yao. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes were misty. Her body was sparkling as if it was carved out of warm jade. Her snow-white, curvaceous body flickered with an alluring luster, resembling a snake bell. At this moment, her hair danced in the wind as she attacked unceasingly. Yi Fan was forced to face her attacks head-on. This was not a life-and-death battle, but they couldn't afford to be distracted. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to the other side taking them down. This was a half-real, half-fake battle. It could turn into a real battle, or it could end here. However, this scene was a bit too erotic. After all, they were on the bed and the two were facing each other. This was especially true for Qin Yao. Her soft and fragrant body caused one's heart to sway. Her devilish figure was sparkling and dazzling. Qin Yao's smooth arms were like fine jade, white and delicate. She moved gracefully, constantly brushing at Yi Fan's vitals. Afterimages were left in the air above the red sandalwood bed. They were like white lightning or dancing fairies under the moonlight. Although they were fighting, there was a certain beauty to it. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to be restrained. His palms and fingers were like iron swords, blocking horizontally and vertically like two spinning windmills. The two exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Qin Yao flipped her hair, revealing her snow-white neck. Her beautiful black hair rolled like a waterfall. Yi Fan couldn't dodge and was immediately entangled. "Beauty Qin, don't force me." Yi Fan struggled, but he felt that the entanglement was getting tighter and tighter. He stopped resisting and moved forward instead. There was limited space on the bed, so there was naturally no way to dodge. Thus, Yi Fan and Qin Yao were right in front of Qin Yao. This time, he opened his mouth and bit down. That translucent pink ear appeared beside his lips. He bit down on it neither lightly nor heavily, not letting go no matter what, letting the hair wrap around his body. "You. Let go." Qin Yao waved her hands, trying to cut off Yi Fan's meridians, wanting to make him lose the ability to move. Yi Fan's spirit sense was rather sharp, so it was naturally impossible for her to hit him. Although he did not raise his head, his hands moved quickly and nimbly like the wind, colliding with her hands continuously. Qin Yao's black hair danced in the wind, and her jade-like body swayed like a snake. Her skin shimmered with light. Her attacks were very forceful. If it were not for the sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan might not have been able to withstand them. Bang! Yi Fan used the battle saint technique. Although it was not a fatal move, it was still very complicated to use small tricks to display this secret. After more than 100 exchanges, Yi Fan managed to lock down her jade-like hands, making it hard for her to loosen her grip and make it impossible for her to attack again. "Aya!" Yi Fan let out a muffled groan as his shoulder was bitten again. As soon as he made a sound, he naturally loosened his mouth and that sparkling ear quickly moved away. "Don't tell me you want to bite off a piece of my flesh?" Yi Fan snorted. Qin Yao didn't reply. Her jade-like teeth gleamed as she bit down hard on his shoulder, refusing to let go. At the same time, she struggled with her hands, wanting to counterattack. Bang! Ignoring the bite on his shoulder, Yi Fan exerted force with both hands, wanting to turn Qin Yao around and suppress her. Swoosh. Light flashed, and Qin Yao's soft body was like a slippery water snake. She broke free and slid agilely to the side. This was a secret art of the race. Bang! She counterattacked, her hands grabbing onto Yifan's wrists in an attempt to counterattack. Her 10 transparent fingers spat out rays of light that wrapped around his wrists. The rays of light were like threads, each extremely dense. They wove together and formed a light net that bound Yifan's arms. At this time, Yifan's body flashed with light. He shook slightly. Although he didn't shatter the rays of light, he forced Qin Yao to loosen her grip. Her red lips and white teeth left a bite mark on his shoulder. Yifan's physique was special. He channeled his Shen power and immediately freed his arms. He moved forward to fight Qin Yao. Bang, bang, Qin Yao's jade-like hands danced like butterflies. They made contact with Yifan's palms and fingers and gave off muffled sounds. At first, the two were using all kinds of secret arts to fight in this narrow space. However, the space on the red sandalwood bed was limited. Soon, they were stuck together, their bodies entangled. This fight had completely changed its flavor. Qin Yao's body was pink as if the clouds were covering her body. Now, this fight had changed to another method. Qin Yao's hair was disheveled. Her slender body seemed to be carved out of pink crystals. She moved like a willow tree. You took advantage of me today. Qin Yao gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand moved and attacked Yifan on top of her. Yifan countered with a hand. The relationship between the two was very strange. They were fighting in this intimate state. They didn't look like a couple in passion. Bang! Their palms and fingers collided. Their bodies shook violently. However, everything continued. You really are a beast. Qin Yao gritted her teeth and cursed. It's better than being worse than a beast. Yifan used his powerful palm to block Qin Yao's jade-like fingers that were aimed at his chest. Qin Yao's hair danced in the wind. Her whole body was pink. She was a bit angry and attacked again. Please, Beauty Qin, what do we look like right now? What kind of situation are we in? Yet you keep ruining the atmosphere and fighting with me. The two fought from beginning to end. It was unknown how much time had passed before the room finally quieted down. Beast! Qin Yao clenched her teeth tightly. At least I didn't get scolded for being worse than a beast. Yifan's eyes were clear as he looked at that soft body. The latter half of the night was especially quiet. Only the sound of the spring in the pine forest could be heard, giving people a tranquil and peaceful feeling. Swoosh! Without a sound, a figure appeared in the room. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her beautiful face. Her face was like jade. Her white clothes danced in the wind, outlining her beautiful body. Her black hair hung down to her waist. Her perfect face was flawless. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately felt that something was wrong. When she swept her gaze over the large bed, her face flushed red. You guys, Qin Yao lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to show her face. She was sent to watch over Yifan, but she didn't expect things to develop to this point. Yifan was also a bit embarrassed at first, but he quickly calmed down and replied calmly, we were talking about our dreams. Qin Yao had the urge to bite him. She snatched the blanket from Yifan and covered her body. She said hatefully, I'm not done with you. Yen Ruyu hurriedly closed her eyes and turned around. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. With a flash of light, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yifan hurriedly covered his strong body with his clothes and said, all right, I also hope it's not over. You took advantage of me and still dare to say such words. Qin Yao attacked again. Peng, peng, the battle between the two started again. This time, it was much fiercer. In the end, Qin Yao couldn't take it anymore. She got off the bed, packed her clothes, and turned to leave. Tomorrow, the princess will kill you. I didn't go to the Immortal Hall, so she has no reason to attack. As for us, she already saw it, but she didn't say anything. I also explained that we were talking about our dreams. You are too much of a scoundrel. Qin Yao turned around angrily. Her lotus arm lightly moved, releasing sparkling light, striking towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan passively defended. In the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, almost no one could suppress him in close combat. In the end, Qin Yao didn't walk out of her room that night. Only when the sky was bright did a violent sound come from the palace in the pine forest. Beast! Qin Yao turned around and left. She smashed the entire palace with a palm, and Yi Fan was buried inside. In the distance, the Black Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He cried out in pain and crawled out from the pile of rubble. He raised his bald tail and jumped up high, cursing. Damn it, who did this emperor offend? Even when I was sleeping, I was smashed black and blue, buried alive by the collapsed palace. The dog's face was long, and his face was black. He looked around for someone. After a long time, Yi Fan coughed and walked out of the ruins filled with smoke and dust. Damn it. Brat, what kind of atrocious thing have you done to make this empress suffer? The big black dog looked at Qin Yao, who was about to disappear into the horizon, and then stared at Yi Fan with an unfriendly expression. Last night, he was drunk, so he didn't know what had happened. Of course it was an earthquake. Didn't you see that I was buried alive? Yi Fan said as he came to the stream to wash his body. Nonsense. Your family's earthquake only shakes this mountain. Aren't the palaces on the other mountains all fine? The big black dog said with a dark face. You're right. This is the earthquake unique to my family. Tu Fei didn't return to the mountain until the sun was high up in the sky. Seeing the collapsed palaces in the pine forest, he was dumbfounded. What happened? Did you fight with someone here? I was fighting with someone and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yi Fan. Tu Fei wore an odd countenance as he looked behind Yi Fan. Is he here to exchange pointers with Fairy Qin? I was fighting with her and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yi Fan absent-mindedly. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Yao's voice arose. She was wearing white clothes. Descending from the sky, her dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her mesmerizing curves. Her devilish body was slender and graceful. I didn't say anything. Yi Fan hurried to explain. Tu Fei showed his big mouth again. Why didn't you say anything? Didn't you just say that you fought with Fairy Qin Yao here for a whole night? Damn it. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to punch him. You guys continue your fight. I won't disturb you. Tu Fei kicked the big black dog, turned around, and ran away. Damn it. Woof. The big black dog chased him angrily. Qin Yao's voluptuous and alluring figure trembled in anger. Then, she swayed her body and walked over. She said flirtatiously, Did you really say that? Chapter 277. Qin Yao's figure could be said to be soul-stirring. Her beautiful body was curvaceous in all the right places, as if she was a beauty that was meticulously sculpted by the heavens. She walked over gracefully, like a gentle willow swaying in the wind. Her smile was enchanting. Her hair was black and shiny. Her skin was as white as jade, smooth and tender. Her eyes were mesmerizing. Her red lips were so sexy that she could enchant all living things. However, Yi Fan felt something was wrong. He felt a murderous aura. He hurried to explain, Don't listen to him. He's a big mouth. Tu Fei was chased by the black dog. He had run far away, but he still tried to explain. You said it yourself. Yi Fan was enraged. Tu Fei, you deserve a beating. You deserve to be chased and bitten by a dog. Why do I deserve a beating? I'm telling the truth, Tu Fei refuted. Damn it. Kid, you're insulting me. What do you mean chased and bitten by a dog? The black dog was enraged. I have nothing to say to you. Yi Fan turned around angrily, talking to Qin Yao embarrassedly. He's an unreliable man. He talks big. You can just ignore him. Qin Yao's gauze dress trailed on the ground, which couldn't cover her sexy body. She walked to him and put her hand on his shoulder. Her red lips parted. What do you mean by exchanging pointers? Her voice was soft. Her pink face looked like it was about to drip water. Her eyes were mesmerizing. However, people could feel a storm brewing under the calm surface. No. That man is just groundless. He's just talking nonsense. Why would he talk nonsense for no reason? Qin Yao gritted her teeth. She put more strength into her jade-like arms and grabbed his shoulder. Far from them, Tu Fei had leaped up into the sky. The large black dog stepped onto the jade boat and chased after them relentlessly. Thump. Suddenly, one person and one dog stopped. They heard a loud sound coming from behind them. That mountain peak trembled. Yi Fan rushed into the sky, quickly fleeing. Qin Yao's black hair fluttered about, her white clothes fluttering about as she chased after him relentlessly. Little Yi, what happened? Why did you run away? Asked Tu Fei. It's all because of you. Yi Fan wanted to give him a slap, but he resisted the urge and said, hurry up and leave this small world. As he finished speaking, he transformed into a wisp of shadow, moving as fast as lightning towards the exit of this small world. Behind him, Qin Yao's beautiful eyes were like lightning, somewhat sharp, following him like a shadow. Wait a minute. Don't run that fast, Tu Fei screamed. This brat must have stirred up some serious trouble. I've never seen him flee in such a sorry state before, the large black dog concluded. Crazy Ole's footwork was marvelous, as fast as a bird. Yi Fan exerted it to the maximum and soon reached the exit of the small world. Unfortunately, those demons did not let him pass. They blocked him like he was a thief. Although they did not attack him, they did not let him leave. Sister Qin Yao, what happened? Not far away, a golden figure rushed over. The monster race girl, Jin Yan, fluttered like a butterfly. She wore a golden feather robe as she approached. It's nothing. Qin Yao replied calmly. Clearly, she didn't want to blow up the matter. What did you do? The monster girl was hostile to Yi Fan. Of course, Yi Fan didn't want to be entangled with her. Nothing. I've been a guest here for a long time. I want to leave. Fairy Qin is here to see me off. You really want to leave? Jin Yan wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Hearing him, she immediately said to the people not far from them, let him pass. We don't keep idlers here. Qin Yao's face was calm. No, he can't leave yet. Why? Jin Yan didn't understand. I know why. The big-mouthed Tu Fei arrived. Fairy Qin was fighting with Little Yi. They destroyed the entire palace. She suffered some losses. She wants to find him to settle the debt. Can you not talk? No one thinks you're mute. Yi Fan wanted to strangle him. At this moment, Qin Yao's black hair danced in the wind. Her face was blushing, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. She had the urge to kill someone. She gritted her teeth as she couldn't stay calm anymore. Jin Yan didn't believe him at all. She scolded Tu Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Sister Qin Yao has one foot in the 4 ultimate secret realms. How could she not defeat him? I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. That palace is now in ruins. That dog was buried alive. He almost suffocated to death, Tu Fei answered. Woof. The big black dog pounced on him. How could it be? Sister Qin Yao, is this true? How could you defeat someone at the second sky of the Palace of the Doctrine? Jin Yan was confused. She looked incredulous. Of course. They fought for a whole night, and the sacred body of the ancients won in the end. Tu Fei obviously felt something was wrong, so he joined in. Sister Qin Yao, you should fight with him again. I don't believe you can't defeat him, Jin Yan said. Little Yi Fan, a man should be generous. You should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. It's just a loss, Tu Fei expressed his support. Yi Fan was speechless. Qin Yao's face blushed. She couldn't help but freak out. Her jade-like fingers turned white. How about we just let it go? Goddess Qin, you're a generous man. It's just a loss. Next time, you can fight with little Yi Fan again. It's time for us to leave. Tu Fei wanted to be the peacemaker. No, you can't leave now. Qin Yao shouted. Yeah, we can't leave. Let's fight again. Jin Yen really wanted to see Yi Fan defeated. Yi Fan said in a low voice, Goddess Qin, let's fight next time. I really have to leave. Next time we fight, you can die. Qin Yao finally couldn't stand it anymore. When the word fight was mentioned, she couldn't help but think of the charming knight. She waved her hand and released a 5-colored light curtain, covering Yi Fan. What's going on? Tu Fei shouted. If you didn't talk nonsense, how could this happen? Yi Fan pushed Tu Fei away and soared into the sky. Qin Yao was a 5th-level Dao Palace cultivator. She was strong and had amazing skills. Yi Fan was only at the 2nd-level Dao Palace. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't be able to stop her. There was no suspense. However, he couldn't fight to the death with Qin Yao. He had to fly away. Stop. Don't go. Jin Yen shouted. Qin Yao didn't say anything. She chased after him. Her long dress fluttered, making her look like a fairy. Goddess Qin, tell the others to leave. We need to find a place to fight. Yi Fan wanted to explain to her alone. However, his words had a different meaning in Qin Yao's ears. She gritted her teeth and said, You little thief, you got the advantage and you're still pretending to be innocent. Today, I will skin you alive. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything. That blabbermouth made a wild guess, replied Yi Fan. He didn't want the other to misunderstand him more. Jin Yan's feather robe was glowing with multicolored light. She revealed a suspicious expression and asked, Sister Qin Yao, could it be that there are other secrets? No. Qin Yao flew like a fairy butterfly. Her posture was graceful as she chased after him. Little Yi, why don't you go and fight with Goddess Qin Yao? Let her vent her anger. Then, we can go, said Tu Fei. Can you shut your mouth? Yi Fan couldn't help but curse him. I at #YenDSR%. Little Yi Fan, I'm doing this for your own good. Qin Yao was so angry that her soft body shivered. She sped up. If she couldn't catch up with Yi Fan, she would vent her anger on Tu Fei. However, Yi Fan disappeared into the depths of the small world with his absolute speed. He had gotten rid of the people chasing him. Half a day later, the big black dog found him with his nose. He brought Tu Fei with him. Big mouth too, I want to beat you up. Yi Fan didn't look friendly. I don't like him either. I'd better bury him alive. The big black dog bared his teeth. Don't be so angry. What did you do to offend God? Asked Tu Fei. Nothing happened. It's all because of your nonsense, said Yi Fan through his gritted teeth. What's wrong with what I said? Tu Fei pondered for a while and then screamed strangely. Is it because of the darkness? You. Gosh, you're a beast. 2 people and a dog moved stealthily. They wanted to sneak out. However, the entrance of the small world was heavily guarded. They didn't dare to force their way in. They don't want to attack us. I think you should go to Qin Yao's place and let her vent her anger, suggested Tu Fei. This small world was picturesque. The mountains rose and fell like dragons. The lakes were decorated with pearls. The grass was fresh and the spiritual qi was thick. Yi Fan's team landed on a mountain. This was the place where Jin Yen, the Monster Clan girl, cultivated. They wanted to leave this small world through her. It's you. How dare you come to my place? Jin Yen sneered. Little girl, don't be so angry. Didn't you want me to leave soon? The chance is right in front of you. Take me out. Jean Yen sneered, mocking him. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Now that you've failed, you want to leave with your tail between your legs? Yi Fan didn't want to argue with her. If you don't want me to stay here, take me out. I've changed my mind. Sister Qinya wants to deal with you. I think we should capture you and take you to her place. Some gold lights shot up to the sky, flying to the mountain in the distance. She sent her message. Shortly after, 3 flows of monster aura shot up from the beautiful mountain in the distance. Bai Feng held a feather fan and silk scarf. His clothes were white as snow. He looked very refined and otherworldly. Jin Yu wore a golden robe. He shone brilliantly, and his aura was oppressive. His eyes flashed like lightning. Ku Zhu wore a green robe. He exuded a natural aura, looking fresh and elegant. Brother Bai Feng, Brother Jin Yu, Brother Ku Zhu, capture this primordial trash. He has offended Sister Qin Yao. Jin Yen said, if you capture him and send him over, Sister Qin Yao will be very happy. These 3 were geniuses at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. They could enter the 4 extreme secret realm at any time. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't make a move. But Yi Fan was different. He had the source root of all life. Although they didn't show anything, they had been eyeing him covetously. Now that they had such an excuse to make a move, they naturally wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, they were indeed interested in Qin Yao. It could be said that they were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Little brother Yi, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, we'll hurt our friendship. Brother Yi, don't worry. We will be careful. We won't harm your life. The 3 of them didn't reveal their murderous intent, but if they really made a move, it would be a different scene. If Yi Fan was hit, his soul would be destroyed. Tu Fei and the big black dog wanted to help, but Yi Fan turned and left. This was the territory of the demon race. If they really fought, they would be at a great disadvantage. I'll go find Xingyi. Tu Fei said. No need. I'll go find Qin Yao. Yi Fan shook his head. He flew directly to Qin Yao's cultivation area. Behind him, Jin Yan, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu chased after him. Their murderous intent filled the air. This was a beautiful place. Exotic flowers and grasses were everywhere. Bees and butterflies danced. Stone-arched bridges lay across the ground, and trickles of water curled around. It was already evening. The great fire pearl was sinking in the west. The sunset dyed the mountain peak red, making this place even more beautiful. Qin Yao was startled. She flew out like a goddess with her impressive figure. Looking at Yi Fan, she said, you dare to come to my place, that's right. I want to talk to you. Yi Fan walked directly into the palace. At this time, Jin Yan and the others landed and also arrived. You guys should go back. It's not a big deal. I can handle it myself. Qin Yao glanced at them. Then, okay. Bai Feng nodded. Ku Zhu and Jin Yu didn't say anything else. Only Jin Yan was unwilling, but she couldn't force her way in, so she left discontentedly. They won't fight, will they? Tu Fei said to himself. It's okay. That brat's skin is thick. He can't be killed. The big black dog didn't care. Not long after, the sounds of fighting came from the palace. It lasted for a long time before it stopped. However, Tu Fei waited outside, but he didn't see Yi Fan come out. He was a bit anxious. Did they really fight to the death? At this time, Yi Fan said, you guys go back first. I will find you later. Okay. We will wait for you at the exit of the small world. Tu Fei and the big black dog flew away. However, they waited for a long time, but Yi Fan still didn't show up. Damn it. Why hasn't that brat come back yet? The Black Emperor was very discontented. The sky was completely dark. They obviously couldn't leave today. That beast. Tu Fei cursed. They waited for a whole night, but Yi Fan didn't show up. On the second day, the sky was bright, and the fire bead rose from the east. Did something happen to that brat? This is the demon clan's territory. He has the source root of all beings. Many people want to kill him, the Black Emperor said. Let's go and see. Tu Fei also felt that something was wrong. When they arrived at Qin Yao's residence, they heard a big explosion. The palace collapsed. The unlucky dog was buried alive as soon as he got in. Damn it. I'm not drunk today. It's not an earthquake. The big black dog cursed, struggling to get out of the rubble. Tu Fei was also covered in dirt. He cursed and crawled out of the rubble. At this moment, the big fireball was rising. Yi Fan stood in the sunlight, which had a brilliant halo on him. He said, "Let's go. We should leave quickly." This time, they left the small world smoothly. Even after they had gone a long distance, Tu Fei was still cursing, "You beast, your thoughts are filthy. There's no such thing. It's just your imagination," Yi Fan retorted. "You beast. Don't go to the Jade Lake with me. I'm afraid you'll cause trouble, big mouth too, don't slander me." Yi Fan scolded him. Chapter 278. Cloud Lake Prefecture was just like its name. There was a spring every 100 steps and a river every 10 miles. Big swamps were everywhere with thick mist. Yi Fan and the others left the small ancient world and came to the outside world. They once again experienced the water of this oasis. Someone is following us. The Black Emperor's spiritual consciousness was sharp. He could feel someone following them. All of a sudden, the clouds in the sky scattered. Monster chi surged torrentially as if a giant monster was chasing after them. Woo woo. The bugle horn sounded long and deep, crossing the sky and reaching them. A purple figure that was like a purple cloud quickly rushed over. It was extremely heavy and enormous, about the size of a small mountain. After it pierced through the clouds, they could see a massive battleship with a purple metallic halo. It looked heavy and sturdy. It's the purple copper battleship of the monster clan. Tu Fei darkened his face. He felt that something was wrong. This was the battleship that the monster clan used to kill the enemy. Three of them. Tu Fei was startled one more time. There were 3 purple copper battleships. They scattered the clouds and turned into 3 beams of purple light. They dashed forward rapidly with a heavy pressure. "What level does the warrior need to control these battleships?" asked Yi Fan. Apparently, they were coming for them. "It's hard to say. All the members of the monster clan with a strong background can have them," answered Tu Fei. "We don't need to guess. Turns out it's them." Yi Fan looked at the horizon. A man in white clothes stood on the first purple copper battleship. He looked otherworldly. He was the young expert of the monster clan, Bai Feng. He brought a lot of helpers. There were many members of the monster clan on the battleship. Apparently, they weren't weak warriors. Monster chi shot up into the sky. There were around 70 or 80 of them. Woo woo. The second bronze battleship dashed forward. The figure standing on the bow of the ship appeared in their sight. His gold robe fluttered. It was Jin Yu. He also brought a lot of helpers. Woo woo. Ku Zhu's green robe fluttered as he stood still on the third purple copper battleship. A large number of hotshots stood behind him. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu, the 3 geniuses from the small world of the monster clan, were chasing after them. Apparently, their target was Yi Fan. "What do you mean?" Tu Fei shouted. His grandfather was the 7th great bandit. His identity wasn't ordinary, so he wasn't afraid of the monster clan. "We have no ill intentions towards young Master Tuesday. We just have something to say to little brother Yi," Bai Feng transmitted her voice. Yi Fan calmly asked, "What do you want to say?" "When you left, our demon clan lost a secret treasure. That's why we want to capture you and bring you back, Bai Feng replied. So, am I also a suspect? Asked Tu Fei. It has nothing to do with young Master Tuesday. We only sense the aura of a secret treasure on his body. Jin Yu stood at the bow of the ship, his Daoist robe sparkling. What a joke. What secret treasures did you lose? You're just trying to get your hands on the myriad qi on me, said Yi Fan with a sneer. Ku Zhu, wearing a green robe, said calmly, you have the aura of our monster clan's secret treasure. We will give you justice. We will take you back to Old Su to deal with you. Yi Fan's heart clenched as he thought of those old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans. He quickly said, you can't even tell me what kind of artifact it is, yet you still have the face to slander me? You have the great overarching star disk. We must take you back today, shouted Bai Feng. You're too presumptuous in our monster clan's pure land. You destroyed the palace that Princess Yen had given you. You smashed Fairy Qin Yao's cave mansion. Before you left, you stole a secret treasure. We have to capture you, said Jin Yu coldly. It's no use talking. Attack. Capture him, shouted Ku Zhu. Beams of colorful light shot out from the three warships, interweaving into an inescapable net that enveloped Yi Fan. You want to kill him and steal his treasure. You want to take the source qi of all things, but you still say it in such a dignified way. Don't you three feel ashamed? Tu Fei shouted. A huge net made of interweaving spiritual energy descended. Yi Fan turned into a phantom and passed through it by a hair's breadth. He wasn't restricted at all. Let's just take these three battleships. The Black Emperor had many big flags with profound patterns carved on them. They had trapped the old monsters in the Immortal Palace. Let's go quickly. Yi Fan transmitted his voice and said, it's very likely that those old monsters who are at the end of their lifespans are instructing them to attack. He could tell from Ku Zhu's words that he wanted to take him back to Old Su to deal with him. This wasn't a good sign. Whoosh. The large black dog didn't have any sense of loyalty. He took the jade boat and ran away. He didn't even look back. He was afraid that there were old monsters on the battleship. Too big mouth, you should go too. What about you? They can't catch up to me, Yi Fan said and ran in another direction. Tu Fei didn't dare to stay. He used all his strength to run and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although his grandfather was the seventh great rebel, it wasn't enough to scare the entire North region. If an old monster appeared and killed him here, it would be too late. Obviously, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu didn't want to fight with Tu Fei. They didn't want to chase after the large black dog either. They all ran in one direction and locked onto Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you can't escape. Even if your footwork is amazing and can be compared to the Sky Rock, you can't get rid of the purple copper battleship. Bai Feng's murderous intent was endless. She didn't hide it anymore. Jin Yu and Ku Zhu also ordered people to drive the battleship. They chased after him. The three huge ships broke through the clouds and followed Yi Fan closely. Yi Fan's speed was unparalleled in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, but he couldn't get rid of the purple copper battleship. The distance between them couldn't be widened. You've really mobilized so many people just to kill me and take my treasure, Yi Fan mocked. Remember, we didn't come for your source qi. You stole our treasure first, so we had no choice but to capture you, Bai Feng replied. Why are you so fake? There are no outsiders here. Aren't you tired of wearing masks and talking? Yi Fan scoffed. Jin Yu said coldly, if that's how you interpret it, we won't say anything. We're going to capture you today. You three, remember this. If you want to kill me and take my treasure today, I'll pay you back someday, Yi Fan said coldly. What future do you have? You'll be stuck in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace for the rest of your life. Besides, do you think you can escape today? Ku Zhu said calmly. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He took out the cauldron. It grew to a meter tall and hung above his head. Streaks of heaven and earth qi poured down to protect his body. Along the way, he didn't feel the aura of those old monsters. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Things weren't as bad as he thought they would be. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Ku Zhu saw the source chi with their own eyes. They were excited. They had indeed come for the cauldron. You stole our clan's treasure, so you won't be able to escape death. Your cauldron, we'll take care of it for you, Bai Feng said. You're such a hypocrite. You're already in such a situation, and yet you're still speaking so righteously. Yi Fan mocked. In comparison, Jinyu was much more direct. He revealed his murderous intent and said coldly, I don't want to talk to a dead man. Give me your cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was like a bolt of golden lightning tearing through the sky. It was extremely fast. Whoosh! Yi Fan dodged to the side. The golden light hit the void. He didn't want to take it head-on. After all, his opponent was at the fifth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, which was 3 levels higher than him. He began to activate the 9 secrets without batting an eyelid. Of course, he didn't want to fight his opponent. He wanted to increase his speed by 10 times. The little Peking is too arrogant. He wants to fight you at the same level. What a joke, Ku Zhu said calmly. We won't do that. He's just a piece of trash. We'll just kill him. This also means that you will never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the little Peking. You can only shamelessly team up to kill me. As Yi Fan said this, he successfully activated the secret of all of the 9 secrets. His speed increased by 10 times in an instant. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. The 3 purple copper warships were moving side by side. They were very close to each other. If one of them was overturned, the other 2 would probably suffer as well. He rushed back out of curiosity. The Leaf Fire Divine Cauldron appeared in his hand. He opened the lid and black flames burned. His speed was already terrifying. Even a flying treasure like the purple copper warship would find it difficult to catch up. Now that his speed was increased by 10 times, he reached a level that shocked the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Feng, Jinyu, Ku Zhu, and the others on the 3 warships all attacked, wanting to crush him. However, Yi Fan was too fast. He dodged all the attacks and took out the Leaf Fire Divine Cauldron. Black flames surged down. The people on the warships could retreat, but the 3 warships could not change their direction immediately. The one in the middle was engulfed by the fire. The flames taken from Fallen Sun Ridge were scorching hot. Even the treasures could not withstand it. So far, only the 9 slashes of the Demon Monarch could destroy it. Boom! The purple copper warship in the middle was smashed. Such a large treasure suffered a destructive attack. The energy that exploded was frightening. Blinding light and tsunami-like waves of energy swept in all directions, engulfing the sky. Bang! Bang! The other 2 warships were severely affected. While they did not explode, the intense energy pierced through their hulls. There were many large holes. The 2 purple copper warships were almost disintegrated. They fell from the sky and could not fly anymore. They were almost destroyed. Yi Fan did not expect such a terrifying result. It was a risky attack, but all 3 purple copper warships were destroyed. Most importantly, the 60 to 70 demon cultivators on the warship in the middle were all smashed to pieces. Only Bai Feng escaped, but she was also heavily injured and coughed up blood. Some of the cultivators on the other 2 warships were also injured. Ku Zhu's arm was broken, and he could no longer keep his cool. Of the 3 cultivators, only Jinyu was unharmed. He led the remaining 90 or so cultivators to attack Yi Fan. Bai Feng gritted her teeth and shouted, "Surround him. Don't let him escape." Ku Zhu's face was pale. He had just said that he could easily kill the primordial derelict body. He did not expect to lose an arm in the blink of an eye. The destruction of 3 valuable warships caused the demon clan cultivators to be enraged. Roaring, they charged forward to kill. Yi Fan used the myriad source chi to protect himself and quickly broke out. He did not want to stop and fight because the black flames in the Li Fire Divine Cauldron had dried up. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed, you want to kill me, but you have to sacrifice 3 warships first. You've also broken your bones and tendons. What a joke. The 3 cultivators led so many people in pursuit, but because of one ambush, 3 warships were destroyed. This made their expressions very ugly. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu were silent. They chased after him with ashen faces, but Yi Fan was too fast. Without a warship, they could not catch up. Yi Fan, do you dare to fight? You have the nerve to say such things. It's like me asking you, do you dare to kill yourself by smashing your head against a hen? Yi Fan's words were not very polite. The 3 were so angry that they wanted to tear him apart, but unfortunately, they could not catch up. Yi Fan could not stop. It was very dangerous to be in Yun's estate. This place was not very far from the Green Serpent King's small world. If an old demon jumped out, there would be no suspense. He could not delay at all. He had to leave Yun's estate as soon as possible. Thank you, geniuses. You have sent me 1,000 miles, but we have to part ways eventually. Please go back. Don't forget to bring a few bigger warships next time. I like to see the dazzling brilliance of fireworks. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu's faces were as gloomy as water, but they could only watch as Yi Fan disappeared. 6 days later, Yi Fan arrived at Lizhou. This state was like its name. The scenery was picturesque. It was very different from the desolate scenery of the other parts of the northern region. Lizhou was not very far from the holy city of the northern region. If he flew at top speed, he could reach it in about half a month. This oasis had a circumference of 5,000 to 6,000 miles. The city in the center was called Licheng. It was very beautiful and was rather famous in the northern region. There were many gardens in the city, and it was very beautiful. Not long after Yi Fan entered Licheng, his heart skipped a beat. This was because he saw a familiar figure, Ji Ziyue. Chapter 279. In Li City, both sides of the street were filled with blue god trees. Their branches were luxuriant and their leaves were sky blue. It was a very dreamy color. Even the tree trunk was shining like a blue crystal. In front, there was a young girl in purple clothes on the ancient street. She was only 17 or 18 years old. Her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were full of spirit. She was extremely beautiful like a fairy under the night sky. Ji Ziyue. Yi Fan stood in the distance and did not go over. Because he also saw Ji Haoyue, the famous Eastern Wasteland divine physique and one of the strongest of the young generation. The enmity between him and the Ji family was too deep. He had burned their grand elder to death in the southern domain. Not long ago, he had killed 4 young disciples of the Ji family in the Chu province. This had a great impact on the Ji family. If Ji Haoyue found him, he would definitely attack him mercilessly. Look at him walking like a dragon and full of vigor. The hidden injury from being chased by the eldest disciple of the Peacock King should be completely healed. Yi Fan cultivated the heaven and earth transformation law and could change his appearance and temperament. However, he was still afraid. The connection between the divine and saint physiques was very strong. Back at the Taishan sect, they had involuntarily fought against each other. What are they doing in Li City? He knew that the 2 of them had come to the northern region to participate in the Jade Lake meeting. However, he did not know why they stopped at Li City. At this moment, Yi Fan had already changed his appearance. He wore a Daoist robe and became a little Daoist again. Of course, his face was different from the previous Daoist. Now, my cultivation has greatly improved and I am many times stronger than before. I should be able to control my body better. Maybe there will be no reaction between me and the divine body. Yi Fan wanted to give it a try. Because he was going to participate in the Jade Lake meeting, he could not avoid meeting Ji Haoyue. He might even see the divine body of the Jiang clan. If there was a reaction between them, the consequences would be very bad. Yi Fan restrained his aura and suppressed his cultivation, making himself look like an ordinary person. He then walked forward along the ancient street. As he got closer and closer, he used the heaven and earth transformation law recorded in the heavenly book of origin to suppress his true origin. Finally, he gradually approached Ji Haoyue. His body did not have any special reaction, and the other did not notice anything either. The streets were bustling with activity. Yi Fan lightly brushed past them and didn't stop. He calmly left into the distance. He felt that Ji Haoyue had become even more terrifying. His divine body was unfathomable, like a hidden god that could explode with earth-shattering battle strength at any time. As for Ji Ziyue, she became even more beautiful. When she smiled, her dimples appeared and her canine teeth sparkled, making her look mischievous and clever. "Ziyu, what are you looking at?" Ji Haoyue asked. His eyes were filled with doting love. He really doted on his little sister. The little Taoist just now is a little special. Ji Ziyue was of Taoist, of God, he Taoist, Ji, and Tao, and Taoist. Tao, in of in. God Chen God. In. Of Tao God of old. Suddenly, Yi Fan Yi in. Of, Yi Fan, of. And he, of dragon of. All of a sudden, Yi Fan was startled. He saw someone he knew, Wu Zhongtian. He was tall, with a leopard head and round eyes. His face was covered with a full beard, and his figure was like a lion. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He was the grandson of the fifth bandit, Wu Dao. He was the sworn brother of Tu Fei, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Lu Ko. Why is he here? Did something big happen in Li City? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Zhongtian was a top young expert. Tu Fei and the others couldn't defeat the Yaoguang Saint's son, so they wanted to ask him to help them. Although he said that he wasn't the Yaoguang Saint's son's opponent, he was still strong. Swoosh! Wu Zhongtian flashed and disappeared. On the other side of the street, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Yao Shi. She was like a blossoming divine lotus. She swayed and walked towards them. Her figure was slender and enchanting. She was like a peerless enchantress. Her charm was moving, and her aura was holy. Her skin was crystalline, and she had an otherworldly charm that could not be profaned. She was extremely beautiful. No, something must have happened. Otherwise, why would they appear in the same city? Yi Fan avoided her. Then, he stopped the passers-by and asked them if something big had happened. Everyone shook their heads, not knowing what had happened. At this time, it was almost noon. He found a place to eat, filling his stomach as he listened to the conversations of the people. Unfortunately, he learned nothing. This place seemed very peaceful. Nothing special had happened. Finally, Yi Fan ate and drank to his heart's content. He wandered around the city and discovered that the Holy Land and the clan of the remote antiquity had opened stone gambling houses in this ancient city. I might as well go to the stone gambling houses and try my luck. Maybe I can get some news. Now, he only had 2,500 kilograms of source with him. If he wanted to break into the third sky of the Tao Palace, he would need 10,000 kilograms. Source was what he needed the most. He had been studying the original heavenly book. Once he had a good grasp of it, he would enter the holy city of the northern region. Cultivation is a huge problem. Every time he thought of the massive amount of source he needed, he felt a headache coming on. He had obtained a divine technique that allowed him to cultivate a single mystic realm from the remains of an ancient sage. He had been trying it out these days, but his cultivation speed was far too slow. Originally, he wasn't that eager to pursue source, but after seeing this result, he had no choice but to reconsider. Perhaps he needed to work on both fronts. He had to cultivate a single mystic realm, but he also had to fight for source. If he could break into the 4 extreme mystic realms, perhaps there would be a better choice. A single mystic realm isn't easy to cultivate and the effects are slow. But, I am in urgent need of strength. It looks like I need to find a way to gather source and enter the third sky of the Dao Palace first. Yi Fan looked around and finally entered the wondrous stone shop that the Wavering Light Holy Land had opened. This was a garden that occupied an extremely large area. It was filled with divine blue trees, ancient vines, and lush flowers. The scenery was beautiful and the piles of stones became a part of the garden. It didn't seem monotonous at all. It didn't look like a place for cutting stones, but more like a garden. Yi Fan decided to keep a low profile. He didn't want to gamble with others here, so he directly bought the stones and then took them back to cut himself to avoid trouble. The wondrous stone shop of the Wavering Light Holy Land was truly large. There were 18 courtyards and the garden style made for a pleasant scenery. Many people were gambling on stones here, but after they were dispersed to the various courtyards, it didn't seem crowded anymore. On the contrary, it made this place very tranquil. Strolling through the beautiful scenery was a form of enjoyment. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. After entering, he circled around and discovered that there were indeed no commoners here. Those who dared to enter the Holy Land Stone Gambling Hall all had a certain level of status. It didn't take long before he met some so-called elders, sons of the faction master, and so on. The Holy City was an extremely attractive place. The Central Plains royal family and the Northern Plains mighty figures often appeared there, so it was only natural that the stone gambling halls below would attract the surrounding cultivators. Yi Fan remained silent as he moved his hands again and again. In the blink of an eye, he had entered 7 courtyards. He spent 250 genes of source and collected the hill-like stones into a pristine jade bottle. Buying the stones like this without cutting them on the spot naturally attracted some people's attention. Some people even treated him as a fat sheep and came over to request to gamble on stones. Sure, no problem. However, I don't bet on small stones. If I want to bet, it must be at least 500 genes. Yi Fan replied. 500 genes of source was the entire wealth of the lowest small sects. Even though there were many people from medium-sized sects here, they didn't dare to bet 500 genes at once. If they bet like this, the final outcome might be decided by 10,000 genes. After all, this wasn't the Holy City and there was almost no such extravagance. Without being disturbed, Yi Fan continued to choose materials. He bought another 2,000 genes of stone and collected them into the pristine jade bottle. He then entered the 13th floor courtyard. This floor was covered in vines and many stones were buried underneath. It was very quiet and there weren't many people choosing materials. Yi Fan chose dozens of stones and then his eyes lit up. He saw a stone that was as black as ink. It was full of bumps and hollows as if it had been eaten by worms. It was very similar to black jade and could sometimes produce extremely precious strange sources. He quickly walked over, but at this moment, another figure appeared and swept it away with divine light with a wave of his hand. Why did you steal my stones? Yi Fan was somewhat angry. This person was in his 30s and looked very fat. His face was rosy and he wore a Taoist robe with a beaming smile on his face. After seeing this person's appearance clearly, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. It was the wicked Taoist Duanda. He was quite astonished. He had never thought that he would meet him here. He was even more certain that something must have happened here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that so many people had rushed here. This was especially the case for that damned fatty. He was extremely mysterious. Wherever he appeared, there would definitely be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to appear here. Damned fatty, don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Why did you steal my stones? Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Thinking of the past, he really wanted to imprint his shoe print on this damned fatty's face. I was the one who took it first. Duanda replied with a smile, looking harmless. Although Yi Fan wanted to kick him a few times, he could only endure. This fatty was too extraordinary. He had once dug up the ancestral grave of the 5th bandit Wu Dao in the northern region and was still alive and kicking. Then, he crossed the void to the southern region and was thrown into the demon emperor's tomb by a few important figures. In the end, he entered and came out 9 times and still didn't die. Now, he crossed the void and returned to the northern region. Looking at his appearance, he was glossy and very well nourished. Clearly, he was living very comfortably. Little brother, didn't you say that you wouldn't bet unless it was 1,000 kilograms of source? How about I bet with you? Duanda said with a smile. Yi Fan got angry just looking at him. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like he deserved a beating. Okay, I'll bet with you. He couldn't have asked for more. He really wanted to win all of this fatty's underwear. I don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, but... Duanda said. But what? If you don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, what are you betting with me for? If I lose, I'll sell you a piece of information worth 5,000 kilograms of source. Duanda said and recited his Taoist name, looking like an enlightened expert. Damned fatty, I've never seen someone as greedy as you. If you lose, you still want to ask for 10,000 kilograms of source from me. Bullsh * T information. You must be lying. Yi Fan wanted to slap him. This heartless Taoist was too wicked. A monk doesn't lie. Duanda said solemnly, those with a keen sense of smell all come to Li City because there are priceless treasures here. What is it? Yi Fan asked unconcernedly. One of the 9 secrets. It's very likely that we can find it here. I know an important clue about it. The heartless Taoist said and smiled, do you want to bet? Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't believe that the damned fatty would give him valuable clues, but it was very possible that there really was one of the 9 secrets here. Otherwise, why would Ji Haoyue, Ji Ziyue, Wu Zhongtian, Ao Shi, and Duanda all appear together? Maybe the others would arrive too. You are. At this moment, Yao Shi appeared. Her grace was unparalleled, like a shining pearl. She walked into the courtyard and stared at the heartless Taoist. You're Taoist Duan. Yao Shi was slightly shocked but quickly regained her composure. This was the wondrous stones workshop of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was normal for her to appear here. Yi Fan wasn't surprised. Boundless celestial being greets the saintess. Sister Yao Shi. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. In another courtyard, Ji Ziyue was like a purple-clothed elf. She walked over with a smile, and beside her was Ji Haoyue who had the physique of a god. Chapter 280. Ji Ziyue floated over like a purple cloud. Her hair reached her waist, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her smile was very cute, and her eyes were almost curved into crescent moons. Her dimples appeared, and she had a hint of mischievousness and slyness. Ji Haoyue was just like his name. He was like a divine moon, and there was a faint radiance overflowing from his body. The divine king physique in his life had a special aura that made people feel like they were facing a god. Sister Ziyue. Yao Shi also had a very moving smile. Her slim body was like a piece of divine jade, and there were specks of divine light. She went over and held Ji Ziyue's hand. Sister Yao Shi, long time no see. Ji Ziyue smiled very sweetly. Ji Haoyue also nodded in greeting. I didn't expect Fairy Yao to come to Li City. I just came to take a look. Brother Haoyue, I'm afraid you came here to get it, right? Yao Shi's eyes wandered. As the Alcade Saintess, she was also very flirtatious. She said, your arrival will most likely make many people nervous. Once the Divine King physique appears, many experts will have to retreat. Ji Haoyue shook his head, everything depends on fate. Everyone wants a priceless treasure, but I'm afraid most people will be disappointed. I don't have too much hope either. This is... Ji Ziyue was a little surprised to see Yi Fan again. She always felt that this little Taoist was a little special, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Yao Shi smiled, this is the famous Taoist Duan. I don't know this little Taoist. This humble Taoist is Zhengde. Yi Fan answered. Duanda glanced at him and said, so, we're both from the degeneration. Duanda, you can't be that heartless Taoist, right? Ji Ziyue's small mouth formed an O shape, and her long eyelashes trembled. This humble Taoist is Duanda, people call me the righteous Taoist. Duanda recited his Taoist name. He looked solemn, and he looked like an otherworldly expert. Yao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Her pretty face was bright, and she said, no matter what title he has, he must be the person you think he is. All right, so it's you. Ji Ziyue looked at him angrily. Ji Haoyue's expression darkened as well. Taoist Duanda, you've been to Jishui several times and spied on my family's ancestor cemetery. What's the meaning of this? Yi Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. This fat Taoist was truly audacious to the extreme. He even set his sights on Ji family's ancestral grave. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death? Limitless celestial being, Ji family's future godly king, you can't wrong me. Duanda said righteously, Ji water has been flowing for hundreds of thousands of years. Although it's a famous Ji, it doesn't belong to your Ji family. I passed by occasionally but was beaten up by your Ji family. Life is really helpless. We don't object to you passing by Ji Shui, so why do you keep looking at our Ji family's mausoleum? Ji Ziyue asked. This Taoist saw many mausoleums and grand auras, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Thinking back to ancient times, the Void Monarch was immortal and invincible. He wanted to compete with the heavens. This Taoist was filled with respect. Yi Fan's heart shook. The Demon Monarch's mausoleum had left a deep impression on him. Ji family also had a great monarch in the past. Could there be a great monarch's mausoleum as well? The remains of ancient sages could be refined into supreme weapons. When the great monarch was young, he could suppress all opponents of the same realm. Didn't this mean that the remains were even stronger? They were definitely treasures for sacrificial weapons. My elder saw you with his own eyes. You wanted to target our Ji family's deceased godly king's mausoleum. Ji Ziyue stared at the heartless Taoist. No, I just took a few glances out of curiosity. In the end, I was chased by those old men for 3,000 miles. I almost lost my life. I won't look sideways again. Although Ji Ziyue's expression was unfriendly, he didn't plan to have a conflict with him. He didn't want to make a big enemy at this critical moment. He knew that this Taoist wasn't simple. Little Taoist, are you together with the fat Taoist? Ji Ziyue glanced at Yi Fan again. He wants to bet with me. He said that he has information about the 9 secrets. Yi Fan said directly. He didn't believe that the heartless Taoist would give him valuable information. It seems like Taoist Duan knows a very important clue. Yao Shi smiled and asked. Could it be that the tomb robber is Taoist Duan? Ji Ziyue teased. Duanda said confidently, this Taoist's knowledge is limited. However, I do know a thing or two. That's why I bet with Taoist Chengda. Ji Ziyue reminded him with good intentions, little Taoist, don't bet with him. He is a famous heartless Taoist. He always cheats and never makes a losing deal. Little princess of Ji family, you can't slander me. This Taoist has always been righteous. Duanda boasted shamelessly. TSK. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him and then turned to Yi Fan, little Taoist, I'll tell you the information for free. Don't listen to him. This Taoist thanks Miss Ji. Yi Fan nodded in thanks. In Li City, there was indeed news about the 9 secrets. It was all because of a tomb robber. Not long ago, in an ancient weapons shop in the North region, they bought a broken copper bell. They found the words 9 secrets on it and it caused a commotion. They carefully restored the ancient bell. From the hundreds of ancient words on it, they deduced that it was a funerary object. It was something unearthed from the grave of an ancient cultivator. There weren't many words on the broken copper bell and the records were very vague. It roughly recorded some of the deeds of the tomb owner. The last sentence simply mentioned that their family had passed down one of the 9 secrets. 9 secrets. Every secret had unbelievable effects. It was a supreme divine art that everyone dreamed of. It shook the past and present. It was because they were too powerful that they were split up in the distant past and lost in different parts of the world, never to be gathered again. The appearance of the copper bell was like a tsunami that struck people's minds, shocking them. That was because there were only 3 or 4 of the 9 secrets that were passed down in the world. The rest were almost all lost. If one of them appeared because of this, any sect would go crazy. It was definitely a priceless divine art. In that case, a tomb robber dug up a broken copper bell and triggered the news of the 9 secrets appearing? Yi Fan was surprised. Ji Ziyue nodded and said, "Unfortunately, when we found the tomb robber, he had already died mysteriously. Killed to keep his mouth shut? No, he seemed to have been cursed. Ancient cultivator tombs often have this kind of evil art." Ji Ziyue answered. The ancient weapons shop couldn't keep this secret. The news spread quickly. Many people deduced the approximate location from the vague records on the copper bell. It should be in Li City. Yi Fan stared at Duanda with an unfriendly expression and said, "This news will spread very soon. Aren't you embarrassed to sell it to me for 10,000 kilograms of origin source?" Duanda's face was flushed and he said, "When the news spreads, it will lose its value. Now, it's all about the word early. The earlier we know, the better. In my opinion, it's worth 10,000 kilograms of origin source." You really know how to talk nonsense. Yi Fan didn't want to say anything more to him. The 9 secrets were a type of lost inheritance. It was very likely to be found here and reappear in the world. Yi Fan was very tempted. He had grasped 2 of them. No one knew better than him how terrifying these divine arts were. He was willing to exchange ancient scriptures for them. Daoist Duan, your footprints are all over the world. I wonder if there are any other clues we can find. How about we cooperate? Yao Shi said with a smile. I'm afraid we'll be killed by your holy land at the last moment. Duanda chuckled. How can that be? I'm just talking about the few of us. The forces behind us haven't arrived yet. Yao Shi smiled like a flower. I have some clues in my heart. I do need some helpers. Duanda's fat face showed that he was tempted. Brother Haoyue, what do you think? Yao Shi asked Ji Haoyue. The future divine king of Ji family didn't like Duanda very much. However, he knew that this fat Daoist was very mysterious and had some special methods. He wouldn't lose out if he cooperated with him. All right. Ji Haoyue nodded. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said, Daoist Duan, what clues do you have? I know. A long time ago, an unparalleled character came to Li City to search for the 9 secrets. I know a thing or two about the route he took. You even know the whereabouts of an unparalleled character? Ji Ziyue didn't believe it. This is a record I found in an ancient book. Of course I know. In that case, it should be something very long ago. Yao Shi was surprised. Duanda nodded and said, yes, very long ago. This proves that Li City definitely has one of the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, it's been lost for countless years. It's very likely buried underground. Even that unparalleled character didn't find the 9 secrets. So what if you know his clues? Yi Fan asked. He didn't leave empty-handed. He left behind some extremely valuable clues. Duanda chuckled and answered. Who is this unparalleled character you're talking about? Ji Haoyue frowned. The future divine king of Ji family. You always don't believe me. Alright, I'll tell you. He's Gai Jiuyo from 8,000 years ago. What? Gai Jiuyo from Middle Prefecture, everyone was shocked. This name was too famous. 8,000 years ago, Gai Jiuyo's name shook Middle Prefecture and even spread to East Baron. He was invincible. Some people even thought that he might become a great emperor. In his later years, he came to East Baron. I think he was most likely buried here, Duanda answered. They all stared at Duanda with strange expressions. Duanda's hair stood on end. Why are you staring at me like that? Taoist Duan, did you dig up Gai Jiuyo's tomb? We thought too badly of me. Am I that kind of person? Why would I dig up someone's tomb for no reason? Besides, no one knows where Guy Jiuyo died. It's useless to talk about this. Let's find the 9 secrets, Ji Haoyue said in a deep voice. According to the record that Duanda had found, Guy Jiuyo had indeed been here and left behind valuable clues. 15,000 years ago, there used to be an ancient family in Lizhou. They were very mysterious and kept a low profile. They were suspected to have cultivated the 9 secrets. As time passed, this ancient family had already disappeared in history. There are many ancient tombs outside Li City. We don't need to dig them up one by one. We just need to find the tomb of that ancient family. Maybe we'll find something amazing. When they left Li City, they saw many cultivators coming to Li City. Yi Fan first saw Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairan, the bandits, and Li Heishui. Then, he saw the little Pen King. This guy is here too. Don't tell me he's here to kill Yao Guang and Ji Haoyue. He knew how terrifying the little Pen King was. In the suburbs of Li City, there were many people in the tombs. Yao Shi immediately frowned. Duanda said, "It's okay. In the past 15,000 years, Li City has changed its location several times. There are many places in the tombs that they can't find." Chapter 281. Many cultivators were roaming about in the desolate outskirts of Li City. They were all here for the 9 secrets. Once the 9 secrets were revealed, the entire northern region was shaken. All the sects could not remain calm, and even the clan of the Huanggu clearly wanted to fight for it. Caw! The old crows cried out miserably, making people's hair stand on end. This was a desolate graveyard. There were only a few withered trees and old vines. The rest of the place was bare and filled with broken tombstones. These people are too much. They won't even let the tombstones go. I really don't know what to say. Ji Ziyue was fuming. She had a somewhat pure temperament. They didn't know how many tombs they had seen, but they had all been turned over. Each tomb was cracked open, and some bones had even been dug out. Duanda said, "It's all because of a bronze bell. It revealed the heavenly secrets of the 9 secrets, so the cultivators of the northern region rushed over." Caw, caw, caw. In the desolate graveyard, a few old crows flapped their wings and lingered among the skeletons, transmitting an ominous feeling. They've already been dug up, so why are we still wasting our energy? Ji Ziyue was dissatisfied. Who do you think I am? I know 5,000 years in the past and 500 years in the future. Just listen to me. Duanda boasted shamelessly. Although his body was bloated, he was very agile. He walked back and forth in this ancient tomb as if he was measuring something. Daoist, are you sure you want to dig again here? Yao Shi's pretty face was full of confusion. What I want you to dig is not the surface, but the deeper underground cemetery. More than 10,000 years have passed, the real ancient tombs are buried deep underground, the mausoleum above is nothing. Duanda acted as if he had everything under control. Yi Fan had already expected this. These people sent him here most likely to use him as a laborer. His cultivation was not high and could not compare to the people before him. As expected, the task of digging up the tombs fell to him. He didn't mind since it was nothing for the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, their luck was not very good. They did dig up an ancient tomb, but it had nothing to do with the ancient clans from 15,000 years ago. There were no 9 secrets. At this moment, it was already nighttime, and the world was pitch black. Boom! Suddenly, the horizon lit up. Someone was fighting. 2 figures tore through the night sky like 2 small suns. They fought until the sky trembled. The battle was incredibly intense. It's Alcade Saint Child. Who is the other person? He's actually strong enough to contend against him. Ji Ziyue was astonished. At this moment, Ji Haoyue's godly monarch physique shone brightly as his battle-intent soared. He looked at the night sky and mumbled to himself, golden hair, unparalleled battle prowess, could it be the little Pen King of the demon race? Yi Fan had a profound look in his eyes. He didn't expect that the little Peng King would meet with the Alcade Saint Child so soon. The two of them were like two deities as they fought and shook the heaven and earth. Then, they disappeared into the horizon. Ji Haoyue was about to soar into the sky, but Ji Ziyue grabbed his arm and said, "Don't go." She was worried for her older brother. She knew that those two were both heaven-warping geniuses, comparable to the divine king body. She didn't want him to participate. Duanda said, "Fairy Yao, aren't you worried for the Alcade Saint Child?" Yao Shi smiled sweetly and said, "You're asking why I didn't go over to help, right? If I helped, he would definitely refuse. In a sense, the Great Emperor qualification battle has begun. He won't need my help." Great Emperor qualification battle. Ji Haoyue's eyes became even more resplendent. The divine light on the surface of his body burned like a raging fire. "My blood is also boiling. Unfortunately, my talent is average and I can't compete." Duanda shook his head. "Little Taoist, why are you silent?" Ji Ziyue asked. "The Great Emperor qualification battle is too far away from me. It's useless to think about it now." Yi Fan shook his head. In the next few days, Duanda led the others to dig up hundreds of ancient tombs, but they still found nothing. There were no clues about the 9 secrets. Only now did they understand why Duanda cooperated with them. It was a worthwhile trade to find a godly monarch saint child and a Alcade saint child to do hard labor. "Duanda, you've been instructing us to dig up tombs everywhere these past few days. We're almost going to turn over these ancient tombs. Are you confident?" Ji Haoyue asked in a low voice. He couldn't stand the future divine king doing this all day. He felt that Duanda was tricking them. "Don't you have an important clue left behind by Gai Jiuyo?" Yao Shi was also a little dissatisfied. "Don't worry, I can definitely find it. The clue left behind by Gai Jiuyo is very precious. I'm currently searching along this line. Otherwise, do you think that we can still find the ruins of Li City after 15,000 years?" 5 days later, Duanda revealed an excited expression and said, "I found it." "Did you find the tomb of that ancient family?" Ji Ziyue asked. "No, I found the ruins of Li City from 15,000 years ago." Duanda answered. It was a desolate plain with nothing but rubble everywhere. It was more than 200 kilometers away from the current Li City. What's the use of finding the ruins of Li City? It's not the tomb of that ancient family. Duanda's face was flushed and said, "We can use this city to determine their tomb area. It shouldn't be too far away. The range is much more accurate. The world is so big. Don't tell me you want us to turn the surrounding area upside down?" The few of them revealed murderous gazes at him. "Don't worry. The ancients were very particular about tombs and wouldn't bury people randomly. I have some experience in this field and can determine a few main locations." On this day, Duanda determined 54 places with good feng shui around the old Li City. However, on this day, other people rushed over from this area. "We met an expert. Someone made the same judgment as me." Duanda cried out in alarm. The number of people multiplied on the second day. This area was filled with figures and cultivators. Oh no, the 9 secrets is indeed world-shocking. Many eccentric people who know about tombs have been invited. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find this place. Duanda frowned. "So, Taoist priest, you are also an eccentric person?" Yao Shi smiled. "To put it bluntly, I am indeed an expert in the field of tombs. You guys should know that even the demon emperor's tomb didn't trap me." The few of them knew that he wasn't lying. In these 2 days, they dug up 18 selected places with good feng shui. In the end, they were either empty or the tombs of other ancient people. "Oh no, we chose 54 places and 27 were dug up by others. As expected, we met an expert." Duanda's expression was uncertain. There were only 9 burial areas left and 9 tombs to be dug up. If there were no accidents, the mausoleum of the ancient aristocratic family would very likely see the light of day again. Let's hurry up and get ahead of them. Otherwise, others will get there before us. Duanda was anxious. He determined that an expert had arrived. On this day, more and more people came. Almost all the cultivators smelled the scent and rushed to this old site. Suddenly, Duanda wiped some dust on his face and used the bone-shrinking technique to change his appearance. Changing his appearance like this couldn't change the source of things like the secret technique recorded in the Book of Origin, but it was enough to confuse ordinary people. Only now did Yifan discover that Wu Zhongtian had appeared not far away. He, Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiran had arrived at this area. Duanda had dug up someone's ancestral tomb before and naturally felt guilty. If he was discovered, Wu Zhongtian would definitely come and fight him to the death. Little Peking. Ji Haoyue's eyes were like lightning as he looked toward the horizon. A golden light streaked across the sky and the little Peking landed in the distance. Brother, don't fight him today. Ji Ziyue hurriedly pulled him back. Could it be that Yao Guang lost? Yifan was puzzled. They probably didn't have a true life and death battle that night. Yao Shi looked into the distance because he sensed Yao Guang's aura. His divine power was still as vigorous as the raging fire in a divine furnace. The people of the Jiang family are here too. Wild beasts roared in the horizon as hundreds of strange beasts rushed over. Powerful knights sat on top of them and their iron clothes flickered. The sky dome rumbled from the trampling of the wild beasts. The divine body of the Ji family is here, I can sense his aura. Ji Haoyue's body was dazzling like a divine rainbow. A bright moon hung high above his head. In the sky, the hundreds of knights rushed over and landed on the horizon in the distance. Everyone felt a pair of blazing eyes sweep over them as if they could penetrate into their bones. It was definitely the divine body of the Jiang family. The top experts of the younger generation could sense each other. Once a battle started, it would definitely be earth-shattering. They all had the qualifications to walk the path of the great emperor. Melodious music, mist, and flower petals danced in the air. A group of white-clothed girls appeared in this world like fairies. I didn't expect the people of the Jade Lake to come too. Yao Shi's beautiful eyes emitted a strange luster. Ji Ziyue was astonished and said, the Jade Lake has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and almost never participated in disputes. This time, they actually sent people for the 9 secrets. The saintess of the Jade Lake personally came. Oh no, I feel that something is wrong. I don't want to stay here any longer. Duanda wanted to retreat. What do you mean, Taoist? Yao Shi asked. Duanda said to Yifan, let's run. They are all people with powerful backgrounds. We are poor second generations. Even if we get something here, we can only help others. Taoist, you worry too much. We are allies. How could we harm you? Yao Shi smiled. Forget it. The younger generation has appeared. Those old guys must be here too. They are watching in the dark and will jump out at the crucial moment. Duanda's expression was very ugly. There are only 9 big tombs left. Taoist, are you going to give up just like that? Ji Haoyue said, don't worry. With me here, your life will be safe. It was almost certain that one of the 9 big tombs belonged to that ancient family. Duanda was hesitant. Boom! It was as if there were thousands of horses galloping. Dozens of ancient chariots rolled across the sky, rumbling and causing the sky to tremble. Another holy land, and they are all young experts. Woo! The horn was deafening. The clouds in the sky were scattered. A huge golden battleship flew over. It was hundreds of meters long and dazzling with golden light. Duanda sighed, will all the lands of the great sage come? Yifan also spoke, saying, why are they all from the younger generation? This is probably arranged by all sides. They want the younger generation to have a real battle to see who is stronger and who is weaker, Ao Shi analyzed. Yes, it's not that the old people didn't come. They just didn't show up. I'm afraid the battle for the 9 secrets will start among the younger generation first. Duanda cursed his bad luck. Brother, is that so? Ji Ziyue asked worriedly. Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit was high. Divine power surged all over his body. A divine moon rose up and intimidated all directions. He nodded. Yes, it seems like today is the day to decide who is stronger. Let's see who will be invincible in the eastern wilderness in the future. At the same time, many cultivators of the Jiang family also erupted with fighting spirit. The Jiang family's divine physique had finally come into being. On the other side, the Yaoguang saint was like a sun god. He stood alone and shone with tens of thousands of rays of light. In the distance, the little Peng King let out a long cry. His golden hair danced in the wind. His tall and sturdy body had an incomparable demonic nature. Terrifying waves shook out, and he looked like he was the only one in the world. Chapter 282. The Li city that had existed for 15,000 years was now only a pile of rubble, submerged under the dust and sand. Almost nothing was left. A large number of cultivators appeared in the ruins. The little Peng, Jiang clan's divine body, Alcade's saint child, and Ji Haoyue stood in 4 directions. They were full of battle intent and looked down on the world like 4 deities. In the horizon, giant divine ships moved across the sky. War chariots arrived one after another, this region of the heavens continuously shaking. The Holy Land of Great Yen and the Holy Land of All Beginnings. Yao Shi's eyes shot out divine light. 2 pairs of incomparably sharp eyes shot out from the divine ship and the ancient chariot respectively. It was as if their gazes could pierce into one's bones. They were so powerful that it caused people to tremble. The successors of these 2 holy lands were truly frightening. The Holy Land of Great Yen and the Holy Land of All Beginnings had great origins. The words, Great Yen and Holy Land of All Beginnings, had extraordinary meanings. They were both the oldest holy lands of the eastern wasteland. Suddenly, boundless purple energy came from the east. It was indescribably noble and holy as it enveloped the east. Purple energy came from the east. It was ethereal and majestic. Since ancient times, it had always been called an auspicious and holy omen. A floating immortal palace appeared, riding on the purple energy. It was hazy and the surroundings were filled with purple splendor. The entire heaven and earth were dyed in a layer of immortal intent. The purple mansion Holy Land has sent people. Duanda squinted his eyes. They didn't ride chariots or divine ships. They directly used a purple immortal palace to travel through the air. It was a shocking sight. The purple mansion was said to be the residence of immortals. A sect that dared to name itself this way was naturally powerful. Without a sound, a Taoist temple appeared in the sky. It was boundless as if it had been standing here since ancient times. Many people didn't notice when it appeared. It wasn't grand and didn't have any pearls or jade decorations. It was completely made of ordinary bluestone. It was simple and unadorned, but it gave people the feeling that the great Tao was boundless. The Tao Yixing also sent people. Ji Ziyue's mouth was wide open. She was very surprised. The purple immortal palace floated in the sky. The ancient Taoist temple didn't move at all. The 2 great sages sent many young disciples. They were all wearing Taoist robes. Many of them were female Taoists. However, the strongest among them didn't release any powerful divine power. They all stood quietly in the sky without any expression. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting at this moment. At the old site of Li City, other than the Jiang family, the Ji family, the Alcade, and the Jade Pool, the other holy lands were also rushing over. The 9 secrets shocked the whole world. This masterless divine technique made everyone unable to sit still. The roars of the wild beasts shook the heavens and earth. In the distant sky, other than Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and Jiang Huairan, a few more youths arrived, overlapping with them. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the northern region had all arrived. Boom! A sinister-looking ancient ship that was 1,000 zhang in length appeared. It was like a primordial vicious beast, its dragon head held high, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The fiend race had sent out experts. Behind the Thousand-Zhang ancient ship, there were dozens of battleships, protecting the surroundings. Yen Ryu stood on the ancient ship, hovering in the air, observing everything. Beside her, there were 3 young demonic cultivators standing side by side with her. The 9 secrets shocked the world. More and more people arrived. Other than the Holy Lands, all the major powers also sent people over. No one would miss this opportunity. The 9 secrets had no master, whoever obtained them could have them. Duanda smiled, future divine king of the Ji family, didn't you want to fight? The great sage has appeared one after another. Although you have a divine body and can fight one person, you definitely won't be able to defeat so many people. Plus, some of them might not be weaker than you. Fat Taoist, don't provoke my brother. Ji Ziyue grinned at Duanda. The 9 secrets haven't appeared yet, so I don't think anyone will attack. Ji Haoyue was very calm. All of his battle intent was restrained, and his divine power also calmed down like water. As a divine king, he could clearly feel the strong murderous intent and the true threat. Once the 9 secrets appeared, the great battle would begin. It would be the first great emperor battle. After a while, everyone restrained their murderous intents. This area was actually very calm. As expected, Eastern Baron is welcoming a golden age. Geniuses are appearing at the same time. If none of them die, there will be hundreds of flowers contending for supremacy. Duanda sighed. I'm afraid many people won't have the same thoughts as you. Yaoshi smiled like a spring breeze, beautiful to the extreme. Heaven-warping geniuses, 1 or 2 is enough. If there are 5 or 6 or more, then I'm afraid that it will be a type of disaster and tragedy. It's hard to imagine how desperate the future clashes will be. She seemed to be uninvolved and didn't want to participate. However, Yi Fan knew that Yaoshi wasn't simple. If they really fought, her strength would be terrifying. She had an incomparably strong divine sense that wasn't weaker than his. This was a terrifying trump card that others didn't know about. Duanda cursed, these bastards are so cunning. Just now, they purposely released their murderous intent to suppress everyone. Now, they are secretly sending people to snatch the last 9. He had a total of 54 tombs and they were all around the Li City ruins. Now, everyone was moving and 45 of them had been excavated. There were only 9 left. Let's go, we need to act quickly or others will beat us to it. Yi Fan felt that everything else was meaningless. He didn't care if they fought to their deaths. The most important thing now was to find the 9 secrets. Finally, the remaining 9 tombs were almost all occupied. Yi Fan's group rushed over and didn't cause a huge battle. They successfully occupied a region. This was all because of Ji Haoyue. Now, he was one of the 2 God King physiques in the Eastern Baron. Almost no one dared to fight against him. Even those who could stand on equal footing with him didn't want to fight a life and death battle now. Other than the Holy Lands and the demon race, the people from the other sects naturally avoided at the first moment. The God King physique was evident. His invincible immortal might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Taoist, do you have confidence in choosing this place? Yaoshi asked. Duanda's expression was calm. I am proficient in the study of tombs and have some experience. I feel that out of the 9 tombs, this place has the highest chance of finding the 9 secrets. Do you have any proof? Yi Fan asked. Look, the terrain here is very special. Duanda pointed at the boundless tombs. This place was in the shape of a staircase, rising gradually as if one was going to reach the sky. In the distance, there was a dragon-like river that surged and roared. Standing here and looking into the distance, it did indeed make one feel comfortable. The terrain is like ascending to the sky step by step and there is a silver dragon sweeping past. This is the famous silver dragon sweeps the sky land. Hearing this, the few of them looked over. It was indeed similar to what he said. It really looked like a silver dragon sweeping the sky. Ordinary people definitely can't be buried in such a place. Those who can enter this tomb are mostly people with great backgrounds. In the past, the ancient family that cultivated the 9 secrets was the most noble in Lee City. That's why I feel that this place is worth digging. Digging graves with proof. Taoist, you really know a lot. You must have robbed many tombs to practice, right? Ji Ziyue gritted her teeth and asked. Rumble. A loud sound came from the ground. The few of them forcefully opened a path underground, penetrating into the depths of the earth. However, they did not encounter an ancient tomb even after going more than 100 meters underground. It was all rocks and dead soil. It did not look like a place where people were buried. Taoist, you've got the wrong place. There is no ancient tomb here. It's just an empty space. The few of them were very disappointed. No, there must be something down there. More than 10,000 years have passed. It's impossible that no one has been buried in this treasured land. Duanda insisted on digging. After digging another 300 meters, there was finally a loud rumble. It was extremely hollow. They had dug deep underground. Duanda was right. There was an ancient tomb in the depths of the earth, and it was very large. A wave of Yin Qi rushed up immediately. Retreat. The few of them flew back and rushed to the surface. The filthy Qi sealed underground was fine for thousands of years, but if it was more than 10,000 years, it might even turn a cultivator's life into nothingness. How is it? What did I say? Everything is as expected. Duanda's face was flushed. At this moment, it was already dusk. The last trace of the setting sun was about to disappear. The few old crows were not afraid of people and cawed non-stop on the dead wood. Taoist, can we go in now? Yao Shi asked. Wait a little longer. We'll go in after the sun sets, Duanda replied. Why? Ji Ziyue did not understand. I'm afraid there's something down there. Let's not go in yet and let it come out. He was calm and collected, looking very experienced. Looks like Taoist has entered many tombs. The few of them did not know what to say. Rumble. The sound of thousands of horses galloping came from the depths of the earth. It was extremely loud and terrifying. It was like a deafening tsunami. Then, a cold and gloomy aura rushed up to the sky. It was as if winter had come. Even as a cultivator, they could not help but shiver. Oh no, this big curtain is not simple. There's something extremely vicious inside. I'm afraid it's very terrifying. Boom! Roiling Yin energy rushed up to the sky and dyed the sky black. It was as if endless dark clouds had surged over and covered the sky. It's even more terrifying than I imagined. There are great monsters down there that have turned into demons, and there are many of them. There will most likely be existences that we cannot deal with. Duanda's expression was uncertain. Such a huge commotion naturally alerted everyone, and many cultivators rushed over. Even Ji Haoyue with the godly monarch physique could not intimidate them. The little Peng, Alcade Saint, and the others had also arrived. The top young experts of the Dian, Wanshu, Daoi, Jiang family, Zifu, and other great sages' lands all rushed over. Then, the leading figures of the monster race appeared one after another. The various sects and the descendants of the 13 great bandits swarmed over, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Boom! Just as the sun set and night fell, a hair-raising sound came from the depths of the earth. It was hard to describe what was inside. Then, roiling Yin energy rushed up to the sky like endless dark clouds and sealed the sky. Rumble, 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 a magnificent army galloped forward. The great earth trembled violently. In the next quarter of an hour, troops of soldiers rushed out one after another, killing intent soaring into the heavens. These people were all riding on all types of savage beasts. They held spears in their hands and wore ancient iron clothes that flickered with cold light. Powerful shady people and horses, how can there be so many of them? Many people cried out in alarm. In just a short period of time, there were already several thousand shady people and horses that rushed out, shaking heaven and earth. The Yin energy was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Moreover, these people were still continuously rushing out from the surface. There are too many of them. Moreover, these shady people are all extremely powerful. How are we going to deal with them? Everyone's expressions changed. Just how large is the underground ancient tomb? So many shady people and horses actually rushed out at once. It is hard to imagine how many more there are below. What exactly is controlling them? Chapter 283. The curtain of night fell, and energy rushed into the heavens. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it pitch black like ink. Old crows cried out mournfully, creating a miserable and terrifying scene. Thousands of soldiers cried out and horses neighed. Their iron clothes flickered, and killing intent rushed into the heavens like a flood. The great earth trembled and rumbled with noise. This type of scene was extremely shocking. Thousands of savage beasts galloped, forming a dark mass that stretched across the horizon. They turned into a torrent of steel that destroyed everything in its path. Wherever the iron spears went, everything was turned into fine powder. Chilly winds whistled about. All types of towering ancient trees were uprooted and shattered in the sky. Wood shavings and leaves fluttered about chaotically. This was a powerful wave of killing intent. It engulfed everything. Trees and ancient vines were uprooted and rushed into the sky. Even large rocks that were tens of meters in length were immediately shattered. There was nothing that could stop these soldiers and horses. Wherever their spears went, anything that had a form would be destroyed. There are treasures in the depths of the earth, world-shocking divine treasures. Many cultivators couldn't hold themselves back anymore. They were incomparably excited as they rushed forward. Now, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that there was a great secret beneath this great earth. Even if it wasn't the ninth secret, it would still be extraordinary. In just a short period of time, thousands of soldiers and horses rushed out. This type of large scale was rarely seen, and it was difficult to imagine what was underground. Under the night sky, light flickered. Many people brought out their magical treasures and struck towards the soldiers and horses that were like a flood. Something shocking happened. The dozens of cultivators at the very front had their magical treasures shattered and their bodies hacked apart. They met with misfortune the moment they made contact. Blood surged and heads fell. The thousands of soldiers rushed over and trampled the dozens of corpses into meat paste. They couldn't stop their advance at all. The powerful soldiers and terrifying horses. Wherever the iron spears went, many cultivators couldn't contend against them. Roar. The thousands of soldiers roared. Black energy surged and surged upwards, turning the great earth pitch black. Dark clouds were about to descend onto the ground. Everyone retreated. There were so many soldiers, and every single one of them was terrifying. When they gathered together, it made people tremble in fear. If they fought alone, they would undoubtedly die. Roar. The thousands of soldiers and horses roared. Death aura rushed into the sky, causing a few cultivators to fall from the sky. The result was tragic. The horses trampled over them and turned them into a bloody paste. Thump, 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 in the depths of the ancient tomb, the sound of drums actually transmitted out. It was oppressive and sorrowful, making people frightened. The nether soldiers and horses on the ground leaped into the air at the first instant. The horses galloped through the void and charged into the sky. Energy engulfed the heavens. Thousands of men and horses covered the sky, forming a pitch-black expanse. They brandished their iron spears and charged at the cultivators. Everyone was shocked. These soldiers were far more powerful than they had imagined. All of them could fly in the air, and they were a terrifying force. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast, like a black tide surging over. There were too many cultivators in the sky. It was impossible for everyone to escape. Many of them did not have time to escape and were forced to fight. Chang, Dang, Zheng, black mist surged, iron robes flickered, and all kinds of weapons clashed. It was a life and death battle. The soldiers were powerful, and hundreds of cultivators fell into the encirclement, unable to resist. Wherever the iron spears passed, weapons were shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The Een soldiers charged through, and hundreds of people were turned into meat paste, dying a violent death. Of course, there were also many Een soldiers killed in the process, turning into black mist and dissipating in the sky. Boundless celestial being, the compassionate Taoist chant echoed in the sky like the sonorous voice of the Grand Tao. The simple and unadorned ancient Taoist temple made entirely of limestone appeared in the sky above the tomb. Boundless celestial being, these 4 words rang out continuously like a tsunami, grand and righteous. The people of the Tao One Holy Land made their move, using their supreme Grand Tao to suppress these ferocious Een soldiers. The voice of a young Taoist priest was in the lead. It was like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant and melodious. This kind of saintly voice was everywhere in the world. Ripples spread out from the ancient Taoist temple, and the sound waves flowed in all directions like water. Many people quieted down. As for the thousands of Een soldiers, they started to fade under the sound of the young Taoist priest's heavenly voice. They charged towards the ground in fear, wanting to escape back to the underground palace. Boundless celestial being. The young Taoist priest's heavenly voice was very clear, like pearls falling to the ground. The Een soldiers had nowhere to hide, so they quickly turned into mist. In just a moment, more than half of the thousands of troops had disappeared. The heavenly voice was like water, cleansing all directions. When the moving voice disappeared, all the Een soldiers were gone, and even the void was purified. Everything was peaceful, and the stars and moon flickered. Many people gasped, then couldn't help but admire the people of the Tao One Holy Land. That young Taoist priest purified thousands of Een soldiers with her heavenly voice, shocking everyone. Duanda nodded. The little Taoist nun from the Tao One Holy Land is indeed extraordinary, the future divine king of the Ji family. You were born at the wrong time. You should be invincible in the Eastern Baron, but now there are so many people who can fight against you. Bad Taoist, don't fan the flames. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him. Taoist, should we retreat or stay? Yi Fan asked. Duanda answered, we're poor second generations, we can't compare to these disciples from the Holy Lands. We should retreat, but the situation is different now. Yi Fan nodded, so many people from the Holy Lands are here, and the tomb is no small matter. Can we fish in troubled waters? That's right, there's no rush to leave. Duanda agreed. Yao Shi, Ji Ziyue, and Ji Haoyue were speechless. These two didn't even talk behind their backs. Of course, these two had their own ulterior motives, so they weren't really discussing. Thump, 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 in the depths of the earth, the muffled drum sounds rang out again. Een energy surged out like billowing smoke, covering the moon and stars in an instant. It was as dark as the ocean. Obviously, the Een soldiers were about to attack again. The expressions of the cultivators on the surface changed. The tomb was very ferocious, and the Een spirits were endless. Purple energy came from the east, illuminating the sky. A faintly discernible celestial palace flew above the tomb. Purple light sprinkled down like stars, rushing into the tomb. Celestial music played. The palace above was like a pavilion in the celestial realm, distant and illusory. It seemed unreal. Purple energy fluttered, incomparably auspicious and auspicious. It was the best way to suppress the Een energy. The water-like purple light annihilated the smoke-like Een energy. Someone from the Z mansion has made a move. Is it one person or many young disciples purifying it? Yi Fan asked. Duanda looked up at the celestial palace. If it's one person, it really won't be simple, but it's very likely. The purple energy disappeared and the tomb calmed down. Clearly, the rulers below knew that the people above weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't send more people. This is bad, I have a premonition that there's something undefeatable below. Duanda frowned. At this time, a golden ship hundreds of meters long flew over. It was dazzling, and a sword light slashed down, causing the ground to crack. The people from the Super Yen Holy Land had made their move. Clang! Clang! Clang. The sword energy was like a dragon, as thick as a mountain. It pierced through the heavens and earth with a biting cold killing intent. Many people couldn't help but tremble. The powerful sword intent destroyed everything and split the earth. Nothing could stop it. Many people couldn't endure it even though they were watching from afar. It was as if the heavens had released their killing intent. The stars moved, and the coldness seeped into their bones. Facing this kind of sword light, they wanted to kneel down. The Super Yen Holy Sword is indeed heaven-defying. When it reaches its peak, it can cut through everything and create a small world, Yaoshi said to herself. It's powerful and shocking. Ji Haoyue with the Divine King physique nodded. Not long after, the earth was cut open, and the earth was cut hundreds of meters high. The mysterious tomb was about to be revealed to the world. Clang. 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 The sword light that was like a true dragon caused the earth to shake violently. The sword light encountered an obstruction. The golden battleship flew away, and the people from the Super Yen Holy Land stopped. This was a great rift valley. An ancient tomb had appeared, and below it was a massive underground palace. This wasn't a tomb in the normal sense, but rather an ancient city that revealed a corner of its magnificent city gates to the world. The underground palace from over 10,000 years ago was indestructible and intact. Without a doubt, there were mystical Tao patterns carved into it that allowed it to survive to this day. The ancient city gates were originally half open, with wisps of black fog emitting from them. But at this moment, they suddenly slammed shut, isolating it from the outside world. Humanity's 9 secrets, let me see just what is so special about them that they can shock the world. The golden-winged little pen cried out. He was the first to move. He turned into a beam of golden light and landed in the Great Rift Valley, standing in front of the underground palace's stone gates. Bang! In his hand, a pitch-black weapon appeared. It was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void to collapse. As he swung it, the void began to hum and tremble. Dang! The golden-winged little pen grasped the great desolate halberd. He struck the underground palace's gates with a heaven-shaking sound. The seemingly indestructible city gates actually began to crack. Dang! Even the immortal underground palace couldn't withstand such an impact. More cracks appeared on the city gates. Up above, everyone was left dumbfounded. This Sky Rock Race Little King's supernatural strength was shocking. The great Yen Saint sword hadn't been able to forcefully cut him, but he had actually smashed it apart. Dang! The golden-winged little Peng swung the great desolate halberd a third time. The black halberd pressed down on the void, causing the void to shake. The massive city gates were smashed apart by him. His courage was unparalleled. It was hard to imagine just how formidable his combat strength was. It could be said that he had the strength to pick up mountains and his aura was unrivaled. Suddenly, the sound of a monstrous flood filled the air. Countless spectral soldiers rushed out from the underground palace, rushing towards the golden-winged little Peng. You think you can kill me with just your abilities? He stood alone in front of the city gates, grasping the black great desolate halberd. He shouted out, 108,000 swords. At this moment, tens of thousands of golden lights shot out. Tens of thousands of golden swords shook the heavens and earth. This was an indiscriminate attack, destroying all that stood in its way. Zheng, 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 the 108,000 swords moved in unison. All of the spectral soldiers that rushed over were cut down. Only he stood alone in the center of the battlefield. The golden-winged little Peng's figure was tall and strong. His golden hair fluttered without any wind, dancing in the air like a golden sun. His eyes were extremely sharp, like heavenly swords being unsheathed. The light that shot out from his eyes caused one's heart to race. I'll take a look at the human race's 9 secrets first. He shouted and rushed into the underground palace. Not good, we absolutely cannot let the monster race obtain it. The cultivators above shouted. They all moved into action and rushed into the underground palace. The spectral soldiers were endless. If they wanted to enter the city, they could only kill their way through. There was no other way. The powerhouses opened up a path and killed their way to the front. The Jiang family's divine body left behind an afterimage. It flashed and disappeared into the city gates. The wavering light Saint Child shone with a dazzling holy light. He was impervious to all techniques. He was like a divine furnace that overflowed with divine flames as he slaughtered his way into the city. Then, the superfluous evolution Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Land, the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and the Tao One Holy Land all sent people. They flashed and disappeared into the underground palace. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Experts from all directions and many great sects' disciples all rushed forward. They weren't willing to fall behind as they fought a great battle against the spectral soldiers. No one knew what was going on in the depths of the underground palace or how terrifying it was. However, everyone was striving to be the first to kill their way in. The mist was hazy. Even the Jade Lake Saintess moved. She was no longer indifferent as she entered the ancient city. Then, Beauty Jade bloomed like a divine lotus. She was bathed in multicolored light and also disappeared with a flash. Purple Moon, wait here. Don't follow me. A terrifying battle will erupt inside. I'm going in. After the Ji family's future divine king finished speaking, she disappeared in an instant, only leaving behind a divine moon image. Yao Shi laughed softly and also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Big brother. Little Purple Moon called out, but she didn't receive any reply. A good opportunity to fish in troubled waters has come. Zheng de Brat, let's also make some preparations. The heartless Taoist chuckled. Yi Fan nodded and said, we only came for the 9 secrets. Everything else is empty. The 9 secrets might be difficult to obtain. There are most likely things inside that we can't deal with. Duanda paced back and forth. He didn't immediately take action. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were cultivators and spectral soldiers everywhere outside the underground palace. Chapter 284. Inside the canyon, the tomb was like an abyss. Only a corner of the city gate was exposed. As for how grand and vast it was still impossible to estimate. Large numbers of Nether soldiers rushed out, unable to kill them all. A few of the great sage's disciples had already entered. Many sects and other forces' disciples followed closely behind, killing the Nether soldiers and forcing their way in. Thump, thump, thump. The war drums were like thunder, resounding in the depths of the underground palace. The Nether soldiers were like a black tide, surging out continuously. Many cultivators died. However, for the 9 secrets, many forces could not retreat. Large numbers of cultivators killed their way in, brandishing their weapons to fight against the Nether soldiers and Nether horses. Then, someone shot out leaf fire, burning a large area, turning the Nether spirits into nothingness. Kill! Battle cries resounded everywhere. Corpses littered the ground in front of the underground palace. The Nether soldiers were very brave, but many people were trampled into a bloody pulp. 2 hours later, the battle cries gradually weakened. No one knew how many people had died. The area in front of the city gate was scarlet. Flesh and blood mixed with the soil, forming a muddy area. The bloody puddles were red and unbearable to look at. The city gate finally quieted down. The number of Nether soldiers decreased sharply and could no longer be seen, no longer charging out. Most of the surviving cultivators had killed their way in. Everyone, are we still going in? A cultivator's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. There were over 100 people in front of the city gate, and all of them had ugly expressions. Some female cultivators were vomiting. They were not strong enough, so they had been watching from afar. Only now did they approach. There are not many Nether soldiers left. It is most likely safe now. We can go in. Another cultivator spoke with a pale face. This ancient tomb is too terrifying. It is not a place we can enter freely. There will most likely be even stronger Nether spirits in the depths. Someone objected. In the end, a small number of people entered. Most of them were more rational and rushed out of the canyon, returning to the surface. 3 figures descended from the sky and arrived in front of the underground palace. Dao leader Duan, are you going in? Ji Ziyue asked. Wait a while more. Duanda was very calm and not in a hurry at all. Yi Fan smiled. Aren't you afraid that the 9 secrets will be obtained by others? Aren't you in no hurry? Good things can't be rushed. Even if they go in first, they might not be able to get it. Duanda was very calm. Buzz. Suddenly, the underground palace shook violently, and the yin qi inside became even denser. Many cultivators cried out in alarm, followed by battle cries. Duanda's expression changed as he said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The truly powerful things have just appeared. Muffled roars and intense fighting ensued. The depths of the underground palace were in chaos, and miserable cries could be heard everywhere. Are you sure that this is the mausoleum of that ancient family? Why do I feel that something is off? Yi Fan asked. Something is very wrong. There are too many yin spirits. These things need a very long time to be born. Duanda frowned. Another hour passed, and the depths of the underground palace finally quieted down. The roars disappeared, and not long after, someone staggered out. Their hair was disheveled, their faces pale, and they were all heavily injured. Many of them had terrifying claw marks on their bodies, and some of them even had their arms torn off. How was it inside? What did you guys encounter? Duanda moved forward with a simple and honest look, and asked with concern. Damn it, don't mention it. It's a ghost's nest with malicious spirits everywhere. The deeper we go, the more powerful the things we encounter. I don't know which bastard discovered this great tomb and dug out the yellow springs water. What bullshit 9 secrets, I lost an arm because of you. A large man continuously cursed as he staggered away. Duanda rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. In just a short quarter of an hour, many people rushed out of the underground palace. They were all people who wanted to retreat and didn't want to take any more risks. Alright, it's time for us to go in. If we don't go in, there won't be anything left. Duanda decided to move. Yi Fan said, this poor Taoist doesn't want to go in. This place isn't good, and there probably won't be any 9 secrets. Ji Ziyue also stopped in her tracks. If her brother couldn't deal with the things inside, it was useless for her to go in. She felt that it was more appropriate to ask the elders for help. In that case, this poor Taoist will get the 9 secrets alone. Duanda flashed and disappeared into the city gate. Little Taoist, you should leave this place as soon as possible. Ji Ziyue thought for a moment, then flew out of the canyon and rushed into the distance. This place was too dangerous. Even if he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything. The yin spirits were endless, so Yi Fan didn't act rashly and continued to wait outside. Suddenly, the figure of a big dog entered his eyes. The Black Emperor was like a lone wolf as it scuttled down the steep terrain from the canyon. Not only had Yi Fan changed his appearance, but even his origin had changed. For example, his smell. Even if it was a dog spirit, it wouldn't be able to tell that it was him by smell. Black Emperor. Over here. Hearing the call, the big black head was shocked and bared its teeth as it looked over. It's me. Don't make a sound. Use your spiritual will to transmit your voice. Yi Fan didn't expect that it would come here. His originally peaceful mind became active again. This guy could even break the restriction of a great expert. If he entered the underground palace with it, he would most likely have a certain chance of success. The big black dog's face darkened, and he said, I was just about to look for you. I accompanied you to the immortal palace to save people, but in the end, I didn't even get anything. I worked hard for you for nothing. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? F***CK. The big black dog was so angry that he almost couldn't pounce over. Yi Fan transmitted his voice, don't be angry. That old demon was clearly sealed in your divine bell. How could you not get the ancient scripture? That disaster has temporarily merged with my divine bell. I can't refine it, so I can't get the ancient scripture at all. The big black dog was very depressed. Yi Fan smiled and said, "That's easy. When Pang Bo comes out in the future, I'll ask him to take you in as the mountain guardian divine beast and teach you the supreme ancient scripture." The big black dog's expression was unfriendly, and he said, "Brat, do you believe that if I shout that the source root of all things is here, a group of people will rush over and tear you to pieces? Forget it, we're two grasshoppers on the same rope. Let's not fight over anything. Let's enter the underground palace together and see what benefits we can get. You want me to help you break the restriction, right?" The big black dog looked as if he had seen through him. Yi Fan's expression was calm, and he said, "This is a ghost nest. I'm letting you in because I want you to get some benefits. There are most likely no restrictions that can be broken. If you want me to help, just say it. Don't make it seem like I need to thank you." The big black dog bared his teeth. "I want to ask you, can you carve a Tao pattern that can allow you to travel through space?" Yi Fan looked at him seriously. The big black dog said proudly, "Who am I? I'm number one in this world, and there is no Tao pattern that I can't carve. As long as you can provide me with the origin, I can even send you to the middle state." "Really?" Yi Fan was tempted. "Of course it's real." Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he urged, "Then let's not waste time talking. Hurry up and carve it now. I don't need it to be able to travel millions of miles. As long as it can travel 1,000 miles, we can use it as a path of retreat later. Carving this kind of thing requires special materials. Do you have a profound jade platform?" The big black dog asked, rolling his eyes. "I've collected some." Yi Fan tossed out a large piece that was several meters long. It was black and translucent, and shone with a sparkling and translucent luster. There was another reason why he didn't enter the underground palace. The great sage was determined to obtain the 9 secrets, so those grand elders had definitely come. They were most likely guarding outside and sealing off this place. Now that the Black Emperor was here, if he could carve a Tao pattern that could allow him to travel through space, it would be equivalent to helping him resolve this hidden worry. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan and the big black dog entered the underground palace. Of course, they didn't walk together. They walked one after the other, and the big black dog transformed into a 2-foot-long dog to avoid being recognized. This underground world was extremely vast. The deep underground palace connected together, and it was unknown where it led to. It didn't seem like a great tomb, but more like a large underground castle. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Occasionally, 1 or 2 ghost soldiers would charge out, but this couldn't stop Yi Fan. After all, it wasn't a charge of thousands of soldiers. When we go in later, pay more attention to a fat Taoist priest. No, he changed his appearance, it's like this. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the big black dog. "You mean, you want me to bite him at the crucial moment and snatch the treasure?" The big black dog looked at him sideways, and said, "You still have the nerve to ask me to do such a stupid thing? Actually, if possible, I'm willing to bite him myself, but my teeth aren't sharp, so I can't compare to you. That bastard will definitely find the treasure. As long as you keep an eye on him, I guarantee you'll return with great rewards." This ancient tomb was magnificent, like an underground palace. The stone pillars were coiled with dragons, and the tomb walls were carved with phoenixes. It was very exquisite, and the underground palace was connected one after another. Meow. Suddenly, a mournful cat's cry sounded out. A black light rushed out from a stone hall, pouncing towards Yi Fan, as fast as black lightning. This was a giant creature, 5 or 6 meters long, and its sharp claws were more than a foot long. It looked like a big black cat, but its body was covered with scales. It was strong and powerful, and its teeth were like daggers, shining with a cold light. Yi Fan punched out, and the big black cat was shattered. Apart from turning into a thick yin qi, there was also a pool of dirty blood left behind. The Black Emperor revealed a dignified expression, and said, "The yin body produced blood. This place is really fierce. I'm afraid it has been sealed for 10,000 to 20,000 years. After going several miles deeper into the underground palace, Yi Fan became more and more startled. He saw a giant spectral soldier that was over a dozen meters tall. It had transformed into flesh and blood, but half of its body had been cut off, as if it had been wounded by the great desolate halberd. Moments later, Qin Yi saw dozens of Yin soldiers with scales all over their bodies, and there were many shattered Dao Palace-grade weapons lying around them. They looked as if they had been burned, and half of their bodies were missing. This was very similar to the Alcade Saint Sun's Saint Light technique. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yellow waters surged. A great river passed through the underground palace, rushing forwards. The yellow water made one's heart palpitate, and a rancid smell filled the air. Before long, Yi Fan saw many golden-clothed spectral soldiers. They shined with a brilliant light and their complexions were ruddy, as if they had a life of their own. However, they had already been killed. Then, they saw several massive piles of bones. Giant snakes moved in and out of them, all of them fierce and vicious. Then, they saw a lake of blood. There were also life forms swimming in it, but they seemed to be afraid of the people in front of them and didn't rush over. After advancing for a total of over a dozen miles, they finally arrived at the end of the underground palace. The scenery here had completely changed. The Yin aura had been swept away, and the area ahead was brightly lit. It was incomparably bright. There was a jade palace that was located at the end of the underground palace. It was extremely holy, and rays of auspicious colors bloomed, and rays of multicolored light shot out in all directions. The surroundings were lush green, and there were actually many strange flowers and plants growing in this underground world. This is really strange. I thought it was a ghost nest, but in the end, it's a palace that's blooming with holy light. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. These buildings were golden in color, but they were almost translucent. They were like gold and spirit jade, and they were extremely magnificent. When the large black dog saw this scene, he was given a huge fright and said, F***ck, could this emperor have seen wrongly? Such holy power, could it be that they want to become a martial emperor through corpses? Ji Haoyue, the little golden-winged Peng King, the Jiang clan divine body, and the people from the various holy lands have all entered. I wonder what they will discover. There was a divine light in Yi Fan's eyes. Chapter 285. The Black Emperor was bewildered. It hesitated, worried that someone wanted to use a corpse to become a martial emperor. Yi Fan shook his head. It's impossible for a corpse emperor to appear. There are sounds of a great battle inside. If there really is such an existence, then even if all the cultivators of the eastern wasteland were to come, they would all perish. This building was made from gold and jade. It sparkled with a brilliant yellow light, as clear as crystal, seeming both real and illusory. They walked up the stairs. The jade steps beneath their feet flowed with auspicious light. There wasn't a hint of Yin energy, but rather the fragrance of flowers. The jade buildings were surrounded by flowers and plants. As they walked into the first jade palace, a rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. Everything was sparkling and sparkling, all of the objects were carved from spirit jade. Let's split up so we don't attract attention. Yi Fan took the lead and walked forwards. The Black Emperor shrunk his body to a mere foot long. He was like a cat as he strode forwards, stealthily moving forwards. Within the first palace, the ground was covered in blood. Many cultivators had died violent deaths, their corpses nearly torn to pieces. There were also several ghost soldiers, no, perhaps they should be called ghost generals. Although they had been hacked to death, they were still vivid and lifelike. They had a pair of 2-meter-long black wings on their backs. As he tapped them with his fingers, they emitted a clanging sound. They were indestructible. It looks peaceful, but there are still such things guarding this place. This really isn't a good place. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment and then walked forwards. The second palace left him shocked. If he stepped on the ground, blood would submerge his feet. Besides the corpses of cultivators, there was also an 8-headed snake. The snake's corpse lay on the ground, its blood flowing all over the place. The entire palace was submerged, and the stench was incomparably foul. For energy to give birth to such a powerful flesh and blood, it really is terrifying. I didn't think it would be killed in the end. The Black Emperor was flabbergasted from afar. Yi Fan found a cut on the great desolate halberd. It had been hacked to death by the little golden-winged rock. This future king of the monster race was truly brave. Thud, 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 in the quiet palace, the sound of Yi Fan's own footsteps echoed out. As he entered the third palace, a silver light rushed towards him, accompanied by an evil wind. He was startled and formed a hand seal. With a loud dang sound, the creature was shaken away. This was actually a flying yiksha that flickered with silver radiance. Its appearance was sinister, and it had a pair of silver wings. It was robust and powerful, and with a low roar, it threw itself murderously at him again. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen something like this. Legend had it that it was at least as strong as the 4 extreme hidden realms. It was extremely powerful and hard to deal with. But he was not afraid, because although this silver-winged yiksha was frightening, it was already at its last gasp. Half of its body had already been smashed by someone, and now it did not have much strength left. He swung out his golden palm, and it seemed like an enormous seal that could overturn the heavens as it fiercely chopped down, shattering the winged yiksha with a bang. There were over a dozen silver-winged yikshas' corpses on this floor. They were equivalent to cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realms, but they were all killed by the disciples of the various sacred grounds. The strength of the younger generation of the Holy Land successors was evident. Similarly, there were also corpses of human cultivators in the main hall. The casualties were heavy, and the scarlet blood was more than the silver blood. The ground was red. Not long after, Yi Fan entered the 4th floor of the main hall. There were even more corpses of human cultivators. The entire floor was strewn in disorder, and a bloody mist lingered around. There were 6 special corpses in this floor. They were not human, but 6 Yuhua Taoists. All of them were skin and bones, and they wore Taoist robes. Their skin and flesh were shiny and dry, wrapped around their bones. There were some short feathers growing on the surface of their bodies. When one touched them, their bodies felt as heavy as 10,000 caddies, and the feathers made clanking noises. These were not formed from energy, but were refined by someone after a true cultivator passed away. With the spirit as their master, these powerful ancient corpses possessed unimaginable battle prowess that surpassed the 4 extreme secret realms. 6 Yuhua Taoists have been killed. Their powerful golden bodies have been broken. These Holy Land descendants are indeed terrifying. Although Yi Fan was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. Ji Haoyue and the Jiang clan's divine physique could fight across secret realms after revealing their phenomena. They could even kill experts of the older generation, let alone these 6 Taoists. This tomb is really unusual. There are even Taoists here. I wonder what else will jump out. I'm starting to wonder if there's really someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, who wants to become a monarch with a corpse. The Black Emperor muttered to himself. There were even more corpses on the 5th floor. There was no place to stand, and the ground was covered in bloody mud. Occasionally, white bone fragments would splatter out and stick to the translucent jade walls. What happened here? Don't tell me everyone died here? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed the remnant power of the extreme path. At the same time, he found 3 special broken bones in the bloody mud. They had a jade-like luster. The Black Emperor was shocked. These are 3 jade bone corpses. They must have been almighty when they were alive. After their deaths, they were refined and possessed by a spirit. Although they can't compare to almighty beings, they are still extremely terrifying. They can even find the corpses of almighty beings. Yi Fan was quite shocked. It was obvious that Yen Ryu had used an extreme weapon to shatter the 3 jade bone corpses. There were still traces of extreme divine might left. Yi Fan listened carefully. After a while, he heard the sounds of intense fighting. The battle had started again and it was very far from here. He didn't stop and walked towards the 6th floor. This was a rather long journey, at least 5 kilometers away. In front of him, there was only one bright palace left. It shone brightly in the pitch-black underground world. The depths of the earth had been hollowed out. The 6th palace was especially far away, as if it was floating in the air. It looked even more ethereal. The last hall, all the secrets are there. Yi Fan was excited. There might be 9 secrets, or there might be others, but it was definitely an extraordinary place. He quickly rushed forward. In the pitch-black underground, the Black Emperor walked like a cat, extremely agile. He opened up a distance and followed closely behind. When he arrived at the last hall, Yi Fan felt the immortal might of the extreme path, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Extreme weapon. The Black Emperor's eyes flickered, he wanted nothing more than to snatch it over. Right in this last light palace, there was clearly a great battle going on. Even after using the extreme path weapon, it was still so intense. One could imagine how powerful the opponent was. He did not immediately enter. He stopped in the distance with the Black Emperor and waited quietly. Boom! The entire underground world was shaking, but the 6th floor of the palace was dazzling and did not collapse. It was still standing tall, and it was obvious that there were extraordinary Tao patterns engraved on it. In this hall, there was a board with 4 words engraved on it, Light Palace. Boom! The ground trembled again and again, all of them erupting from the Light Palace, but it remained motionless and did not collapse. Why do I feel that this Light Palace is a little familiar? The Black Emperor was bewildered. Just at this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. They had reached the end of the Jade Palace, but there were still 3 huge objects in the pitch-black area behind them. They were sitting in the darkness and did not emit any light. That's 3 coffins. His heart trembled. 3 coffins, the smallest one was as big as a palace, and the 3 coffins were taller than the other, standing tall in the darkness. 6 ancient halls, 3 large coffins, combined together, it is 9 words, the number that the ancients paid the most attention to. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Boom! The Light Palace suddenly shook, and then quietened down. The extreme path immortal might decreased sharply, and slowly returned to normal. Is it over? Yi Fan was ready to move. Suddenly, the Light Palace was in chaos, as though they were fighting over something. As expected, it's over. Forget about those 3 coffins, let's enter the Light Palace to take a look. Yi Fan flew over. When he was about to get close, the Black Emperor's body shook, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. It's him, what did you see? Yi Fan hurriedly stopped, and turned around to look at him. How is this the Light Palace? This is clearly the Emperor's former sleeping palace. Which bastard brought it here and changed its name? The large black dog cursed in a low voice. What? Yi Fan's heart trembled. No matter how he asked, the Black Emperor did not say anything else, and only responded with silence. Yi Fan had no choice but to stride toward the Emperor's sleeping palace. This Light Palace was very deep, and the extreme path immortal might was still overflowing, but many human cultivators were almost about to start fighting each other. In the center of the grand and spacious palace, there was a divine altar floating in the air. It was completely black, but streaks of auspicious light shot out from it, and it was very mysterious. What attracted people the most was that there was an ancient beast-hide scroll on the divine altar. It looked very ordinary, but it instantly caused everyone to become excited. Everyone wanted to rush over, snatch it, and make it their own, because it was very likely that it was the 9 secrets. The strongest descendants of the Dayan, Wan Chu, Jiang clan, Zifu, Dao Yi, Ji clan, Yao Light, and other great sage clans were all unscathed. In the palace, Ji Haoyue, the Yao Light Saint, Yao Shi, the Jiang clan divine body, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden, and the others were all on guard. They all wanted to make a move and snatch the ancient beast-hide scroll on the black divine altar. Yi Fan felt that only one important person was missing, and that was Yen Ruyu. She had an extreme path weapon, so how could she have disappeared? There, he discovered that there was an ancient pagoda in the palace. At first, he thought it was just a decoration, but now he realized that it was an extremely terrifying weapon. The ancient pagoda was translucent, and he could vaguely see that Yen Ryu was being suppressed on the 5th floor. Light flickered in her hand, and she was using the extreme path weapon to resist. This pagoda had a total of 7 floors, and on the highest floor sat a hazy figure. It was him who was controlling the ancient pagoda and suppressing Yen Ryu. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was definitely incomparably powerful. Although this ancient pagoda was a great weapon, how could it be compared to the extreme path weapon? The difference was too great. This person had used his absolute strength to seal the demon race princess who had the extreme path weapon. He was the protector of the 6th floor. Yi Fan's heart went cold. Many of the saint children present didn't make a move to help. They all had their own thoughts while Yen Ryu was resisting the terrifying expert. The black divine altar that was floating in the center of the palace emitted streaks of auspicious light. It made people feel incomparably comfortable. That beast-hide scroll was very close at hand, and many of the Holy Land's descendants were ready to fight at any time. However, no one dared to be the first to snatch it. What exactly is that black stone platform? How can it float in the air on its own? Yi Fan transmitted his divine sense. The Black Emperor seemed very excited as he said, "That's King treasure, a primal chaos stone. It's the bed that the great emperor used to sleep on." Chapter 286. Dian, 10,000 Beginnings, Purple Mansion, Jiang Family, Purple Mansion, Ji Family, Alcade, Dao Yi, and Jade Lake Holy Lands had existed together with the world. Their inheritances had lasted for tens of thousands of years, and they had endured countless tribulations. At this moment, these heaven-gifted Holy Land descendants all felt fear in their hearts. No one dared to be the first to attack, otherwise they would become everyone's target. "Since you are so modest, you might as well give it to me." The little Pen King strode in and thrust the great desolate halberd into the ground. With a loud bang, the entire temple shook. It was unknown just where he had been hiding, but now he appeared. He swept his eyes over everyone present, possessing a wild nature. The descendants of the Holy Lands were all stunning characters, so no one feared him. But the atmosphere was still tense, because a chaotic battle was about to erupt. Wang! The little Pen King moved. He swung the great desolate halberd and the entire radiant temple dimmed. The void twisted and deformed. The future king of the Sky Rock race turned into a beam of golden light, rushing towards the Chaos Stone. He stretched out his hand to snatch the ancient beast-hide scroll. "You dare!" Everyone present attacked together, preventing him from touching the floating Chaos Stone. Saint swords, heavenly melody, ancient pagodas, and others all rushed over. 108,000 swords. The little Pen King shouted. His entire body bloomed with golden light. Tens of thousands of swords clanged as they rushed in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack. The radiant temple was immediately thrown into chaos. The delicate balance had been broken. Many saints' sons had no choice but to attack. Killing intent filled the air. This was the little Pen King's goal. He did not want to fight so many powerhouses alone, but to break the calm and have everyone fight for it. He had the advantage of being the fastest under the heavens, so he did not fear a chaotic battle. The more chaotic it was, the better it was for him. He instantly retreated, breaking away from everyone's encirclement and rushing out of the temple. Now, there was no way to stop. The calm had been broken. Everyone only had a single goal, and that was to rush towards the black divine altar to fight for the ancient beast-hide scroll. The Jiang family's divine body was decisive. He summoned a crimson divine furnace. It was impossible to see its shape, but it was surrounded by divine phoenixes as it flew towards the Chaos Stone. Yaoguang Holy Child was also quite straightforward. He brought out a cauldron that was covered densely in dragon patterns. It was filled with the aura of the Great Tao and released a heaven-devouring power to suck the black divine platform into the cauldron. Not only did the two of them want to snatch the ancient scroll, but they also didn't want to let go of the chaos gems. The others naturally didn't want to fall behind. They each took out their weapons and forcefully collected the black spiritual platforms. The Light Palace was the former resting palace of the great emperor. Otherwise, it would have been smashed into powder by the top experts of the younger generation. Even so, it still shook for a while. But even with so many saints attacking, they couldn't move the Chaos Stone in the slightest. It was like the root of heaven and earth, the pillar of the universe, unshakable. Return. Wavering light Saint Child shouted softly. The cauldron covered in dragon patterns floated up and down, swallowing and spitting out holy light. It released a shocking fluctuation, but it still couldn't take away the primal Chaos Stone. Rise. A divine moon appeared above the head of the future divine king of the G family, forcing the people around him back. The moonlight sprinkled on the black divine altar. Even though the divine body was shocking, it couldn't move the black stone at this moment. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the palace. Qingyi and 3 other young top experts of the demon race appeared and entered the Light Palace. Apart from them, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Kou, Jiang Huiran, and the other descendants of the great bandits also entered in a line. Some of them had some light injuries. Damned coffins, we can't open them at all. It was very obvious that this group of people had gone to the back. There were 3 ancient coffins there, and each one was as big as a palace. Unfortunately, they couldn't open them. They came back here empty-handed. Attack. These people all attacked, rushing towards the primal Chaos Stone at the center. The black divine altar released streaks of auspicious light. It was mysterious and heavy. It didn't move in the slightest and quietly hung there. Why is it so heavy? It wasn't that no one wanted to directly grab the ancient scroll, but they couldn't walk over at all. They felt a huge pressure when they were still several dozen zhang away. Let's go all out. Now, there was no need to be afraid of anything. It was time to truly snatch the treasure. The premise was that they had to rush over. Only then would they have the qualifications to do so. Clang, 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 the descendant of the Super Yen Holy Land used the divine sword to open the way. The sword radiance was like a dragon, piercing forward. He walked with difficulty, approaching the primal Chaos Stone bit by bit. On the other side, the Alcade Saint was like a celestial king descending to the world. He displayed the Alcade's peerless secret art. Once the sacred light technique was used, it was known to be invincible. His body was dazzling and bathed in holy light. Even his hair had been dyed gold. It was also very difficult for him to approach the black stone platform step by step. At this juncture, no one could hold back. Whoever could get the ancient scroll first would pretty much be the one to get it. This was because the masters of the great sage wouldn't fight for it. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would be plunged into misery and suffering. They could only rely on the younger generation to fight for it. This was a kind of test for them. It was also the first great clash between the weak and the strong. Who would become the king of the eastern wasteland in the future would gradually be revealed. Yaoxi's forehead emitted strands of sparkling light that wrapped around her body. She was slim and graceful as she walked forward. She was like a bright pearl in the raging sea, like a lightning fairy moving in the dark clouds. She swayed back and forth, fluttering about. The future divine king of the Jiang family was extremely mysterious. Even now, he still hadn't revealed his true appearance. He was covered in iron clothes, and even his head was like this. He was wrapped in a thick divine armor. There was no need to doubt the strength of his divine body. His steps were firm as he advanced in a perfectly straight line. He was determined to obtain the ancient scroll. Divine splendor overflowed, and he indeed had the bearing of a divine king. A divine path appeared beneath his feet, leading to the primal Chaos Stone. He was truly like a divine king patrolling the heavens, sweeping his eyes in all directions. The top experts of the demon race were also unwilling to fall behind. They began to approach the primal Chaos Stone. Not to mention whether or not they could cultivate the ancient scroll, just this black stone was priceless. If they really couldn't move it away, it would be worth it to get a piece. The descendants of the 13 great bandits also began to move, rushing forward. In addition, there were people from various great sections. There were no less than 100 people. Many of them were heavily injured, but now they also took action. Many young experts from the Radiant Palace took action, but they couldn't immediately approach. They could only watch helplessly as they got closer bit by bit. How can the bed of the great emperor of the past be so easily approached? The Black Emperor sneered. Yi Fan frowned. Could this really be the resting place of a great emperor? However, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. He asked the Black Emperor. Of course not. Yi Fan also felt that if it was the tomb of the great emperor, it would definitely be much more terrifying than this. In the past, the demon emperor Yin Yang twin tombs had caused the various great sects of the eastern wasteland to fight for 2 years, suffering heavy losses. The Black Emperor said, only this palace belonged to the great emperor. I don't know who changed it into the Radiant Palace. However, there might really be a terrifying existence here. The 3 coffins behind make me feel uneasy. Is there any way to take away the primal chaos stone? Yi Fan asked. This sect's treasure is indeed attractive, but it's too heavy. You definitely won't be able to take it away. Actually, this emperor also wants to take it away and sleep for a few years. Unfortunately, there's really no way. The Black Emperor was extremely unwilling. What a pity. Yi Fan was very regretful. The primal chaos stone contains a holy object that was taken out by the great emperor to refine weapons. However, the black stone is also priceless. If one were to cultivate on it, their speed would increase by several times. It is a type of treasure. Other than extreme weapons, it is very difficult for ordinary weapons to shatter it. This is a natural primal chaos seal. If it falls into the hands of a supreme expert, it will be invincible and can smash anything. The big black dog drooled. Which great emperor are you talking about? Yi Fan felt that this damn dog was too mysterious to know so much about the matters of this great emperor. The big black dog felt that he had said too much, so he immediately shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. In the end, he was forced into a corner and opened his mouth to bite Yi Fan. Fine, you can't say it. Tell me, can I obtain that ancient scroll? Boom. The golden-winged little Peking returned, looking around disdainfully, and said, this time, no one is specifically targeting me. Let's fight for the treasure with what we have learned. Get lost, don't block my way. He was expressionless, and coldly rebuked Yi Fan, treating him like an ant. The golden-winged little Peking strode forward. Some people who didn't go up to fight for the treasure all made way for him, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Suddenly, he suddenly turned back. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, and he turned to face Yi Fan, and said, you actually dare to have killing intent towards me. People like you from the mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace, I can crush 56 of you with one hand. Chi. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly. The future divine king of the Ji clan used the Great Void technique, passing through space and closing in on the primal chaos stone. The golden-winged little Peking was shocked. Fearing that he would fall behind, he turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. He charged with the extreme speed of a heavenly peng, wanting to break through the seal. Boom! The divine light palace shook, and the primal chaos stone shot out brilliant rays of light. Streak after streak of auspicious light descended, causing the space to distort, forming a unique force field. In this instant, everyone who had rushed forward was frozen, and it was almost impossible for them to move. Many holy sons were also bound. Ji Haoyue was forced out of the void, and was frozen 15 meters away from the primal chaos stone. The golden-winged little Peking's extreme speed was also useless, and it was as if he had sunk into a swamp. The bed of the great emperor has been stained with his aura, and not just anyone can touch it, the Black Emperor said to himself. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The ancient great emperor was unimaginable, and the primal chaos stone was already so terrifying after being stained with his aura. It was really shocking. Is there really no way? He asked with his divine sense. F***ck, brat, you really deserve to be struck by lightning. The large black dog was extremely furious. Hearing this, Yi Fan knew that there was a chance. This guy was so indignant, which meant that he most likely could pass through. They have all been frozen, so you indeed have a chance now. Don't you have the source root of source chi of all things? The primal chaos stone is unable to freeze this sacred treasure of the sect. Fine, then I will reveal my true form today, and snatch the food from the mouths of these holy sons and holy daughters in front of everyone. As long as he drew out his cauldron, he would definitely be recognized. Rather than that, he might as well directly reveal his true form. Yi Fan walked out of the main hall, and arrived at a place where there was no one around. He revealed his true form, and then changed into another set of clothes. I am going to enter your cauldron, and see if I can take the primal chaos stone away later. The large black dog bared his teeth. That damned wicked Taoist priest has not appeared yet, so I have to be more careful later, Yi Fan said to himself. Isn't he just a lousy Taoist priest? How dare he snatch food from my mouth? I will bite him to death. I might as well just kill the golden-winged little Peking and all these holy sons and be done with it. Yi Fan strode back. His voice was very calm, but if others knew about it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Chapter 287. Yi Fan strode towards the light palace. A 1-meter-tall cauldron hung above his head. Wisps of source chi fell from it. The Black Emperor was hidden in the cauldron as a hidden weapon, waiting to strike at the critical moment. As soon as Yi Fan entered the palace, everyone gasped. His cauldron was too eye-catching, and people could not help but pay attention to it. The source chi of all creation source chi was something that could not be found in the entire Eastern Barren territory. His entire cauldron was made of this thing, and there were no other impurities. This could be said to be the prototype of an ultimate weapon. It was something that could drive people crazy, and it was the dream treasure of the descendants of the land of the great sage. Immediately, everyone present was excited. Even though many people had not seen Yi Fan before, they could guess that he had arrived. Because in the world, he was the only one who had such a sacred item. A disciple of a large sect jumped out and said, a sacred item like the source chi of all creation source chi is something that even the land of the great sage can only dream of. You are just a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret territory. What right do you have to have it? What kind of person do you think can have it? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Not everyone dashed towards the chaos stones and was fixed there. Many people with weaker cultivation levels and felt that they could not compete for the chaos stones stood in the hall and did not fly into midair. The sacred item should be held in the hands of the large sections. Only then can it carry the will of the world and not let the sacred item be covered in dust. He looked aloof. Come, tell me which sect you are from. Let me wash my ears and listen carefully. Yi Fan looked at him. Don't play dumb. You have the guts to come here. Don't think about leaving today. Leave the cauldron behind. The disciple revealed his murderous intent. You think you can get it? Yi Fan laughed and glanced at him. This person was only at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. Although it was not bad for his age, it depended on who he was compared to. Today, many sons of saints had gathered. The so-called geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace secret territory were really not enough. Ignoring the saints, even the weakest of the people who were frozen had a cultivation level at the fourth firmament of the Tao Palace. I'm from the North Region's Disillusionment Palace. Even if you hand over the cauldron today, you won't be able to keep your life. He turned around and said to the others, senior brothers, junior brothers, what are you waiting for? Capture him, kill him, and take the cauldron. The powerful sons of saints were all imprisoned, and the geniuses of the various sects were also frozen in the air. The strongest person on the ground was only at the third heaven of the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. In a sense, this was their chance, and there were no top cultivators of the younger generation fighting for it. If he could snatch the source root of myriad chi, it would be much better than any primal chaos stone. This was a sacred item exclusive to a great emperor. Its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. I've heard of the Disillusionment Palace, a great sect of the Northern Domain. But aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your reputation by robbing me so openly? If there are still so many people who are going to die, let's kill him. This disciple was the first to charge forward. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the other three closed in. They appeared and disappeared like ghosts, flickering in and out of existence. It was impossible to capture their trajectories. This was their trump card. The name of their sect was Disillusionment, referring to their movement techniques. They were like ghosts, making it difficult for others to capture them. In addition, 3 of them were at the same level as Yi Fan. They were all at the second heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, so they had nothing to fear. Hand over the cauldron and we'll give you a quick death. The disciple at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace did not dare to step forward. He cooperated with his senior and junior brothers to attack. You want to kill me just because I handed over the cauldron? We'll give you a quick death. Our Disillusionment Palace is never one to drag things out. We'll definitely kill you in one strike, one of them mocked. These people had heard of Yi Fan's name before, but they had never taken him seriously. As disciples of a great sect of the Northern Domain, these disciples were all proud and arrogant. In their eyes, outside of their holy land, there was no one who could be their match. What shameless boasting. If that's the case, why don't I send you on your way together? Yi Fan looked calm. Chi. A disciple of the Disillusionment Palace made his move. A large sky blue net descended. It was like the stars in the sky, sparkling brilliantly. Shwa. The blue net enveloped him. The few of them laughed and were about to refine it when their expressions changed. It was an afterimage, not the true body. It was obvious how fast Yi Fan's speed was. Crazy Ol's footwork reached the extreme as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Pa! 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 Deep and powerful sounds rang out together like a single sound. The 3 experts of Disillusionment Palace seemed to be struck by lightning as they were all struck by a pong. Pfft! The 3 of them were torn apart almost at the same time, disappearing from where they stood and turning into a mist of blood. You! The remaining disciple at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace looked horrified. Is this the great sect of the Northern Domain, Disillusionment Palace? Yi Fan said with a smile. My Disillusionment Palace's outstanding disciples are locked up there. If not, you would have long been dead. This disciple was stubborn and did not beg for mercy. Oh, who are they? Point them out to me. Yi Fan looked into the sky. Many people were locked in place by the chaos stones. Senior brothers, avenge me in the future. The disciple shouted loudly. Unfortunately, you used your stubbornness in the wrong place. In a while, I'll test how strong your senior brothers are. Yi Fan shook his head and suddenly attacked, killing him. You really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You actually dare to come here. A person slowly walked out from the crowd. He was very calm, as though he was staring at a dead person. He looked at Yi Fan and said, There's nothing to say. Leave this cauldron behind and kneel to the side to await punishment. This tone infuriated Black Emperor, who was hiding in the cauldron. He nearly leaped out and attacked. However, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This person was at the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace and was much stronger than the people around him. He originally believed that the 4th firmament Dao Palace cultivators had flown into the sky and were locked in place by the chaos stones. He never expected that there would be someone hiding in the crowd. And who are you? Song Tianfeng, a disciple of the Northern Domain's great sect, 5 Elements Hall. He walked forward in a very calm and composed manner. Yi Fan had crossed realms to kill immortals and had killed some 3rd firmament Dao Palace cultivators. However, he had never truly fought a 4th firmament Dao Palace cultivator before. He found it very dangerous. Did you not hear what I said? Song Tianfeng held his hands behind his back and said with a calm expression, Leave this cauldron behind and kneel to the side to await punishment. Yi Fan smiled brilliantly. His snow-white teeth shimmered with a crystalline luster. His delicate face looked very young and even had a tinge of innocence. Is it funny? Are you waiting for me to break your legs before you are willing to kneel? Song Tianfeng was still slowly walking forward. I'm laughing at the fact that you really don't understand me at all. Yi Fan wiped away his brilliant smile and shook his head. There is a need for me to understand a dead person. Song Tianfeng pressed forward step by step. He reached out a pitch-black hand that was as large as a house. It came pressing down fiercely as he shouted, "Kneel." Duo. Yi Fan lightly shouted as a golden sword beam shot out from his glabella. His powerful perception manifested and rushed forward. The other party did not know that he had such a trump card. He had actually walked so close to him. It was a suicidal act. Ah! Song Tianfeng screamed as he held his glabella and staggered backward. But it was all too late. He had walked too close to the front and it was impossible for him to avoid this calamity. His perception was severely injured and with a thud, he knelt on one knee. You! Just as he spat out a word, an inch-long golden sword rushed over and pierced through his forehead with a pu sound. Bang! Song Tianfeng grunted as his corpse fell to the ground. Many people did not know that Yi Fan killed with his perception. They were all shocked. It was not until one of them exclaimed that the others understood. Yi Fan, you really have the guts of an immortal. You dare to interfere in this situation. Several people came out one after another. The lowest cultivation level was at the second level of the Dao Palace, and there were 2 people at the 4th level. People of the Ji family. Yi Fan's face darkened. He had a great grudge with this family. On the other side, a few more people came out of the crowd. They were disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land, and there were also experts at the 4th level of the Dao Palace. The Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land moved. The others also gathered together, including the great sage. Although they did not make a move, they all aimed at Yi Fan's cauldron. It was obvious that they wanted to seize it. At the same time, everyone took out a weapon and held it in front of their foreheads, afraid that he would attack with his perception. Ha ha ha. Seeing them like this, Yi Fan could not help but laugh. Today, Yi Fan's name was destined to spread, making the disciples of the great sage's land so afraid. In fact, after today, many people would change their expressions when talking about Yi Fan. The first thing they would think of when facing him was defense. Whoosh! Yi Fan leaped up. He did not want to waste any more time in case something unexpected happened. The ancient cauldron was only a meter tall. Above his head, a black and yellow aura fell. It was like silk ribbons, strand after strand. It was very thick, and it protected him tightly. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was unobstructed. The auspicious colors shot out by the chaos gems were all easily dissolved by the myriad source chi. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. This holy item was too heaven-defying. It was indeed an immortal material that even the great emperor dreamed of. Even the extremely rare chaos gems couldn't stop him. Facing the myriad source chi, they were powerless. Everyone wanted to take it for themselves. This was definitely the rough embryo of an extreme Dao weapon. In the future, once it produced Dao and reason, it would definitely be able to rule the eastern wasteland and suppress the world. The wicked Daoist didn't appear. Yi Fan muttered to himself, but he did not dare to lower his guard. He was ready to cross the void at any time. With a few steps, he arrived in front of the strange black stone. Chi! With a flash of light, he grabbed the ancient scroll in his hand. Only then did he relax. Then, he tried to put away the chaos gems, but he felt that his divine power was not enough. It was difficult to succeed. This black stone was too heavy. If it was not refined, it was almost impossible to take it away. Put down the beast-hide ancient scroll. The people below were really anxious. They had worked so hard, and if it was taken away by someone else, they would not be willing. Are you all scolding me? Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill your saint and saintess. Yi Fan looked down. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The most outstanding disciples of the Holy Lands and sects were all frozen in midair. Only Yi Fan was not affected. If he went crazy, it would be really bad. Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Swoosh! With the cauldron on his head, Yi Fan walked forward and arrived not far away from the little Peking. His right hand was like a golden millstone, and it swung out. Bang! The little Peking was immediately sent flying, but he was quickly frozen again. The force field formed by the chaos gems restrained everything, and it was very difficult to struggle. Brat, you can't kill me. The little Peking's eyes flashed with a wild light. After being frozen in midair, he only spoke now. Bang! Yi Fan punched out again. His golden fist was heavy and powerful. It hit the little Peking into the chaos gems, and the hall shook. In the surroundings, the expressions of the saints changed, but no one said anything. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Yi Fan walked forward while looking around. Ji Haoyue, the Alcade Saint, Yao Shi, the Jade Lake Saintess, everyone's expression changed. Under Yi Fan's gaze, the saints and saintesses of Dian, Jiang Clan, Wan Chu, Zifu, Dao Yi, and the others felt uneasy. They were afraid that he would kill them. Chapter 288. The people on the ground were very nervous. They were afraid that Yi Fan would make a crazy decision and kill their saint children and saintess. That would cause great chaos. However, it was clear that they were worrying too much. Although the saint children were uneasy, they were not afraid. Everyone had their own methods to protect themselves. Yi Fan quickly frowned. It was indeed very difficult for him to kill these people. The force field of the primal chaos stone was too strong. Most of the divine power he used would be neutralized. He had the cauldron made from the chi of all things, but he could not use it to get close to these people. Otherwise, they would also break free. The force field formed by the primal chaos stone was all-pervasive and filled every inch of space. The divine power he used was infinitely weakened. He could not even use his cauldron to suppress others. If he did that, the other party would immediately obtain freedom due to the chi of all things. Yi Fan walked in the air. When he passed by Ji Haoyue, he stopped. This made the people of the Ji clan extremely nervous. Their hearts were in their throats. You can't kill me. Ji Haoyue said calmly. A divine moon shone and protected his body. You know that my holy physique can restrain your phenomenon. Even if I can't kill you, I can beat you half to death. Then try. The divine moon was like lightning and merged with Ji Haoyue. His entire body overflowed with lustrous light. For Purple Moon's sake, I'll deal with you later. Yi Fan walked away with large steps. He arrived in front of the primal chaos stone and slashed with his golden hand again. Bang! The little Peking was sent flying 3 meters away. He was fixed there by the powerful force field and could not move anymore. Very good, I like this cauldron. You have to keep it for me. In the future, I will find you to take it. The little Peking's words were cold. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan did not say anything and continued to attack. He hit the little Peking here and there, but his strength was just right. He was afraid that he would accidentally fly out of the force field. He really did want to kill the future king of the Tianping race, but just as he had expected, the primal chaos force field affected everything, and the divine power he unleashed was reduced by more than half. Yi Fan had lost track of how many punches he had thrown out. He could feel his arms aching. However, the primal chaos field was simply too powerful. He was simply incapable of killing his opponent. Ha ha ha. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the little Peking's mouth, but he was laughing crazily. Chi! Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows. Buzz! The space trembled, and a light flashed inside the little Peking's body. A small silver pagoda rushed out, and entered the center of his forehead. Ding! A sweet-sounding sound rang out. The small silver pagoda trembled slightly, but it was not destroyed. With a flash of silver light, it entered the space between his brows. At the same time, the little Peking let out a loud roar. His entire body shone brightly, and a lifelike heavenly peng cast from gold rushed out, pouncing towards Yifan. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens. Following closely behind the heavenly peng, a terrifying true dragon leaped out and danced in the air. It tore apart the restriction and rushed towards Yifan. Supreme Peng seizing dragon technique. The little Peng King had been patiently waiting and did not use this divine technique to protect his body. Only now did he suddenly attack, wanting to kill Yifan in one move. This divine technique was peerless and extremely powerful. Only after reaching the 4 extreme secret realms could one use it. Last time, when he fought against Yifan, he could not use this technique and was full of regret. At this moment, a golden Supreme Peng and a green True Dragon rushed out, causing many people to tremble. He can even use this technique in the Primal Chaos Force field. The little Peng King is too powerful. How terrifying is his battle prowess? This is truly shocking. It's too inconceivable. Many people were tongue-tied and incomparably shocked. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Yifan used the old lunatic's footwork and flashed past the Peng and True Dragon with a swoosh. Even someone as powerful as the little Peng King could not move freely in the Primal Chaos Force field. The golden Peng and the green True Dragon quickly dimmed. Buzz! The void trembled. A Peng and a dragon, vivid and lifelike, filled with a divine sense of power, appeared beside him and coiled around him. Having failed to kill Yifan in one move, he knew he had no more chances. The dragon wrestling technique turned into the dragon wrestling diagram and protected his body. It stuck to the surface of his body so that it would not be cancelled out by the Primal Chaos Force field. Yifan attacked fiercely. Even though he could not kill the little Peng King, he still wanted to beat him up. He kicked with his feet and hacked with a golden palm. Hee, why bother? You can't kill me at all. There was a trace of blood at the corner of the little Peng King's mouth. He sneered and said, "Be careful, don't break my cauldron." Yifan did not reply. He took out the leaf fire divine furnace and stored it inside. Then, he used the fire-urging art and began to refine him. Even if I can't refine you, I will still peel off a layer of skin. Since he could not use the cauldron, he could only take out the furnace to torture the other party. Brat, this little bit of temperature is far from enough. You still have a long way to go if you want to refine me. It's so warm and comfortable here. Put in more strength. The little Peng King's wild voice came out. Buzz! The primal chaos stone actually trembled slightly. Rays of auspicious light shot out and entered the furnace, making it incomparably bright like a burning sun. On the leaf fire divine furnace, the blurry divine birds disappeared instantly and entered the body of the furnace, making it extremely hot. This is... Yifan was shocked. The leaf fire divine furnace could actually draw upon the power of the primal chaos stone for its own use. Behind him, the others all revealed strange expressions, especially the future divine king of the Jiang family. His body trembled, and 2 beams of divine radiance rushed out from his eyes. He seemed to be extremely shocked. At first, the little Peng King was still mocking him, but soon, he became silent. Then, he let out a low roar. This shocked everyone. What kind of furnace was this? Could it be that it could even refine the little Peng King? It could actually draw upon the power of the primal chaos stone. This was somewhat inconceivable. Dong, dang, chung, the little Peng King struggled violently and began to move in the primal chaos field. One could imagine what kind of dangerous situation he was facing. He was definitely struggling with all his might. Then, Yifan opened the lid and poured out the golden wing. He wanted to see how he was doing. In the end, everyone's expression changed. The magnificent future king of the Tianpeng race was burned until his entire body was pitch black. It was as if he had fallen into a pit of coal. Brat! However, his eyes were still sharp, shooting out like two beams of lightning. Very well, even if I can't refine you today, I will burn all your feathers. Yi Fan slashed him in with a backhand. He closed the lid and placed the leaf fire divine furnace on the primal chaos stone. This. Everyone's heart went cold. If this continued, the little Peking would definitely be refined to death. It was only at this moment that many of the sons truly felt a trace of fear. Being killed by a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace was really not worth it. At the moment when Yi Fan turned around, many of the sons acted almost in unison. Light flashed between their eyebrows. They moved their most powerful weapons there to protect their consciousness. Yi Fan's gaze swept across everyone. This made them somewhat nervous. They might not really lose their lives, but to be burned into charcoal in front of everyone was too humiliating. This was especially so for the few women. They were peerless beauties, and if they were blasphemed like this, it would be worse than killing them. The successor of the Tao One Holy Land was a very young female Taoist nun. She had the aura of the Great Path. She stood there quietly, but there was no lingering mist or radiance. She was very ethereal, and no one could see her true appearance. Before this, she had purified thousands of nether soldiers just by chanting the 4 words, Infinite Celestial Being. The supreme wondrous sound shocked everyone. At this moment, she let out the sound of nature, like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was very pleasing to the ear. She said, Benefactor Yi, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be in danger. On the other side, the Jade Lake Saintess also said in a melodious voice, all the sects have supreme elders here. You should leave as soon as possible. If there was anyone who could still remain calm, it would definitely be Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and the others. They were unperturbed and did not worry at all. They even secretly transmitted their voices to help Yi Fan come up with ideas. Brother Yi, we might as well go big. Put them all into the furnace and refine them into ashes. In the future, there will be no one in the entire Eastern Wasteland who can compete with us. That's right. These people have always been an eyesore. We'll turn them into ashes in one breath. Let the great sage go and cry. Yi Fan did not make a sound. He arrived in front of the Yaoguang Saint Child and brandished his millstone-sized golden palm, fiercely hacking down. However, the Yaoguang Saint Child was invincible. When he used the sacred light technique, it was as if a layer of golden mist covered the surface of his body. His defensive power could be said to be number 1 in the world. Do we have enmity? The Yaoguang Saint Child was beaten until he was trembling, but his words were still very calm. Yi Fan did not say anything. He knew that this person was extremely terrifying and was determined to obtain his cauldron. He had gone to the Broken Cloud mountain range several times to chase after his traces. He even suspected that the person who had pretended to be an archaic creature in order to seize the phoenix blood gold was not old Saber Hancho, but the Yaoguang Saint Child. Every time this thought arose, he felt that the Yaoguang Saint Child was incomparably terrifying. In order to achieve his goal, he would use any means, fair or foul. He would even kill his own people without hesitation. In particular, he could still be so calm at this moment. This state of mind was very unusual. He would definitely be a great enemy in the future. Yi Fan did not say anything more. He directly opened the furnace and threw the Yaoguang Saint Child inside. With a clang, the furnace lid was closed. It was very neat and tidy. Below, the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land turned pale with fright. They had never thought that Yi Fan would be so decisive. He directly threw their Saint Child into the divine furnace. He was planning to refine him into ashes. You offended the Ji family. Do you still want to become enemies with the Yaoguang Holy Land? The people below shouted. Every time the Ji family chased after me, you Yaoguang Holy Land's people joined in. You've been enemies with me for a long time. Yi Fan sneered. Dong, dang, quang, inside the leaf fire divine furnace, the little Peking constantly roared. The Yaoguang Saint Child also let out muffled groans. It was obvious that he was enduring an unimaginably high temperature. In the Light Palace, some people rushed out. They wanted to attract the supreme elders of the major sects and kill Yi Fan. However, when they left the palace gate, they were suddenly surrounded by hundreds of large flags. They were lost in the middle and could not rush out at all. This was the Dao pattern restriction that Yi Fan had specially laid down when he came in. It had been used in the Immortal Palace. It could even trap the physical body of an old demon. Everyone was in chaos, but there was no way. They could not rush out at all. This place was completely isolated from the myriad realms. I want to know, where did you get this furnace? The future divine king of the Jiang family suddenly transmitted his voice. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It seemed very mysterious. Could it be related to your Jiang family's divine sun furnace? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and looked at the divine body of the Jiang family, who was covered in divine iron armor. It's far from the divine sun furnace I've seen before, but it has a similar aura, the divine king of the Jiang family replied. Yi Fan did not waste any time and directly arrived in front of Yao Shi. This caused her expression to immediately change. The grudge between the two was too deep. Yao Shi had a celestial body, graceful and elegant. Her appearance was peerless and could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She had the charm of a demoness and the noble temperament of a saintess. It was very tempting. However, at this moment, she could not calm down. The situation was very bad for her. You are a beauty, but... Yi Fan formed a large golden hand and lifted Yao Shi's chin, almost teasing her. Yi Fan, you... Below, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land were almost in an uproar. The saintess represented holiness and could not be blasphemed. Yi Fan actually did such a thing in public. The others were also nervous. Yi Fan was extremely daring. He was definitely not only targeting these people. Perhaps the inheritors of the land of the great sage were all in danger. He might even blaspheme the land of the great sage. Chapter 289. In the Eastern Barren Territory, more than half of the saints and saintesses had come. They were likely to be the next batch of saints, representing the future and hope. If Yi Fan attacked crazily and killed everyone present, he would be able to wipe out the entire younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. This would definitely lead to the decline of geniuses and the end of an era. This was an immeasurable loss. Just thinking about it sent chills down people's spine. It's you. Yao Shi was very calm. She only spat out these two words. Yes, it's me. Yi Fan created a golden hand and held her chin. His expression was calm. These words were very normal. Bystanders wouldn't notice at all. But in reality, only the saintess of Jade Lake could understand the hidden meaning between the two. Yao Shi recognized Yi Fan from the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace. He was the young Taoist. They had entered the absolute beginning forbidden zone together and had seen him take out this furnace. However, it was also because of this that the Yao Guang saint's calmness and terror were revealed. Just now, he was so calm. Before being thrown into the furnace by Yi Fan, he had only asked, "Do we have a grudge?" In reality, whether it was the young Taoist or the real Yi Fan, they didn't seem to have a grudge. Yi Fan only guessed that the immemorial creature was the Yao Guang saint in disguise. He couldn't be sure. Thus, he didn't say anything and directly threw the Yao Guang saint into the furnace. Yao Shi struggled slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Don't tell me you want to throw me into the furnace too. Unfortunately, there are no more black flames inside. Otherwise, I could send you both on your way. Yi Fan shook his head. You. At this moment, Yao Shi was shocked. The golden hand created by Yi Fan had sent her flying. With a bang, she hit the chaos stone. If you don't die, I'll return your bra. Yi Fan smiled calmly. These words were secretly transmitted. He only had one purpose, to shut her up. Clang. The lid of the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace was opened. Yi Fan directly threw Yao Shi in without any hesitation. He was very decisive. Ah, Just at this moment, the little Peking rushed out. His whole body was pitch black, and he was almost burnt to a crisp. Alcade Saint Child followed closely behind. It was as if he had fallen into a coal mine. Bang! Yi Fan did not hold back at all. The void palm imprint smashed down on the little Peking's head, knocking both of them back into the little Peking's head. Clang! The five-colored lid flew back and covered the divine furnace once again. The raging flames inside burned fiercely, burning the entire furnace red. The primal chaos stones shot out streaks of auspicious colors, providing it with divine power. You. The light-shaking realm cultivator's expression shifted. You blasphemed the Holy Virgin and threw her into the furnace. How heartless you are. Many people in the Yaoguang Holy Land were so angry that their bodies were shaking. If someone wants to kill you, are you going to worship him? Yi Fan asked. When have I, the light-shaking realm, ever made things difficult for you? Do you know who they are? Someone gnashed their teeth. I don't need to explain anything to you. Enemies are meant to be killed. I don't care what her identity is, Yi Fan replied calmly. Many people were shocked. Even the light-shaking saintess had been thrown into the furnace. She was a peerless beauty, and the descendants of the Holy Lands were all in danger. It was obvious that Yi Fan was not afraid of anything. When he attacked, he showed no mercy. What a waste, what a waste. The light-shaking saintess is about to turn into ashes. There is one less beauty in this world. Lu Ko transmitted his voice. He was full of regret. Wu Zhongtian transmitted his voice and scolded, that's how it should be. As long as it's a great enemy, no matter who he is, even if he is a real deity descending to the mortal world, he should be refined. He should be iron-blooded and merciless. Yi Fan did not reply. Instead, he walked forward and circled around the area. He did not attack again. You should leave quickly, the Jade Lake Saintess transmitted her voice. Otherwise, you will really be in danger. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he thought about it and said, in the future, I might bring the pure phoenix blood gold to the Jade Lake. He glanced at the descendants of the Holy Lands such as Dian, Wan Chu, Dao Yi, and Zifu. He did not attack them because he had no conflict with them. The people below heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Yi Fan would throw everyone into the furnace without saying a word. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Fan arrived before Ji Haoyue. A golden hand materialized, wanting to throw him into the furnace and refine him together. This made the people of the Ji clan very nervous. However, Yi Fan stopped in the end. He thought of Ji Ziyue and how she built a cenotaph for him. Never mind, I will keep your divine body. I will meet you when I enter the secret realm of four extremes. Yi Fan returned to the Chaos Stone and sat cross-legged on it. He used a fire spell and circulated his divine power. He had made up his mind to refine the three experts. Here, there was a force field emitted by the Chaos Stone that negated the divine power. It was impossible to kill them with true battle techniques. Perhaps only this strange furnace could refine them. The Chaos Stone shot out beams of auspicious light that entered the furnace. It became even hotter and redder. The sun engraved on it disappeared and also entered the furnace. This was destined to be a long time. Yi Fan was very vigilant. He was ready to take out the profound jade platform and cross the void at any time. He wanted to stay in there for a bit longer to completely refine the three experts. During that time, he produced the Beast Hide scroll and began to study it carefully. At this time, he was shocked because there was a piece of silk in the scroll. There were some ancient characters and a map on it. The 9 secrets. There really was the 9 secrets. He had thought that this tomb had nothing to do with the ancient clan, but he had guessed wrong. This was the tomb of the ancient clan's ancestor. There was no 9 secrets heart art on the silk. There was only a map and some explanations. The distant ancestor of this ancient clan was very far-sighted. He frankly said that there was no such thing as an immortal dynasty, much less an eternal clan. In the long river of history, even some holy lands and ancient clans had been destroyed, let alone ordinary clans. He didn't want one of the 9 secrets to disappear because of the decline of his clan, so he left this silk behind. Back then, he had obtained this secret art from a mysterious place. The location was marked on the silk. If there was fate, one could follow the path he had walked to find it. An open-minded character with the same sentiments as Divine King Jiang Taishu. Yi Fan's expression didn't change as he put away the silk. The others didn't know that there was such a secret in the ancient scroll. Only now did he start to read the ancient scroll. There were many characters on it and a clear map. Yi Fan's expression changed as he skimmed through it. This was because he saw a familiar topographic map. There were 9 dragon veins surrounding and protecting a mountain. This was the topographic map of the Purple Mountain. It was the demon mountain suppressed by Great Emperor Wuxi, and such a map had actually been passed down. Black Emperor. Yi Fan transmitted his voice with his divine sense. The large black dog hid in the cauldron. He didn't know how much divine power he had used, trying to put the chaos gem into the cauldron, but he was so tired that he was foaming at the mouth. He couldn't move it at all. I've finally realized that when I'm with you, I'm always working hard for nothing and getting unlucky. Stop complaining. Look at this map. Yi Fan put the ancient scroll into the cauldron for the large black dog to examine. Damn it, as expected, someone obtained a trace of the Great Emperor's fur and even found out the location of the Emperor Mountain. By now, Yi Fan didn't need to guess too much. This imperial palace that had been changed into the Light Temple was undoubtedly the resting palace of Great Emperor Wuxi. This chaos gem was Great Emperor Wuxi's bed in the past. After the large black dog finished cursing, he suddenly fell silent, and didn't speak for a long time. Black Emperor, what's wrong? Could it be that you've been cursed by the tomb? Brat, do you want to harm people? The Black Emperor suddenly asked. What do you mean? Yi Fan asked. Give this map to whoever you don't like, the Black Emperor replied calmly. What do you mean? If that's the case, won't others know about the Purple Mountain that's guarded by 9 dragons? That place will no longer be peaceful, and people will dig it up. Yi Fan knew that the large black dog definitely had a deep connection with the Purple Mountain. Calculating the time, more than 100,000 years have passed. Perhaps the Purple Mountain is about to surface, the large black dog said woodenly. He was a little dazed. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid that the Purple Mountain will be destroyed by the various great sage? Yi Fan asked. Unless there are still great emperors in this world, no one can obtain anything from the Purple Mountain, the large black dog replied in an extremely certain tone. It was as if he had regained his senses, and he said, you can give this map to whoever you don't like. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of many things. There was most likely going to be a huge storm at the Purple Mountain. Are you sure that the various great sage lands can't obtain that Wuxi scripture? Yi Fan was most concerned about that stone scripture in the Purple Mountain. Unless there is a living great emperor, or if there is a complete jade pendant, no one can open the ancient scripture, the Black Emperor replied with certainty. This large black dog knew too much, but Yi Fan couldn't force him to answer, so he began to seriously ponder. Since these holy lands have nothing to do, I might as well let them divert their attention. He made up his mind, and began to laugh coldly. He wanted to give the ancient scroll away, but he lacked a very good excuse. Why hasn't the wicked Taoist appeared yet? Yi Fan had always been on guard against him, but now he really hoped that he would jump out and give him a hot potato. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the Temple of Light, and an extreme pressure swept out, even the chaos gems trembled. The ancient pagoda in the temple suddenly collapsed. Yen Ryu stood alone in the field, and she used an extreme weapon to turn the ancient pagoda into dust. Her opponent was turned to ashes, and she broke out of the pagoda. At the same time, many disciples of the Holy Lands quickly retreated, and the people leading them were all elites at the 4th heaven of the Dao Palace. Just now, they had all been guarding around the ancient pagoda, so there was no need to think too much about their motives. Not every Holy Land had an extreme weapon, and there were only a few in the eastern barren lands. If Yen Ryu died here, for some people, it would be a greater opportunity than any other. Unfortunately, many of the holy suns had long been frozen in midair. This was something they themselves hadn't expected. Daoist Duan, what do you mean? Yen Ryu stood elegantly in the center of the field, staring at the void in front of her. A fat figure appeared. Duanda smiled awkwardly, and said, I was afraid that something would happen to Princess Yen, so I stood guard. This damned fatty. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had indeed been here for a long time. He had hidden his strength well, and his appetite was too big. He had actually set his sights on an extreme weapon. Yen Ryu's expression was calm, and her flawless face was expressionless. She didn't say anything more. Her palm glowed brightly, and the extreme immortal might became even more terrifying. Duanda quickly retreated and said, Princess Yen, please don't misunderstand. How would I dare rob you? The Peacock King, Blue Flood Dragon King, and Old Rock King are all outside unless I don't want to live anymore. When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Not only had the Grand Elders of the Holy Land come, but even the 3 demon kings had appeared at the same time. Duanda. I'm telling you, my grandfather, Wu Dao, is here too. Wu Zhongtian gritted his teeth. When Duanda heard this, he immediately shrank back. He had once plundered someone's ancestral grave. If he were to be blocked here, it would be unthinkable. Black Emperor, hand it over. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. He pulled the ancient scroll out of the cauldron and held it in his hand. Right at this moment, something that shocked everyone happened. With a broken bowl on top of Duanda's head, he actually rushed towards the primal chaos stone like a ghost. The force field couldn't stop him. Swoosh! Duanda rushed past with an inconceivable speed. He snatched the ancient scroll from Yi Fan's hand in one go. It could be said that he came and went like a ghost. He laughed heartily, and his big mouth almost cracked open to his ears. However, he wasn't satisfied. A big fat hand actually grabbed towards the cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head. Woof, 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 dog barks resounded throughout the main hall. Ah! 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 Duanda screamed and shook his right arm repeatedly. At this moment, he was bitten 17 or 18 times, from his finger to his arm. Immeasurable. Motherf King Celestial Being. Whose dog is this? Chapter 290. Immeasurable. Motherf King Celestial Being. Whose dog is this? Duanda bared his teeth and cried out in pain, shaking his arms. However, he couldn't get rid of the Black Emperor at all. The big black dog could swallow a large roller after opening its bloody mouth, and it was biting with all its might. Ah, 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 woof, 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 Duanda and the big black dog were both barking. One was in excruciating pain, and the other was biting hard. One wanted to get rid of it, and the other refused to let go. The Black Emperor's body was quite large, and the huge head that stretched out from the cauldron was quite fierce. It bit Duanda and almost swallowed half of his body. Clang! The big black dog's large paws pressed down on the broken bowl on Duanda's head. He suddenly abandoned the unscrupulous Taoist priest's arm and bit the broken bowl with his mouth, trying to snatch it back. He had never been one to suffer losses. Even though he had intentionally given the animal hide scroll to Duanda, he felt that he couldn't let Duanda have it for free. Seeing the treasure, he wanted to take Duanda's divine object for himself. Unscrupulous. Celestial being, this is so infuriating. It had always been him who snatched other people's treasures. Today, not only was he bitten by a dog, but he was also robbed by a dog. Duanda was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. The broken bowl trembled slightly, and a terrifying destructive force was released. The Black Emperor was shocked, and a golden bell rushed out of his divine sense, jingling and shaking. At the same time, Yi Fan helped, activating his cauldron and attacking the unscrupulous Taoist priest. However, this broken bowl still made people's hearts palpitate. It contained unimaginably terrifying power, but it didn't really release it. The big black dog's heart skipped a beat. A crack appeared on his forehead, and the third vertical eye opened, shooting out a black light that penetrated Duanda's sea of consciousness. Yi Fan also felt danger. Without saying anything, the small golden lake between his eyebrows also shot out an inch-long golden sword, slashing at Duanda's forehead. Whether it was the big black dog's golden bell or Yi Fan's cauldron, they were both blocked by the broken bowl. The weapon attack wasn't very effective. However, the divine sense attack was too sudden. Duanda cried out and was hit on the spot, staggering back. Woof, 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 the large black dog's barks shook the heavens. He suddenly rushed out of the cauldron and lay on the bowl, using the golden bell as a shield. He hugged the bowl tightly and refused to let go. At the same time, his powerful divine sense surged forward like a tidal wave. Not good, retreat quickly. Yi Fan roared in a low voice. This bowl was no ordinary item, and it would strike fear into one's heart. He was afraid that something would happen to the large black dog. Before the Black Emperor retreated, he bit half of Duanda's body and tore his Daoist robe apart. He transformed into a black light and returned to Yi Fan's cauldron. The heartless Daoist priest was bitten miserably. His Daoist robe was torn and tattered, making him look like a beggar. There were teeth marks all over his body, making him look as miserable as one could imagine. Boundless celestial being, damn it, I've been bitten by a dog. Boundless Wu Shi, F***CK, I've bitten your nose. The large black dog retorted. Where did this dog demon come from? The heartless Daoist priest had a wretched expression. Looking at the teeth marks all over his body, he really wanted to eat black dog meat on the spot. This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. Whose nose was left unchained? The large black dog also had a displeased expression, and shouted loudly. The heartless Daoist priest's nose almost became crooked from anger, and he said, I still want to say, whose dog was left unchained? I haven't finished speaking yet, whose nose was left unchained? The large black dog bared his teeth. Everyone present was dumbfounded. These two fellows were really outrageous, and they didn't know what to say. Yet Yi Fan wanted to laugh loudly. This damned fatty had never suffered a loss, and had snatched many of his things. Afterwards, he had been stuffed into the demon god's tomb by the various great sage masters, and he had still come out alive and well. It was rare for him to suffer a loss today. Forget it, I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. The large black dog had gained enough advantage, and in the end, he revealed an expression of, I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. The heartless Daoist priest pointed at the Black Emperor, and was just about to say something, but he was interrupted by Yi Fan. Daoist priest, what do you mean? He deliberately darkened his face, and stared at Duanda with an unfriendly expression, and said, although we have some friendship, but to scheme against an old friend like this, do you think it's acceptable? Immeasurable celestial being, this humble Daoist is afraid that little brother Yi will suffer a loss. With so many people eyeing you covetously, this humble Daoist is afraid that little brother Yi will suffer a loss. Fatty, you will suffer retribution for being so greedy. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He looked unhappy, but he was laughing heartily in his heart. Duanda could freely enter and exit the force field formed by the primal chaos stones, and the field energy couldn't lock him down at all. The black and swarthy broken bowl overflowed with ripples, and counteracted this kind of confinement. The Black Emperor transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, and said, there must be something extraordinary in this broken bowl. It seems like it's sealed, and he doesn't want to expose it. It's really unimaginable. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. He didn't want to really fall out with this damned fatty. This guy hid his strength deeply, and he didn't know how many trump cards he had. The others were also very shocked. They couldn't guess what kind of strange treasure Duanda had, but it was definitely very shocking. Shwa! With a flash of light, Duanda withdrew from the force field formed by the primal chaos stones, landed on the ground, and kept the ancient scroll in his bosom. Everyone stared at him, especially the holy sons and holy daughters who were frozen in midair. They were all extremely unwilling, not because their cultivation was weak, but because they lacked treasures, there was nothing they could do about being trapped here. Taoist priest Duan, do you want to leave? Yen Ryu stepped forward and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Facing the demon race princess who was wielding an extreme weapon, Duanda acted as if he was facing a great enemy, his expression unsettled. Boom! On top of the primal chaos stones, the leaf flame divine furnace trembled. The three people sealed inside did not want to sit still and wait for death, so they did their best to attack. Yao Guang Saint Child, golden-winged little Peking, and Yao Shi were not ordinary people. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice and said, Black Emperor, can you help me seal this furnace? Even if we leave the primal chaos stones, we can ensure that they won't be able to rush out. This is difficult. The Black Emperor frowned and said, although this broken furnace is very sturdy, it's a little strange. I'm afraid there's no way to engrave Dao patterns on it. Think carefully and see if there's any way. Yi Fan felt that time was of the essence. He was afraid that he didn't have time to refine the three of them. Engraving Dao patterns requires a large amount of precious materials. Where can I find them in such a short period of time? There's no way. The Black Emperor shook his head. I need materials. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart stirred. He thought of the secret technique in the Dao scripture. There were only a few strokes, and the contents were limited. However, he had seriously studied it before. He had once used that forbidden technique, using an artifact to suppress one's body and achieve eternity. 9 mysterious ancient characters. I don't need any other precious materials. As long as I engrave them on the artifact, I can achieve suppression. Yi Fan quickly took action. This time, he was not suppressing himself, but the 3 experts. Black Emperor Protector. His expression was solemn. He could not refine the 3 experts here, so he planned to completely seal them. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from outside the main hall. Someone was forcefully pulling out the great flag that Yi Fan had set up, and was about to break in. All the holy sons and holy daughters revealed expressions of joy, feeling that their people must have arrived. Not good. Yi Fan calmed himself down and emptied his mind, engraving an imprint on the leaf fire divine furnace. His expression was incomparably solemn. Using his mind as a brush, he engraved an unrecognizable ancient character on the lid of the furnace. Every stroke was extremely focused, and he temporarily forgot everything outside. Shwa! With a flash of light, the first imprint was completed, and he struck it into the lid of the furnace. However, he didn't dare to relax. He didn't know if this strange furnace would erase this kind of imprint. After all, its self-recovery ability was very abnormal. There's no sign of it disappearing. It seems like it can be preserved. He was delighted. You actually know how to engrave this kind of thing? The large black dog had just seen that character with his own eyes and was extremely shocked. What's so special about it? Yi Fan asked. This is a character that only the great emperor can recognize. It's the pattern of heaven and earth, and it's very difficult for outsiders to understand what exactly is going on. The large black dog stared at Yi Fan, and said, You've mastered a few characters. When the time comes, you must teach them to me. Yi Fan's heart instantly skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. He quickly calmed his emotions, calmed himself, and began to engrave characters again. Shwa! With a flash of light, the second ancient character, the third ancient character. He engraved 7 ancient characters in a row, and the lid of the furnace suddenly became misty, firmly sealing the furnace. However, the others didn't pay attention to all this. Everyone was staring at Duanda. After all, that ancient scroll had been obtained by him. Boom! Outside the great emperor's bedchambers, many people were moving, and several hundred great flags were pulled out one by one. In the end, there was a violent tremor, and over a dozen people walked in. These dozen or so people looked to be in their 30s or 40s, but no one knew how old they really were. All of them walked calmly, and their expressions were calm. One could tell at a glance that they had extraordinary temperaments. One of them wore a 5-colored feather robe, and he was naturally proud and extraordinary. His brows were straight like swords, and he looked disdainfully at everyone in the main hall. Finally, two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes, and he stared at Ji Haoyue. "Kong Teng, what do you want to do?" someone beside him shouted. In the main hall, everyone was shocked. Who was Kong Teng? He was the Peacock King's eldest true disciple, and he had inherited the Peacock King's supreme mysterious technique. His strength was unfathomable. In the past, it was he who had chased Ji Haoyue to the ends of the earth in the southern region, and he had almost died outside. "Don't worry, I won't make a move here. After all, you have more people, and my demon race only has a few people," Kong Teng replied coldly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. None of the dozen or so middle-aged people were easy to deal with. They were all extraordinary figures in the land of the great sage, and they were half a generation or even a generation older than the youngsters present. Whoosh, whoosh. The light flickered continuously, and Yi Fan finally imprinted the last two words into the lid, completely sealing the divine furnace of Li fire. At this point, he let out a long sigh. Taoist Duan. Kong Teng glanced at the chaos stones, and then stared at Duanda. The dozen or so people who came in with him all had great backgrounds, and their statuses were not lower than his. They were all geniuses in the land of the great sage, and they all stared at Duanda. Everything can be discussed. Duanda smiled insincerely, and he took out the ancient scroll. "Eldest senior brother, please save the saint and the saintess." A light-shaking realm disciple stepped forward, and respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man. This was a man who looked to be about 37 or 38 years old. He was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was incomparably handsome, and people could not help but be in awe of him, as if he was an immortal king. Many people present were shocked, and they immediately knew who this person was. This was Chu Lingkong of the light-shaking realm, and he had almost been chosen as the saint in the past. Is that so? Someone actually captured the saintess and the saint of the light-shaking realm at the same time? Chu Lingkong's eyes were as deep as the ocean, and he looked into the air. Yi Fan's expression was calm, and he sat cross-legged on the chaos stones, still casting fire spells. The three geniuses in the furnace spoke calmly, and he said, "I want to suppress them for a year, and then release them to the Holy Land when the time is up." Everyone's expression changed. A small cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace dared to suppress the descendants of the Holy Land. If this got out, it would definitely shock the world. He actually dared to say such a thing, and there was not a single person from the land of the great sage who was not shocked. This was a monster, and they had more or less heard of his name before, but none of the geniuses from the Holy Land cared. Today, they were destined to remember this name. Chapter 291. Little Uncle, that is the criminal wanted by the Ji clan, Yi Fan. The people of the Ji clan also came forward and bowed to a 38 or 39-year-old middle-aged man. How courageous, daring to come here. The genius of the Ji clan clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Many people recognized him. He was Ji Yuanqing of the Ji clan. He had a medium build and wasn't very tall, but he had the aura of the great Tao. He was very ethereal like a piece of void, and people couldn't catch a trace of him. He gave people a feeling of nothingness. This was the sign that he had cultivated the void scripture to an extremely high level. Back then, he fought with the eldest disciple of the Peacock King, Kong Teng, from the southern region to the central plains. He was very famous in the land of the great sage. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ji clan had a divine body, Ji Haoyue, the future leader of the clan would definitely be him. Where did the little Peking go? At this time, Kong Teng also raised his head. His sharp eyebrows were raised and a sharp aura rushed out. Apart from Yen Ruyu, there were other beasts on the ground. One of them came forward and reported, the little Peking was also suppressed by Yi Fan. What? 3 heaven's favorites were suppressed by him alone? These people's expressions changed. They were half a generation older than the younger generation and were all geniuses. However, they also paid attention to the chosen saints and saintesses. The little Peking and the wavering light saint seemed to have the potential to become emperors. They were similar to the ancient emperors when they were young. They couldn't help but be surprised that they were suppressed by one person at the same time. Kong Teng took a step forward. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. He was born with pride and looked majestic even when he wasn't angry. He stared at Yi Fan in the air and said, "No wonder my teacher has high hopes for you. You are indeed extraordinary. Whether it is luck or strength, to be able to suppress these three means that you have a place in the younger generation." The eldest disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land, Chu Lingkong, walked forward. He was tall and slender like a celestial king. His eyes were as deep as the stars. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "Release them." Yi Fan had suppressed a total of 3 people, and 2 of them were from the Wavering Light's sacred land. This made him frown slightly. If this matter spread, it would have a great impact on the Wavering Light's sacred land. Yi Fan stood up and smiled brilliantly. He said, "I was just about to tell everyone that I'm definitely going to keep these 3 people. It's impossible for me to let them go. I want you to stop trying to kill me within this 1 year, and stop searching for my whereabouts. If you can do that, I'll let you go after a year." Everyone was shocked. They never imagined that Yi Fan would dare to state such a condition in front of so many geniuses from the sacred lands. "Are you confident that you can leave this place?" Chu Lingkong's expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp. Boom! Suddenly, the direct disciple of the Peacock King, Kong Teng, took action. His palm struck out, causing the entire hall to shake. He stood in front of the door, blocking Duanda's path. At the same time, Chu Lingkong, Ji Yuanqing, and the others made their move as well, cutting off the unscrupulous Taoist priest's path forward, preventing him from escaping. "Taoist priest Duan, why did you leave without saying goodbye?" These dozen or so people were all very calm. They had been famous for many years, and each of them was very shrewd and vigilant. Duanda couldn't run even if he wanted to. These dozen or so people were all geniuses from the previous generation. If they joined hands, they could almost fight against powerful existences and kill some sect masters of great sections. Duanda had a bitter expression on his face. He chanted a Taoist name and said, "This humble Taoist just wanted to go out and get some fresh air." He didn't dare to force his way in. His current situation was very bad. There were more than 10 geniuses blocking his way in front, and behind him, there was the threat of the demon race princess wielding an extreme weapon. It made him feel uneasy all over. Boom! The entire light palace almost flipped over due to the violent tremors. No one knew how great the force was. Even the primal chaos stone at the center of the hall shook. The force field was somewhat unstable, and it was affected by a powerful shockwave. Everyone's expression changed. They were extremely shocked. Duanda shrank his neck and said, "Everyone, run quickly. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. There are 3 big coffins behind us. Something must have broken out of the coffins." As he spoke, he wanted to slip out. "Taoist priest Duan, you should just stay here obediently," Ji Yuanqing said coldly. Kong Teng and Chu Lingkong's eyes were like lightning. The dozen or so people all revealed killing intent and were ready to attack him at any time. "I'm doing this for your own good. Really, this humble Taoist can swear to the heavens that those 3 coffins are not something we can touch." Duanda pointed at the sky. "Don't worry, it's the supreme elders of the great sage's land." Chu Lingkong replied coldly. "You guys really dare to touch them? Those are the absolute coffins of 3 talents. Someone wants to use a corpse to become a martial emperor. He must be an incomparably terrifying character." Duanda's face was somewhat green. If he can't become a martial emperor when he's alive, how can he become one after death? He won't be stronger than the great sage's land. "My teacher is enough to suppress him," Kong Teng said indifferently. Duanda's expression changed again and again. The Peacock King looked down on the southern region. Even the great sage's land couldn't do anything to him. He was indeed extremely powerful. Boom! The violent energy impact almost blew the entire great emperor's palace away. If it was any other building, it would have long been turned into ashes. But this was Great Emperor Wu Shi's residence. It was stained with his aura and engraved with the Great Emperor's lines. Even if it was an almighty being, he wouldn't be able to destroy this place. A loud roar resounded. The mountains and rivers shook. Ain mountain under the ground directly collapsed. The entire underground world shook violently. It was as if the most terrifying earthquake had happened. Roar, another loud roar shook the mountains and the earth. Some of the weaker cultivators in the hall were directly crushed to pieces. The survivors were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Kong Teng, Ji Yuanqing, Chu Lingkong, and Duanda's expressions changed. It was obvious that an almighty being had made a move. The strength of a person at that level was unimaginable. He could directly shatter mountains and rivers with a roar. It's my teacher. Kong Teng's expression was solemn. Yi Fan also recognized the voice. It was the Peacock King's voice. He was fighting a peerless expert alone. Ji Yuanqing and Chu Lingkong's expressions changed again and again. The Peacock King's divine power was unfathomable. 800 years ago, he swept across the southern region. He had fought against the Alcade Saint Lord and the Ji family Saint Lord. He had never been defeated in his life. His divine bravery was rare in the world. The Ji family had a deep impression of him. More than a year ago in the southern region, the Peacock King's roar had shattered many famous figures of the Ji family. He had even killed their supreme elder with one slap. Quick, close the door. Otherwise, there won't be many people left here. They will all be killed by my teacher. Kong Ting said. He wasn't thinking for the sake of the Holy Lands. Because there were also some demon race cultivators and people of the 13 great bandits here. More than a dozen people moved and sealed the Light Palace, isolating them from the outside world. And at this time, the Peacock King attacked with true fire. His divine power was monstrous, spreading far and wide. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. Boom! In front of him, the 5 palaces that had been broken through before were all destroyed by his roar. They became ruins. He and an expert flew across the sky, fighting fiercely in the air of the underground world. Yi Fan had seen the Peacock King before. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. He was very delicate and handsome. Who would have thought that he would be so brave in a real battle? Brat, don't refine those 3 people. Let's leave quickly. This Peacock King is a bit scary, the Black Emperor urged. Yi Fan nodded. Anyway, he had already sealed the little Peng King, Ao Shi, and Yao Shi. It didn't matter if he could refine them or not. Suddenly, the roar of a Peng filled the sky. The entire underground world was oppressed, making people's souls tremble. The old Peng King has appeared. He is indeed terrifying. Many people's expressions changed. Yi Fan was even more shocked. That was the ancestor of the little Peng King, a giant of the demon race. His battle strength was monstrous and he had the fastest speed in the eastern wasteland. Even the great sage lords had a headache dealing with him. Brat, let the little Peng King out, Kong Ting said. Let the son and daughter out, Chu Lingkong said indifferently. I really don't know how you can escape. Ji Yuanqing shook his head. Yi Fan did not panic. He said, there are people from all the Holy Lands here. In front of all of you, I will say it again. Don't disturb me for a year. Otherwise, the 3 people I took away will die a violent death. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You think you can negotiate with us? Someone rebuked. Although these people were well-mannered, their faces immediately darkened when a small cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace repeatedly made such demands. On the side, the 2nd and 3rd layer disciples of the Holy Ji Palace mocked him. You are about to die, and you still dare to talk big. Do you really think you are a mighty figure? Yi Fan smiled and said indifferently, what's so great about a holy land? I will visit the Ji family and the Alcade one by one. When the time comes, I will openly borrow your ancient scriptures. This was very disgraceful. Borrowing the ancient scriptures of a holy land was easy to say, but other than the great ancient emperors, who could do such a thing? Unless they could conquer this holy land, how could they do so? This was a blatant declaration of war. No matter what Yi Fan was like in the past, from this day on, his name would spread to all the major sections. He would be known for the first time. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have a primordial trash body. What capital do you have? You have no future at all, and yet you dare to speak so shamelessly? The dozen geniuses and the son and daughter saints did not say anything, but the young disciples could not stand it and rebuked him one after another. Then we will meet in the future. I, with my primordial trash body, will learn from all of you. Yi Fan stood on the chaos stone and glanced at everyone. Swoosh! With a flash of light, a mysterious jade platform appeared on the chaos stone. Yi Fan trembled as he stepped onto it. Not good, stop him. At this moment, everyone came to their senses. The other party could actually carve a moving spatial platform. This shocked them. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan disappeared from his original spot. At this moment, Duanda charged over like a ghost. He also wanted to use the mysterious jade platform to cross the void. Crack! However, at this moment, the mysterious jade platform suddenly shattered, and Duanda was sent flying. Unscrupulous celestial being, it's a one-time use platform. Duanda was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. Behind him, more than 10 people surrounded him. All of them had unfriendly expressions. Unexpectedly allowing Yi Fan to escape, no one felt proud. Everyone, let's study this ancient scroll together. There is no need to be so nervous. Duanda's smile was uglier than crying. Thousands of miles away, with a flash of light, the cauldron made of the myriad source chi rushed out of the void. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor appeared from the cauldron. Quick, continue to carve Tao patterns. This time, we have to go 10,000 miles away. That old rock king has the world's fastest speed. A distance of 1,000 miles is nothing to him. The Black Emperor didn't delay and quickly moved. Soon, they finished carving. Then, they traversed through the void again and went 10,000 miles away. After traversing through the void many times, they were completely far away from Lizho. After being separated by more than 20 oases, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he was out of danger. On that day, the news seemed to have grown wings and spread to the surrounding regions. A cultivator named Yi Fan suppressed the Alcade Saint, Little Rock King, and Yao Shi. This shook dozens of continents. In just a few days, Yi Fan's name shocked hundreds of oases and spread to half of the North region. Many people knew that a cultivator named Yi Fan was going to suppress 3 prodigies for a year. Who was Yi Fan? There were some rumors in the past, but most sects didn't know about him. From now on, most people in the North region would no longer be strangers to him. Little Rock King and Alcade Saint were people who had the potential to walk the path of a great emperor. They were rare opponents in the younger generation of Eastern Baron and were the future Eastern Baron King. However, they had been suppressed by a nameless cultivator. Without a doubt, the news would spread more and more people would know about it. From now on, everyone in the world would know about him. This wasn't an exaggeration. Yi Fan suppressed Yao Shi, Little Rock King, and Alcade Saint and took them away. This would cause his name to spread to all the sects. Chapter 292. Have you heard of a young man named Yi Fan? He suppressed the golden-winged Little Pen King, a top expert of the demon race's younger generation. I did hear that. Is it true? I heard that he is only a 15 or 16-year-old cultivator. How could he suppress the sky rock kind who can compete with the ruler of the immortal body? Your news is too outdated. It has gone crazy in the north. This is definitely true. The people from the Hall of 5 Elements saw it with their own eyes. This was a discussion in a tea house. News like this spread and spread like wildfire across more than half of the north. In a gambling house not far away, a group of powerful cultivators were also discussing this topic. This is insane. Not only was the little rock suppressed, the son and daughter of the Alcade Holy Land were taken away as well. This is unbelievable. No way. Are you sure this news is true? The two representatives of the young generation from the Alcade Holy Land were suppressed by someone? That's just too far-fetched. There is no mistake. The people from the Palace of Disillusionment witnessed everything. A few of their disciples were killed by the little cultivator named Yifan. They saw it with their own eyes. This is too shocking. Where did this Yifan come from? He even managed to suppress Yao Guang's son. You should know that there are rumors in the sects that Yao Guang's son is undefeatable. How did he get taken away so quickly? What is this Yifan's background? Does he really have the ability to control the sky and earth? He took down 3 heaven's favorites at once. How shocking. Everyone in the gambling house discussed. Many people found it hard to believe and felt that this was too surreal. The Alcade's son was highly regarded among the young generation of the humankind. Many famous figures were no longer his opponent. The other Holy Lands all feared him and thought that this future Alcade saint would have unimaginable achievements. However, he was suppressed by someone else. How could people not be shocked? The golden-winged little Peking and the Alcade saint almost represented the future of the monster race and the human race, but now they were suppressed by the same person. Just who is that Yifan? What is his background? Which sect does he come from? Why does he have such a method to suppress 3 geniuses? The Ji clan once put him on the wanted list. Some time ago, there were portraits of him in some cities, and I even took a look at them. I heard that he was somewhere between the Sea of Reincarnation and the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect him to cause such a stir in the end. As the news spread, bits and pieces of information about Yifan were slowly unearthed. Although it was still incomplete, many cultivators in the northern domain had a rough understanding of him. Damn it, this brat is a ruthless person. He was beaten into the 6th level of the fire field and did not die. Half a year later, he came out and did something that shocked the entire southern region. He burned the highest elder of the Ji family to death. He's just a little cultivator without any foundation, yet he was able to cross the void from the southern region of the Eastern Barren Territory to the northern region. I really don't know how he did it. I guess he snuck in from some holy land. How surprising. From tea houses to restaurants, from one city to another, and from one oasis to another, the news spread very quickly. Half a month later, many sects learned about the incident. Everything about Yifan gradually became clear. It was only then that people were surprised to find that he was actually a barren body of the ancients. He has such a physique, yet he has also achieved extraordinary achievements. It's surprising. Could the sacred body of the ancients be able to regain its former glory? Impossible. He hasn't broken through the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace, and he hasn't broken the curse. There might be a chance if he really enters the secret plane of the 4 extremes one day. A little cultivator from the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace actually suppressed 3 geniuses. He has the yellow origin root. This is really shocking. Is this a sign from the heavens that the hope of the sacred body of the ancients has appeared? Yifan had a cauldron made of the source chi of Myriad. This was the most crucial news, and it affected the nerves of many people. Many people wanted to find him. Especially the Holy Lands. Their desire for holy relics was even stronger because not every holy land had a great emperor who possessed an ultimate weapon. Since ancient times, there were not many great emperors, but it did not mean that only great emperors could create holy lands. Holy lands that were not created by great emperors were equally terrifying because their accumulation was very deep. Some of them imitated nature and engraved the imprints of the great Tao. Some of them had obtained nameless inheritances and possessed unfathomable foundations. There were also some that had produced generations after generations of sages. After a long period of accumulation, they created supreme scriptures. Not a single holy land was unworthy of its name. All of them were extremely powerful, even beyond people's imagination. The only thing they lacked was an ultimate weapon. After all, the great emperors had long since ceased to exist. Only the ultimate weapons left behind were the most powerful things. Holy lands that did not have a great emperor naturally wanted holy relics. The latest news is that Yaoguang Holy Land and Ji Clan are offering an astronomical reward. Anyone who can provide relevant information can get 3 square meters of yuan. This is really a big deal. Anyone who can provide clues about Yifan can get 10,000 kilograms of source qi. Wealth moves people's hearts. Northern region will be in an uproar. This is not the most shocking news. The bigger reward is at the end. If you can provide information about Yifan's whereabouts, you can get 30 square meters of source qi. 30 square meters, a whole 50,000 kilograms of source qi, this is a heaven-defying price. Once this news spread, northern region was shaken. Many people started to move, trying to find Yifan's whereabouts. Obviously, this price was not because of Yifan, but because of the existence of the source qi of Myriad. Many people sneered. Holy relics were priceless, even 1,000,000 kilograms of source qi was not enough. Any powerful force would not exchange it if they got it. Many cultivators started to move. Many people knew that even if they got the holy relics, they could not keep them. If they went to other holy lands, they could ask for a higher price than the Ji clan and Yaoguang Holy Land. In the southern region of eastern wilderness, Tai Xian's clumsy peak was a scene of withering vegetation. Ever since Yifan left here and burned the Ji clan's grand elder to death, Tai Xian Peak had suffered a lot of pressure. Even the sect leader of Tai Xian had to order the other disciples to return to the main peak. Clumsy Peak, which had just shown signs of prosperity, became desolate again. Now, weeds were growing here, dead trees were everywhere, and yellow leaves were flying. In the whole peak, only Li Ruoyu was there. He sat quietly among the ruins. You really have a good disciple, making the Holy Land restless. The sect leader of Tai Xian landed on Clumsy Peak. He had received the news from northern region. He is not my disciple, but it is worth it to have such a disciple. Even if Clumsy Peak is withered, with such a person, it will be able to develop in the future, Li Ruoyu answered. You are quite open-minded, but the pressure on Tai Xian has increased a lot. The sect leader of Tai Xian clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the clouds. Everyone hopes to have a disciple who can shake the world. Even if they die, they can smile in the underworld. But there must be a limit. Otherwise, it will be a disaster in the future. Also in the Taishan sect, there was a man in blue who was as handsome as jade and as otherworldly as an immortal. He gently plucked the strings of his guqin and played a beautiful piece. Many flowers bloomed with the sound of the guqin, and hundreds of birds flew to worship and dance because of the sound of the guqin. After the sound of the guqin, he looked up at a beautiful woman in white and said, Junior Sister Xiao Man, what kind of place is your hometown? I want to hear about it. I also want to tell you about Yifan. In the northern region, in a palace of the Ji clan, Ji Ziyue ground her shiny canines. She sighed and muttered to herself, so that little Taoist was him. Then, she wrinkled her nose and hugged one of Ji Haoyue's arms. Fortunately, I didn't throw him into the furnace. I will catch him sooner or later. Ji Haoyue's divine moon covered his body, and dragon qi coiled around him. The aura of a divine king had already begun to appear. The holy city of the north was a magnificent city that occupied an area of who knew how many miles. Since the beginning of records, this city had never changed its location. No one knew how long it had existed. The first ancient city of the north and the first divine city were both its names. Legend had it that in the distant past, it had been floating in the sky. There were powerful cultivators of the northern plains and the royal family of central plains who lived here all year round. At this moment, even some of the top figures in the city knew of Yifan's name. A powerful cultivator of the northern plains was laughing wildly in the holy city, startling many people. Old Rock King, no matter how arrogant you are, every time you see me, your chin is almost raised to the sky. You have a prodigious descendant, but you can't be like this, saying that even 18 of my direct descendants can't defeat a descendant of yours. What happened in the end? You bragged too much. What great emperor's path? Didn't you get suppressed with a flip of your hand? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, the old Rock King is searching for his descendant all over the world. Otherwise, I would be able to enjoy your shocking battle again. An older member of the royal family of Central Plains snickered. At this moment, if one were to say who was angered, the old Rock King was not the most furious. The people of the Wavering Light's sacred land were the most furious. The Grand Sacred Land, the two leading figures of the future, were taken away by someone just like that with a furnace, not leaving a single one behind. The Holy Son of Wavering Light had the ambition of a great emperor, and his name shook the sacred lands. His performance was acknowledged by everyone, but now, he was taken away by someone with a broken furnace. This made them feel humiliated. Yi Fan's words had long spread to the various great sections. In the future, he would pay a visit to the Wavering Light sacred land and the Ji family. This made all of the sacred lands feel humiliated. This was a small cultivator declaring war against an undying inheritance. In the past half a month, the winds and clouds surged. It was difficult for the northern region to calm down, but not a single person could find Yi Fan. At this moment, he did not feel any sense of danger. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a graceful youth. He often appeared in the gambling dens, appearing extremely carefree. Golden-winged little Peking, holy son of Wavering Light, Yao Shi, all of you should quiet down a bit. If you make me angry, I'll throw you all into the Origin Ancient Mine. Yi Fan held the leaf fire divine furnace and threatened the three people inside. However, what kind of mentality did the golden-winged little Peking have? How could the holy son of Wavering Light and Yaoshi possibly yield? Their bodies were inside the copper furnace, attacking at it every day to break the seal. I still have a use for you guys right now. Don't make me make a bad move, or else I'll suppress this furnace in a latrine pit for 10,000 years. When Yi Fan's words sounded, even the indifferent holy son of Wavering Light almost cursed out. Yaoshi was even more so, angered to the point where her face lost color. However, the effects were clear. Even someone as arrogant as the golden-winged little Peng lost his temper. Chapter 293. Li Zhou's 9 secrets came from a very mysterious place. Yi Fan studied the silk carefully. According to what was written on it, it was very far away, close to the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Holy Cliff was an ancient name. It was marked on the silk, and it was the place that contained the 9 secrets. Yi Fan felt that the name was a bit special. He couldn't help but ask the big black dog, Black Emperor, have you heard of the Holy Cliff? The big black dog's heart skipped a beat. How do you know this name? I threw the ancient scroll to Duanda and kept this silk. It mentions the location of the 9 secrets. Yi Fan didn't hide anything from the Black Emperor. This place is very unusual. A great emperor went there and felt something when he saw the ancient cliff, so he went there to pay homage, the Black Emperor said. What kind of place is it? Yi Fan was even more surprised. There's a rumor that a sacred body of the ancients died there, and his blood dyed the stone cliff red. The great emperors of the ancients were all lonely and invincible. They traveled to the ancient cliff because they thought that if the sacred body was still alive, they would be worth fighting. There's actually such an anecdote. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This was an unusual place. The 9 secrets was in that area, so he had to go there. However, he didn't want to leave right now. With the silk in hand, the 9 secrets couldn't run away. When the time came, he could just follow the map. At present, what he needed the most was to increase his level, not to urgently search for secret techniques. These days, he went to dozens of cities, constantly buying stones, and then went to uninhabited places to cut them open. In addition to what he had before, he had accumulated more than 5,000 kilograms of source. Right now, he could already break through to the 3rd heaven of the Doctrine Palace, but he wasn't satisfied. He really wanted to advance to the 4th heaven. However, it was too difficult. He needed 50,000 kilograms of source. This was a dizzying number. It was difficult to rely on stone gambling alone. Maybe it's time to go to the holy city. Yi Fan said to himself. After more than half a month, the storm in Lisho didn't subside. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. The other person in the limelight that day, Duanda, was in a worse state than Yi Fan. The heartless Taoist priest was indeed a character. That day, under those circumstances, he actually found an opportunity and successfully escaped. However, his following days were extremely difficult. All the Holy Lands were searching for him at the same time. Wu Dao of the 13 Great Bandits was roaring as he chased after him, and the demon race was also pestering him relentlessly. After fleeing for half a month, Duan Delian was so tired that he almost vomited blood. He was almost skinned alive. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and threw the ancient scroll away. But even so, he didn't have it easy. Wu Dao of the 13 Great Bandits seemed to have locked onto him, and didn't stop for even a moment. He chased after him day and night. Someone noticed that Duanda had lost a great deal of weight in this half a month, and his entire body was covered in bloodstains. But the only thing that surprised everyone was that he was still alive and kicking, and he didn't show any signs of being unable to hold on. This damn fatty is really lucky. All the Holy Lands didn't kill him, and even Wu Dao couldn't catch up to him. Yi Fan was a little speechless. According to the latest news, Duanda was chased by Wu Dao to the point where there was no road to heaven or door to hell, and he fled in the direction of the central state. After the ancient scroll was thrown out by the heartless Daoist, the descendants of all the Holy Lands fought each other, which shocked the older generation figures. Their battle prowess was extremely astonishing. We have to return to the stone stronghold and move the people away. I reckon that after a period of time, the battle for the ancient scroll will have a result, and the great sage will most likely sit down and discuss it. That wasn't the 9 secrets, but a world-shocking map. If all the great sects understood it, there would definitely be huge waves. It wasn't something a single sect could monopolize, and that place couldn't be conquered by a single holy land. He didn't want the people of the stone stronghold to be attacked, so he wanted to settle them down in advance and get them far away from the Purple Mountain. If all the Holy Lands attack the Purple Mountain, the other places will definitely be empty. At that time, there might be an excellent opportunity. I need the source. Yi Fan was full of desire. Half a month later, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor returned to the stone stronghold. This place was just like before, and there weren't many changes. This place was far from being rich and beautiful. The stronghold surrounded by reddish-brown stones was very desolate, and there was very little vegetation. This was merely a small oasis that spanned a dozen or so li. However, the people here were in a very good state of mind. They dug for source for a living, so they didn't have to worry about their lives. They could go to the distant oasis to exchange for daily necessities. Little brother Yi has returned, and there's also that Black Emperor. The people in the stone stronghold warmly greeted him, almost calling the big black dog by the wrong name. When they heard that they were going to move away from this place, many of the elders became silent. They had lived here for generations, and it was difficult for anyone to accept suddenly leaving. We have no choice but to move. In the future, this place won't be peaceful, and there will be a huge storm. Yi Fan patiently explained. In the end, he had no choice but to invite Zhang Wuye over and briefly explain the situation of the Purple Mountain. Hearing that all the Holy Lands were coming, Zhang Wuye's expression changed. He sighed and said, "Our ancestor told us to guard this place. Could it be that we have to leave now?" The Black Emperor stretched out his massive head, and said, "Leave. Your clan will have great fortune in the future." Yi Fan had heard that the first ancestor of the Zhang clan, that Yuan Taoist master, had once said that if they stayed here to pay respect to the Purple Mountain, they would have great fortune in the future. For many people, completely leaving this place was a sad process. Yi Fan didn't rush them, because there was still plenty of time. Even if the ancient scroll fell into the hands of the Holy Lands, it would be very difficult to have any results in a short period of time. The various parties were in a struggle, and they needed to constantly compromise and redistribute benefits. However, it was at this moment that the big black dog discovered something. When he ran over to the Purple Mountain to take a look, he actually discovered a human figure. Someone had already arrived. "Are you sure?" Yi Fan was shocked. This was really too fast. That person is extremely terrifying. I only saw a shadow, and he disappeared in a flash, the big black dog said in a low voice. The Black Emperor only vaguely saw that person wearing a Taoist robe, standing at the peak of the purple mountain, and then instantly disappearing, giving it a huge fright. Wearing a Taoist robe? Could it be that damn fatty has come? But, wasn't he chased in the direction of the middle state? Yi Fan was puzzled. It's definitely not that fatty. He can't possibly be that fast. I remember those who have been bitten by me very clearly. This person is extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Yi Fan felt that he needed to leave as soon as possible. This place was no longer peaceful, and this storm had arrived even faster than he had imagined. Hurry up and tell them to pack up quickly. I'm going to take a look outside. He left the stone stronghold, and headed to Flat Rock City to gather information. In the end, he found out that the Holy Lands hadn't made a move yet, and the storm of the ancient scroll had yet to subside. What's going on? The Holy Lands have no future, yet someone has arrived first. It must be a supreme elite. Yi Fan secretly guessed that this person had definitely already viewed the ancient scroll. When Yi Fan returned, he saw the big black dog several dozen kilometers away from the stone stronghold. He asked curiously, "Why are you here?" An ox nose came and entered the stone stronghold. I can't see through him, and I'm afraid he'll harm me. So, you ran out? Yi Fan was shocked. He was slightly worried about the people in the stone stronghold. Don't worry. With his cultivation level, he definitely won't make things difficult for mortals. However, I don't know why he entered the stone stronghold. This Taoist you speak of, could it be the one we saw at the peak of the Purple Mountain? It's most likely that ox nose. Otherwise, how could there be two supreme elites in the same area? The big black dog pondered for a moment, then said, "Go and see what he's doing." Yi Fan thought for a moment, and then changed his appearance, disguising himself as Wang Shu. Even his essence and aura were almost the same. Now, he was about to leave this place. Wang Shu was not in the stone stronghold, and was purchasing the necessary resources in Flat Rock City. He returned to the stone stronghold in Wang Shu's appearance. The moment he returned, he saw that there were many people surrounding the stronghold, and many of them were discussing. What's going on? Yi Fan asked. An old Taoist has come, and he's very strange. He's taken a fancy to 5th Master Zhang's millstone, and he's also taken a fancy to Dumbo's millstone. He's planning to buy them. This old Taoist's eyesight is too poor. Even I can tell that the millstone and millstone definitely don't have source, and he actually wants to buy them at a high price. I really don't know what he's thinking. Yi Fan's heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly walked forward. There was an old Taoist in the crowd, and he wore an ancient Taoist robe. He looked quite old, and his hair had even turned white from washing. This kind of clothing is a little different from the current era. Yi Fan's heart moved. The style of the Taoist robe was very ancient. His expression was calm, but he was actually shocked inside. In that instant, his spirit sense made him feel as if he was facing a slumbering primordial dragon. However, the spirit sense only flashed for a moment, and he quickly lost that feeling. He was calm, and there was nothing strange about him. This was an old Taoist with white hair that reached his shoulders, and he looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He was hale and hearty, and was currently earnestly looking at Dumbo's millstone. "I'll give you 5 kilograms of source, and I'll take this millstone," the old Taoist said to Dumbo's parents. 5 kilograms? The surrounding people were all shocked. Even Yi Fan was a little puzzled. He was also seriously looking at the millstone, but he did not notice any abnormalities. In the end, the old Taoist bought the millstone and began to dissect it in front of everyone. Stone chips flew everywhere. He was very careful, as if he was afraid of damaging some precious treasure. He peeled off layer by layer, and did not use a bold and decisive chop at all. However, in the end, the millstone turned into stone chips, and nothing was cut out. The old Taoist frowned, stood up, and pointed at the stone millstone in front of Zhang Wuye's house not far away. I'll pay 10 kilograms of source for this millstone. This. The people in the stone stronghold were quite shocked. Fifth Master, what's the origin of these stone millstones and millstones? Yi Fan asked Zhang Wuye in a low voice. I've never heard of any origin. Zhang Wuye frowned and thought carefully for a long time. It's been used for generations, and there's nothing special about it. In any case, I can't see any source in it. Suddenly, Zhang Wuye's expression changed, and he exchanged a glance with Yi Fan. They thought of the same possibility. Could these millstones and stone millstones have been left behind by their ancestors on purpose? One must know that the Zhang family's ancestors were not ordinary people, but an eccentric person of their generation. If they had been left behind by their ancestors on purpose, it must be extraordinary. With their eyesight, they could not see anything special at all. Are there many of these stone tools in the stronghold? Yi Fan asked. The specifics have not been calculated. Zhang Wuye's fingers were trembling. Could it be that the eccentric person had left behind the most ordinary stone blocks, millstones, and stone millstones for his descendants? Yi Fan's heart trembled. Chapter 294. Just what was this old Taoist's background? The old Taoist's robes were clearly not from this era. They looked extremely ancient. This stone roller has been used by my ancestors until now. I don't plan on selling it. Zhang Wuye tactfully refused. The old Taoist's skin was bronze in color, and his white hair draped over his shoulders. His body was dry, but he was full of energy. His voice was like a golden bell, sonorous and forceful. I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 25 kilograms of origin source as a base. Moreover, if you cut something out of the roller, I'll pay you according to the market price. Zhang Wuye was a bit embarrassed. He had already seen that the old Taoist was not an ordinary person, and it would be inappropriate to refuse again. He muttered, "This, boom." At this moment, a loud sound came from the horizon. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation was transmitted. The Purple Mountain. The epicenter was the Purple Mountain, which was protected by the 9 dragon veins. Even from a distance, one could feel the ground shaking there. The old Taoist quickly turned around and gazed at the horizon. His eyes were like 2 golden pearls, and his dry body was overflowing with a terrifying aura. At this moment, he didn't seem like a person, but rather a colossus, like a barbaric dragon that hadn't appeared in 10,000 years. The people around him almost collapsed to the ground. Swoosh! The old Taoist flew into the sky. His Taoist robe spread out, almost sweeping up the entire stone stronghold. He pointed with his finger, and the entire stronghold stabilized. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. This old Taoist's strength was too frightening. Just now, he had spread out his robe's sleeve subconsciously, but it had such great power. The old Taoist turned into a gray mist and rushed toward the Purple Mountain, causing the sky to tremble as if a true dragon had crossed the sky. The eastern wasteland is too big. Experts come forth in large numbers, but not all of them come from the Holy Lands. There are many eccentric people who roam the great swamp and wild forests, Yi Fan said to himself. The eastern wasteland was boundless. It would take several years to fly from one end to the other. If an ordinary person walked on foot, they wouldn't even be able to cover half the distance in 100 lifetimes. On this vast land, there was the mysterious great wasteland that stretched for millions of miles. There was an endless lake that was as boundless as the ocean. There was an ancient palace that floated eternally in the sky. There was also the 100-herb garden that was left behind from the ancient times that could bring the dead back to life. Many sacred lords would leave the sacred grounds in their later years and choose to enter the Great Desolate. It wasn't strange for them to meet a peerless expert or an ancient character. What happened to the Purple Mountain? Many people in the stone stronghold were extremely nervous. Hurry up and pack your things. Get ready to leave this place at a moment's notice, Yi Fan urged. He hesitated for a moment, then soared into the air and flew toward Mount Purple. The Purple Mountain's aura was extraordinary. It stood majestically like a purple sword piercing through the clouds. There were many blade marks and axe marks on its surface, engraved with the marks of time. It was an enormous black flood dragon that was several hundred zhang long. It was unknown if this was its original body or if it deliberately extended its flood dragon body. It was terrifying to the extreme. It coiled around the peak of the Purple Mountain. Its black body was tightly bound like a steel wall that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It was tightly bound to the mountain and couldn't be moved. The black flood dragon's body was covered in dense scales. Each scale was more than half a meter long and flickered with a black light. It was filled with a powerful feeling. This enormous creature was currently uprooting the mountain. It wanted to use brute force to break the mountain and open up this place. The commotion just now was caused by it. This black flood dragon has read the ancient scroll and found its way here. Yi Fan frowned. The sacred grounds hadn't arrived yet, but some powerful existences had already made their move. Duo. The old Taoist let out a light shout. His voice was like a golden bell, causing the void to tremble. On top of the Purple Mountain, the black flood dragon shook violently. Its enormous body seemed to have been smashed by a large hammer. It swayed continuously, causing the mountain peak to shake. Although the old Taoist was dry, he stood in the void and was full of pressure. It was suffocating as if he was a sleeping dragon. On top of the Purple Mountain peak, the enormous black flood dragon let out a low roar. It was like a mouse that had seen a cat. Its body trembled and curled up into a ball. Then, it didn't dare to make a sound and flew away from the back of the mountain. At this moment, it didn't look like a giant black flood dragon that was several hundred zhang long at all. Instead, it was more like a loach that slithered away. Those hiding in the dark, come out. The old Taoist's voice was calm, but there was a dignified aura that made people unable to resist. 3 old men appeared. Each of them was full of vitality like a great furnace. People could feel the terrifying fluctuations of life from them. Yi Fan was apprehensive. Before the arrival of the great sage, those who could read the ancient scroll were definitely unparalleled experts. "Who are you, Tao friend?" an old man asked. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He had the aura of the great Tao and gave people an unfathomable feeling. "I've long since forgotten your name. You all should leave. This place isn't something you can have any ideas about." The old Taoist was extremely calm. He didn't show any anger, but he exuded an imposing aura. Even though he was a monk, he still made people's hearts palpitate. "Aren't you a bit too unreasonable? There is no master here, so what right do you have to let us leave?" The old man who spoke was extremely old. He was like the abyss of the great Tao and couldn't be fathomed. The old Taoist didn't say anything else. With a wave of his sleeve, crazy winds stirred up. The 3 white-haired old men were sent flying in the blink of an eye and immediately disappeared into the distance. This shouldn't be an old holy lord that entered the great wastelands after his lifespan came out, right? Yi Fan was shocked and had this thought. Chapter 295. The Violet Mountain was grand and majestic like a pillar that supported the heavens. It towered over the boundless scarlet land, displaying its majesty. The old Taoist stood in the air with his back to the Violet Mountain. He looked into the distance and said, "You all came out as well. Do I have to send you off one by one?" His eyes were a faint golden color and his body was as sturdy as copper. His ancient Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. He didn't have the demeanor of an immortal and instead resembled an immortal monarch. Chi. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. 5 figures were forced out of the distant sky, all of them in a sorry state. Apparently, the old Taoist had no intention of injuring them. Otherwise, these people would be in danger. Among them, there were 4 old men. These people were too old, and almost all of their teeth had fallen out. Moreover, they were emaciated, not to mention skin and bones. Their heads were very bald, and only a few strands of hair remained. Almost all of them had fallen off. Yi Fan was shaken because he recognized these elders. He had seen them in the small world created by the ancient sages. They were the old subordinates of the Green Flood Dragon King and were nearing the end of their lifespans. Who would have thought that they would also come? There was also a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was tall and straight with sharp eyebrows. His face was as sharp as a knife and he exuded a heroic spirit. This was the eldest disciple of the Peacock King, Kong Teng. May I ask which senior you are? These old demons were nearing the end of their lives. Their status and strength were comparable to the supreme elders of the Holy Lands. They were extremely old, but after seeing the old Taoist, they felt extremely uneasy. The pressure the old Taoist exuded was too great. He didn't seem like a human at all and was more like a terrifying bottomless pit. He calmly said, "Everything from the past has long been forgotten. All of you, leave." The old Taoist didn't say anything else. He waved his sleeves and a gray mist filled the sky. With a rumble, everyone was swept away and disappeared into the horizon. Among them, only Kong Teng wasn't sent flying. His body flickered with primal chaos as he dashed into the distance. Primal chaos, divine light. The old Taoist was somewhat astonished. He reached out and grabbed at the void. Buzz! The sky trembled and Kong Teng, who had already rushed into the distance, was immediately restrained. His expression changed as he shouted, "Old Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" Not only did he inherit the Peacock King's mysterious technique, but even his pride was somewhat similar. He didn't feel any fear and even attacked. Boom! Kong Teng flipped his hand, and a large black seal appeared, shooting out tens of thousands of auspicious signs towards the old Taoist not far away. Chaos stones. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the black stone in the great emperor's bedroom? Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of the Peacock King and his disciple? As soon as the black seal appeared, it caused the pressure in the area to increase, making it hard for people to breathe. It quickly became larger, filling up the skies, a dark and boundless mass. An inconceivable force field appeared, locking down the void. Boom! The auspicious signs descended, as if the 9 heavens Milky Way was hanging upside down. The pressure was so heavy that it made one feel suffocated. Even if one was a powerful cultivator, if placed within it, they would still be crushed to pieces. However, the old Taoist priest was not affected. He was not afraid at all as he muttered to himself, "This is a wisp of innate killing intent extracted from a chaos stone." Ding! With a light tap of his finger, the black seal froze in place and quickly shrank. He grabbed it with his hand, and it instantly appeared in his palm. Bang! The black stone seal shattered, turning into a ball of chaotic energy that lingered between the old Taoist's palm and fingers. Suddenly, a long roar sounded. A wisp of dense killing intent appeared in the chaotic energy. A multicolored peacock appeared, releasing blazing radiance, wanting to shatter that palm. "Youngest brother, it's you." The old Taoist priest revealed a strange expression. His palm flickered with radiance, fixing the multicolored peacock in place. "You are Big Brother Crimson Dragon." The multicolored peacock was a wisp of the Peacock King's divine will. It entered the chaotic energy to help its disciple when necessary. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart trembled. This old Taoist priest was the Peacock King's sworn big brother. As expected, he had a great background. "It's me. I came into being again, but I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I arrived in the northern region." The old Taoist nodded, letting go of the chaotic energy and the multicolored peacock. On the side, Kong Teng was stupefied. "Master's big brother, what kind of person was that? Big Brother Crimson Dragon, where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear 1,500 years ago? I thought you died." The Peacock King asked. Yi Fan was apprehensive. What kind of person was this? He disappeared for 1,500 years all of a sudden. It was said that the Peacock King had been cultivating for more than 2,000 years. This old Taoist priest was probably close to 3,000 years old. It's a long story. I was trapped in the sacred cliff and almost died there. I was trapped for 1,500 years. The old Taoist priest sighed. The sacred cliff? The cliff that was dyed black and red by the blood of the sacred body of the ancients? The multicolored peacock looked surprised. I couldn't find the blood of the sacred body of the ancients. Instead, I accidentally entered the formation carved by a great emperor and was almost refined to death. Ha ha ha. I see that Big Brother Crimson Dragon has become more powerful now. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. The black peacock laughed. After 1,500 years of meditation, I've finally gained some enlightenment. I'm a little stronger than before. The old Taoist priest smiled and nodded. I was thinking that in this world, the person who wants to kill us silently hasn't even been born yet. How could Big Brother Crimson Dragon die? The Peacock King laughed. Brother, you've had a great opportunity. Judging from the innate murderous aura that was captured, you've obtained a natural seal of chaos. With it in your hands, the great sage lords will probably be worried. I just got it not long ago. I was just about to kill Sacred Lord Alcade. Big Brother, come with me immediately. This time, I plan to kill him. As expected, the Peacock King took away the Stone of Chaos. What shattered just now was just a wisp of essence of chaos, not the real body of the seal. Should we leave immediately? The old Taoist priest really wanted to return to the stone stronghold because the stone materials there shocked him. It might contain something he needed. Yes, we'll leave immediately. The Peacock King's divine sense turned into a 16 or 17-year-old youth. He said, I let the monster race cultivators come here to lure the Alcade Holy Lord who is in this area over. I'm going to intercept and kill him halfway. I think he's already received the news. We'd better leave quickly. All right, I'll go with you. After the old Taoist priest said this, he swept his gaze over the surroundings. With a light shake of his sleeve, several dozen people, including Yi Fan, appeared. Most of them were small local cultivators. Because they heard the commotion, they came to check. At this moment, they were all trembling with fear. There weren't many people in this world who dared to kill a sacred lord. You guys had better leave as soon as possible. This is not a place you can participate in. The old Taoist priest swept an indifferent gaze over them. Big Brother Crimson Dragon, we haven't seen each other for 1,500 years. Let's have a good chat on the way. With a flash of light, the Taoist priest and the Peacock King disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kong Ting also left quickly. So someone who can fight against a sacred lord is this terrifying. It's really frightening. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Every time he saw someone of this level fight, he would have a new understanding. The more he understood, the more he felt that the great sage lords were terrifying. The large black dog appeared on the horizon, turning into a black light and running over. He cursed, hurry up and leave. This kind of ruthless person makes me feel a great danger. They quickly returned to the stone stronghold. At this moment, Wang Shu and the others had also returned. Time was pressing. To leave this place as soon as possible, Yi Fan discussed with them and put them into the pristine jade bottle. Then, he took out the cauldron and stood in the sky. All the stones were put into the cauldron. With a rumbling sound, even the foundation was uprooted. The stones that the Red Dragon Taoist had his eyes on were definitely not ordinary. If it weren't for this old Taoist, who knew how many years it would have taken to learn the secrets of these stone tools. Including the stone rollers, the stone piles, the foundation stones, and so on, a large pile of stones were all put into the cauldron. Suddenly, this place became much more barren. At the same time, the Black Emperor had also finished carving the Tao pattern. They directly crossed the void and left this place first. Half a month later, Yi Fan appeared in Chu Prefecture. He found Tu Fei and asked him to help settle these people. As soon as they met, Tu Fei stormed over excitedly. Where's the stove? Show it to me. Since he knew that the Little Rock, Yao Shi, and Yao Guang were subdued, He hated that he couldn't find Yi Fan immediately to see what was going on. Yi Fan didn't have a way to deal with him. He took out the stove and showed it to Tu Fei. Ha! Tu Fei laughed, holding the stove in his hand and shaking it. He sent a message to the stove. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yao Shi, are you okay? I miss you a lot. Thud. The leaf fire divine stove was shaken hard. It bulged up, shaking Tu Fei so much that his ears buzzed. Can this broken stove seal them? He slapped the stove hard, shaking the people inside. Yi Fan retrieved the stove and said, it's not a problem to subdue them for 1 or 2 years. Hurry and find me a place to settle the people in the stone stronghold. Eventually, Tu Fei led him to a place called Hao Prefecture. This oasis was several thousand miles wide. It was his grandfather's territory. It wasn't a problem to settle dozens of families there. They just needed to find a place with verdant hills and limpid water. The environment was much better than the stone stronghold. Hey, you don't need to carry stones when you move, right? Tu Fei gawked, dropping his jaw. It was because the big pile of stones was like a small mountain. They looked ordinary and nothing special. The people in the stone stronghold were satisfied with this beautiful place. Since they had bought a lot of materials, they didn't lack anything. They just needed to build a house. The villagers were excited. They were all enthusiastic about building a new house. Yi Fan directly secluded. 10,000 kilograms of spring was enough for him to enter the third sky of the Tao Palace. For 1 whole month, he was immersed in an ethereal state. His body was changing magically. The Western Emperor scripture was marvelous. Yi Fan urged it quietly. He felt so incredible. During this month, he could hear the passing self chanting. Inside the Tao Palace, there seemed to be Buddhist chants. The sounds of ancient sacrifices tore through space and time, drifting through the air. Although he was born in the present, there was a me living in the past. Some people thought that the passing self was chanting for the present. Of course, many people didn't agree with this. The top characters believed that it was the Tao self. The side of one's Tao nature was capturing traces of the Tao and stirring the great Tao of the world. Whether it was the passing self or the Tao self, during this month, they were stirring the world to nourish the life Lord, allowing the me of this life to be immortal. During this month, the 5 energies in Yi Fan's Tao Palace were like dragons that danced in the air. He listened to the sonorous sounds of the great Tao. His body glowed, constantly transforming. After the 30th day, the Western Emperor scripture stopped circulating. The essence energy in the sky crazily rushed down, completely submerging Yi Fan's seclusion area. This continued for 3 days. With a loud boom, rocks shot through the air. Yi Fan stood up, his eyes shooting out 2 beams of divine light in the shape of dragons. His black hair draped over his shoulders as he stood tall. His body was filled with great power. He felt as if he could kill a dragon with 1 punch. He had an inexhaustible amount of power. Chapter 296. Yi Fan's golden fist was full of power. When he waved it gently, the void buzzed and trembled. He had the illusion that he could kill a real dragon. The 1,000-meter-tall waterfall poured down. It was white and rumbling. Yi Fan stood in the pool and punched upward. The waterfall flowed backward like an upside-down white ribbon. He broke through his original realm after a month of closed-door training. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed terrifying. Tu Fei was speechless. Yi Fan lifted a huge rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms with 1 hand. He turned sideways and threw it with all his strength. The rock shrunk quickly and disappeared into the sky. At the end of the horizon, a flock of wild geese flew by and were all smashed down. Tu Fei was dumbfounded. After a while, he yelled, "What a beast! You smashed a flock of wild geese with a rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. I've never seen a freak like you." Yi Fan's physique was too strong. He had the strength to move mountains. Who could withstand such a rock? Woof! 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 In the distance, the angry barking of a dog came from 20 miles away. The Black Emperor howled, "Damn it! Is there any justice in this world? I can't even sleep and get smashed by a rock from the sky." Tu-Fei was dumbfounded. When he heard the black dog's howl, he laughed wildly. "Woof! Tu-Fei, just you wait. I know you did it." The black dog howled in the distance. "Damn it! It's none of my business." Tu-Fei cursed. Yi Fan stood at the foot of the 1,000-meter-tall stone mountain and waved his golden fist. Puff! 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 It was as if he was punching mud. Every punch went into the mountain easily. In the end, he swung his golden fist and punched hard into the mountain. What a beast! Tu-Fei's jaw almost dropped. He took out an 8 trigrams bronze mirror with purple mist. He threw it forward and said, "Let me test your current cultivation." It was a purple bronze mirror. It was a weapon that only cultivators in the 4 ultimate secret realms could use. It was strong and solid. It fell like a purple mountain. Clang! Yi Fan flicked his finger. His golden finger struck the copper mirror, releasing a crisp caw sound. The 4 extreme treasured mirror unexpectedly cracked apart. It was as dazzling as fireworks as it shattered in midair. Purple splendor soared into the sky, and a powerful energy wreaked havoc in all directions, causing the waterfall to flow backwards and the stone mountain to shake. However, Yi Fan remained unmoved. Tu-Fei screamed pathetically. "Is your body made of a holy treasure? My baby." He was extremely distressed. Although he had many weapons, it still hurt him to have one of them destroyed so easily. Yi Fan's vitality was like a raging river. He could feel how powerful his body was. After cultivating the Western Emperor's Sutra, he had finally entered the 3rd heavens of the Tao Palace and cultivated the divine treasure of the liver. Of the 5 elements, he was of the wood attribute. However, he still hadn't cultivated to the god realm, so he didn't have the protection of the god realm like others. At the same time, he realized that he was cultivating against the 5 elements. His heart was of the fire attribute, his lungs of the metal attribute, and his liver of the wood attribute. He first cultivated the divine treasure of the heart, then the divine treasure of the lungs, and finally the divine treasure of the liver. Fire subdued metal, and metal subdued wood. If there were no accidents, his next realm would be the divine treasure of the spleen. This was because the 5 elements were of the earth attribute, and wood subdued earth. You don't need a weapon. Your body is stronger than any treasure. Tu-Fei was envious. I lack source. I need a large amount of source. Tu-Fei's expression was complicated. He sighed and said, "As long as you have source, you won't have a bottleneck in the Tao Palace secret realm. You can advance by leaps and bounds. So, I want to borrow source. How much source do you have? Lend it to me, and I will return it to you tenfold in the future," Yi Fan said seriously. He felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to enter the 4 extreme secret realm. "My little source isn't even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. You should know that if you want to enter the 4th heavens of the Tao Palace, you need 50,000 kilograms of source. This is a dizzying number. How much source do you have?" Yi Fan really wanted to break through. "I have a little more than a cubic meter. About 4,000 kilograms. That's less than 5,000 kilograms. You're the descendant of a great bandit." Tu-Fei rolled his eyes and said, "If a great bandit had a lot of source mines, he wouldn't be a bandit anymore. Plus, how would I dare to touch my grandfather's treasure house?" "Source is a big problem," Yi Fan said to himself. "You don't have to rush. I'll go out and help you gather 20,000 kilograms." Tu-Fei planned to find Li Heishui, Lu Kou, Jiang Huiran, and Wu Zhongtian. "I have a useless body. It's not worth it for you to help me like this. I, Tu-Fei, am not a pretentious person. To be honest, I have a feeling that you might be able to break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. Think about it. If one day you become a complete sacred body of the ancients, I won't have to cultivate for the rest of my life. I can still roam the eastern barren territory and the central plains. As long as you're alive, my descendants can roam the world. A complete sacred body can live for tens of thousands of years. What if I'm stuck in the Dao Palace secret realm for the rest of my life? Yi Fan asked. If you can't break through, you can give me the myriad Qi cauldron. I can fix the lid of the heaven-swallowing jar, Tu Fei said half seriously and half jokingly. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog appeared on the horizon, looking murderous. It was sleeping obediently, but it was beaten black and blue by someone. It was extremely displeased. I'll leave now. I'll be back in a month at most, or half a month at least. 7 square yuan will be fine, Tu Fei said and flew into the sky. The big black dog ran over with a dark face. He stared at Yi Fan with an unfriendly expression and said, Why do I suddenly feel that you did it? What did I do? Yi Fan pretended to be confused. Stop pretending. Damn it, a boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms fell from the sky and slammed me under it. Ordinary people can't do that. The big black dog's bald tail was about to reach the sky. Yi Fan refused to admit it no matter what. He managed to deceive him and avoid a battle between a man and a dog. The stone village had been rebuilt. It was located in the green mountains and clear waters. The houses were very beautiful, much better than before. The most important thing was the change of environment. Young girls and children were the happiest. They could soak in the clear spring every day and play, no longer facing the sandstorms like before. The stones outside the village were piled up into a small hill, but most of them were foundation stones. Yi Fan moved all the stones from the original stone village here, afraid that he would miss something. Yi Fan and Zhang Wuye were busy, picking out the stone rollers, stone blocks, and stone mills from the pile of stones. There were more than 50 stone tools in total. The big black dog was watching from the side, afraid that he would miss something good. Old man, are you sure you want to cut it open? Yi Fan asked. Cut it. I want to see what my ancestors left behind, Zhang Wuye answered calmly. Yi Fan cut 3 stone blocks, but they were all useless stones. There was nothing. Zhang Wuye also cut open 4 stone locks, but there was also nothing. Could it be that we guessed wrong, and that old Taoist made a mistake? The two of them looked at each other. Why are you being so careful? Shatter them all in one breath. Be more straightforward, the big black dog urged. Go away. Yi Fan glared at him. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted out. It was like an orchid or musk, refreshing and intoxicating to the bones. What's that smell? As expected, a dog's nose was the most sensitive. The Black Emperor was almost lying on the stone roller, drooling. Something came out. Zhang Wuye's expression was serious. He was cutting a stone roller, and the fragrance was seeping out from the cracks in the stones. Yi Fan was shocked. He threw down the millstone in his hand and moved closer to take a look. This was really strange. How could there be fragrance seeping out from cutting stones? Could it be that some sort of primordial creature was sealed inside? His finger flickered with a golden light, indicating for Zhang Wuye to step back. He took the stone roller, and the big black dog also stared at it. Chi, chi, chi. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Very soon, more than half of the outer layer of the stone roller had been peeled off, and Yi Fan discovered that there were traces of water seeping out. Zhang Wuye had used a bit more force just now, and this stone roller was very brittle. A crack had appeared on it, and the traces of water had flowed out from this crack. The source of the fragrance had also come from it. There's a treasure. The big black dog had a square head and large ears. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he stared at it attentively. Yi Fan carefully peeled off the stone, and finally, he cut out a flesh fruit from the center of the stone roller. It was pink in color, and looked a bit like a peach. It's meat. The big black dog was slightly dumbfounded. What is this? Yi Fan was puzzled. He had read the Book of Origin Heaven before, but he had never seen this kind of record. Zhang Wuye was also slightly dumbfounded, feeling that this was inconceivable. The fragrance was coming from this flesh fruit. Its skin had already been broken, and half of the transparent liquid had flowed onto the stone roller. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, making one want to swallow it in one gulp. It smells so good. Could it be the fruit of immortality? The big black dog's eyes shone with a green light. When Zhang Wuye heard this, his heart stirred, and he said, "The ancestors said that the things sealed within the stone are not limited to the source. These should be rare and wondrous stones. The things inside are unpredictable." Yi Fan stared at these stone tools. There was no such record in the Book of Origin Heaven. This flesh fruit had surpassed the category of stone materials, and could only be classified as wondrous stones. Most likely, these things left behind by the Yuan Taoist master had an extraordinary significance. The color of this fruit has changed, and the fragrance has also faded. What's going on? Zhang Wuye's expression changed. The pink flesh fruit gradually turned green, and the fragrance had indeed become much fainter. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, the spiritual essence will disperse. The big black dog was anxious. Yi Fan was somewhat uncertain. Could this thing be eaten? He dipped his finger in a drop of liquid and placed it in his mouth. In that instant, he felt unbearably bitter, and he almost raised his head to the sky and howled. It was extremely bitter, and his tongue instantly went numb. Then, he felt as if the world was spinning, and he almost fell to the ground. "Let me have a taste." The big black dog eagerly took it. With a crunching sound, he bit off a piece and swallowed it whole. Woof! 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 In the next instant, the big black dog seemed to be convulsing. He barked incessantly, and spat with all his might. Then, white foam came out of his mouth, and he lay on the ground and began to convulse. Zhang Wuye was completely frightened. He had originally wanted to have a taste, thinking that it would be some kind of fleshy celestial fruit. But now, it was as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan finally recovered. He was no longer dizzy, and he asked in astonishment, "What fruit is this?" At this moment, the big black dog had almost become a dead dog. Only his four limbs were still convulsing, and he kept foaming at the mouth. Yi Fan examined him, and felt that his life should not be in danger. However, his current state was quite terrible, and he did not know when he would recover. He swept his eyes over the remaining stone tools, and for the first time, he felt the seriousness of the situation. These are all rare treasures left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. We have no idea what use they have at all. Let's not cut them anymore, and wait until we understand them in the future before we act. Yi Fan vaguely felt that these might be extraordinary things. It was possible that the Crimson Dragon Taoist was looking for this kind of flesh fruit. This was most likely a priceless treasure. At this stage, without understanding it, they definitely could not act rashly. This stone millstone has already been cut open by you. Let's cut it open and take a look. Preserve the other stone tools, Zhang Wuye said. Yi Fan nodded. He had already cut open several stone tools, but he had only cut out a flesh fruit. This millstone might not be able to cut out anything. But when he peeled off the stone skin and cut into the center of the millstone, tens of thousands of divine rays shot out. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. Chapter 297. Yi Fan peeled off the stone skin. When he reached the center of the millstone, 10,000 streaks of divine radiance shot out like golden needles, making one unable to open their eyes. All of this happened too suddenly. Many layers of stone clothes fell to the ground, and the stone heart was like a small sun that couldn't be looked at directly. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. What kind of treasure is this? Could it be a divine spring? Zhang Wuye turned his head to the side. His eyes were slightly swollen from the piercing pain caused by the divine radiance. Did he really cut out the source of God? This was also the first thought that came to Yi Fan's mind. His heart was thumping. What he lacked the most right now was energy. He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed it. This was a very small bead, only the size of a soybean. It was made of light and didn't seem like a tangible substance. It seemed like a small ball of the most divine light source. After completely peeling off the stone core, this speck of light actually didn't sink and instead floated in the air. It was extremely mystical, as if it was the origin of heaven and earth, making one couldn't help but approach it. Zhang Guye didn't dare to look directly at her. He observed her out of the corner of his eye, involuntarily reaching out with his rough old hand to touch her. All of this was a subconscious action. Even the big black dog, who had fainted and was twitching on the ground, was foaming at the mouth as it moved towards them, as if it was being summoned. Divine Source. Yi Fan could already confirm that this was a source formed from the spiritual energy that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was a rare treasure in this world. It would never sink, and it possessed the purest and most original essence of heaven and earth. It made one involuntarily bow down to it. All of these were the characteristics of the source of God, and they were exactly the same as what was recorded in the Book of Origin. This was the first time that Yi Fan had come into contact with the source of God. The pure and holy aura that came from his fingertips made his entire body feel comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze, warm and comfortable. It was as if his body was being baptized. This was the divine source. It possessed unimaginable divine effects, and it was a divine object that even the Holy Lands would fight over. Every time it appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. However, this piece of God's source was too small. It was only a tiny grain. Compared to the huge piece of God's source that sealed the primordial creature, it was really insignificant. However, it was definitely a rare treasure. Once it was spread out, many people would fight over it. There were many different types of divine origin, and each had different effects. Yi Fan was not very familiar with them, and he had not touched upon the most profound of origin studies yet. This is definitely not worth 100,000 kilograms of origin source. Even though it was a divine source, its size was too small, far from enough. He needed 30 square meters to break through to the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. A single divine essence could not solve the problem. This is the source of God. What did our ancestors leave behind? Zhang Guye muttered to himself. After he had come into contact with the divine source, he felt that his body had become much lighter, and his qi and blood had become much more vigorous. The divine source had a great effect on ordinary people. It was not like the sacred body of the ancients, which had a strong resistance. Legend has it that there are dozens of types of God's source, and some of them have incredible effects. I really want to see all of them. Yi Fan looked at the remaining stoneware. Although he was very tempted, he did not plan to continue cutting. The preciousness of these stone tools probably did not lie in the small pieces of God's source. It was very likely that they were flesh fruits. If he continued cutting them now, it would be a waste. He did not know how to use them, so it would be a pure waste. After a long time, Yi Fan and Zhang Guye finally calmed down from the shock. After all, this was a divine source, and anyone who saw it for the first time would inevitably feel the same way. The Black Emperor had fainted. Otherwise, he would have jumped up to rob it. He had always been thinking about the divine source. Zhang Guye had more or less heard about it. He knew that Yi Fan's physique was special and that he needed a large amount of origin for cultivation, so he asked him to keep the divine source. In the end, Yi Fan did not decline it. He indeed needed a large amount of origin, and he could only return the favor in the future. The pink fruit that was peeled from the stone tools had strong medicinal effects. The big black dog fainted for 5 days before gradually regaining consciousness. However, it still could not get up, and it would twitch from time to time. Damn it, I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. What kind of bullsh** tea stone is this? The fruit it produces is extremely poisonous. Even a true dragon can be poisoned to death, it cursed as it twitched. Serves you right. Who told you to be so greedy and want to swallow it first? Yi Fan said. The big black dog had the urge to kill, but it could not stand up. Occasionally, it would even spit out a mouthful or two of white foam. It was obvious that it would not be able to recover without half a month's time. Yi Fan studied it for a very long time, but he still could not figure out what use this fruit had. In the end, he left it unsettled. In the end, he left this beautiful place. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to search for the origin and break through as soon as possible. Even if it was to rob a holy land, as long as there was a chance of success, he would not hesitate. He had a very strong sense of urgency. When Yi Fan came to the outside world, he heard many news. The disturbance in the ancient scroll became more and more intense. The Peacock King had almost succeeded in intercepting and killing the Alkay Divine Master. It had stirred up endless waves that shook the whole north region. If it were not for the Ji clan's Divine Master and the Alkay Divine Master traveling together, a shocking change would definitely have occurred. Even so, they still paid the price in blood. Several grand elders of the Ji clan and the Alkay Divine Master had been beaten into ashes by the Crimson Dragon Daoist. The Alkay Divine Master had even been hit by the Peacock King's chaotic treasured seal, and was not lightly injured. The impact of this matter was very great. No matter if it was the Crimson Dragon Daoist reappearing or the Peacock King wanting to kill the Master of the Holy Land, they were both extremely great waves. During the time that Yi Fan was in seclusion, the north region was in an uproar. The waves were turbulent, and every day was not peaceful. Now, the Purple Mountain was no longer a secret. Many important figures already knew about it, but no one dared to act rashly. 9 dragons protecting a mountain was something that involved ancient emperors. Even peak-level experts would feel trepidation in their hearts. Of course, many cultivators were more tempted and wanted to find opportunities here. However, they were all waiting for a chance, and no one was willing to make the first move. Many years ago, the tomb of the demonic beast emperor was too shocking. There were mountains of bones and seas of blood. Several great sage attacked one after another. The black pool was filled with corpses, but they still could not conquer the Een tomb. They allowed it to sink into the ground and disappear. Having been taught a bloody lesson, the Eastern wilderness experts naturally would not be as impulsive as the last time. Many holy lands gathered in the north region to discuss the Purple Mountain. It was inevitable that they would join forces. The Jade Pool meet was postponed indefinitely. The Purple Mountain's influence was too great, so everyone's attention was focused on it. Even before the Purple Mountain was opened, a storm was brewing. There were even holy lords that were injured. It was obvious how great the commotion would be. After understanding all of this, Yi Fan stroked his chin. All of this had something to do with him. After thinking of a way to send the ancient scroll out, he had indeed pierced through the heavens. How much is a divine source worth? Yi Fan could not estimate. Tu Fei needed to borrow 10,000 kilograms of divine source, so he had to think of a way to settle the rest himself. It was a massive number. Maybe it's really time to go to the holy city. Over the past few days, he had been studying the Origin Heaven book in preparation to go all out. The fire cloud state was as red as fire. There were fire cloud trees everywhere. This strange tree species was unique to the state. The fire cloud tree not only had leaves that were as red as fire, even the tree trunk was a reddish-brown color. From afar, it looked like a sea of fire. It was more like a sunset, befitting its name. Ever since he entered the state, he had seen the most plants along the way. There were far more red plants than green. It could be described as a little green in a sea of red. This state was not very far from the holy city. It would take at most 11 to 12 days of travel. As Yi Fan traveled, his goal was clear. He wanted to go to the gambling holy land. Fire Cloud City was the center of the state. The city walls were majestic, like the Great Wall. It was majestic and ancient. It was a rather famous city. Legend had it that there used to be a powerful family clan of the desolate East. It had a heritage of more than 100,000 years, but unfortunately, it had turned to dust tens of thousands of years ago, disappearing under the starry sky of history. It explained that there was no immortal heritage, nor was there an eternal family clan. Everything would come to an end one day. Just as he walked in front of the majestic city gates, Yi Fan saw two portraits of him. They were the arrest warrants of the Alcade and Ji family. The two great inheritances offered a sky-high bounty. Anyone who could provide relevant clues would be able to receive 10,000 kilograms of source. And if they could provide the exact location of Yi Fan, they would be able to receive 30 square meters of source, a whole 50,000 kilograms of source. It could be said to be a heaven-defying price. The central cities of all the oases had such bounties. Yi Fan was sick and tired of it. Who would be willing to be wanted and hunted down? As expected of the gambling Holy Land, there are tens of thousands of kilograms of source. He knew why he was so valuable. Besides the grudges between the two sides, the most important reason was that the other side wanted the myriad source chi in his body. If they could get it, even 1,000,000 kilograms of source would not be able to stop them. You want my cauldron and life with just 50,000 kilograms of source? What a good idea. Yi Fan stood in front of the city gates and sneered. On the horizon outside Fire Cloud City, dozens of mounts rushed over. These mutated beasts' feet did not touch the ground as they walked in the air. The knights on them were clad in shining iron clothes. They were Ji family's people. Damn it, there's almost no valuable information. I really don't know when we can find that Yi brat. If he dares to appear, I'll crush him with one hand. A young knight from the Ji family said coldly. Humph. The leading young man snorted and glanced at him, saying, Ji Yuntang, don't underestimate him. Someone at the fourth heaven of Dao Palace might not be able to suppress him. Ji Yuntang sneered and said, he's just an outdated, crippled body. What's so great about him? Even if someone at the same level can't beat him, I don't believe that someone at the fourth firmament of the Dao Palace can't smack someone at the second firmament of the Dao Palace to death. Damn it, this trash is hiding. If he dares to come out, I will trample him to death with one foot. Don't be arrogant. The Alcade Saint is so strong and the golden-winged little Peking is so arrogant. Yet, they were still taken away by him. The leading young man was very composed as he warned the other young experts. Ji Yuntang was unconvinced as he said, that's because the chaos gems fixed the people present in place. If not, how can a tiny trash like him take away the top young experts of the four extreme mystic realm? If he really dares to come out, I will kill him with one finger. Another expert from the Ji family's younger generation was also filled with anger. They were in charge of searching in the Fire Cloud State. Over the past few days, they had been suppressing their anger and were filled with resentment. They wished they could immediately find Yi Fan. This kid made us go through the wind and rain to search for clues every day. I really wish I could slap him to dust. This Yi kid is just a trash, yet he has caused such a stir. He better not let me catch him or I will crush him like a bug. These young experts were filled with resentment as they rode their mounts into the city. A sneer suffused across Yi Fan's lips as he said, a bounty of tens of thousands of pounds, why don't I claim it myself? Using the enemy's source to fulfill his bottomless pit was the most ideal. With a flick of his sleeves, he entered Fire Cloud City with a flash.